Ninja World, Warring States, Uchiha clan territory. Uchiha Tajima was holding a 6-year-old child in his arms and had just returned to the clan. This was the only descendant of Uchiha Tajima's elder brother, who was besieged and killed by the Senju clan on the battlefield. This child was also on the battlefield for the first time, and Tajima's elder brother also intended to train his son. Everything was normal, but I don't know how the news leaked out, and Tajima's elder brother was besieged and killed. When Tajima rushed to rescue, only his eldest nephew, who had fallen unconscious, and 6 Senju clan members were left. Tajima killed all the Senju clan members and thought that his eldest nephew was dead, but he was just unconscious. That's why Tajima returned to the clan with a child in his arms. Father, whose child is this? Ban, this is your cousin Uchiha Rybu. This is the first time you meet. Ah, cousin? What about his parents? What happened to your cousin now? Alas, your uncle's family was just on the way back to their tribe and was killed by the Senju clan. When I rushed to rescue them, only your cousin was still unconscious. The 5-year-old child who asked the question was Uchiha Tajima's eldest son, Uchiha Madara. At this time, Uchiha Madara looked at this cousin who suddenly appeared with some curiosity. Since he could remember, he had always heard that his father had a biological elder brother, but he had never met him in these years. He didn't expect that his uncle's family would finally return to the tribe today. In the end, only this cousin was rescued by his father. Damn Senju clan, when I grow up, I will definitely kill the entire Senju clan. Uchiha Tajima looked at his eldest son, who was so murderous at such a young age, and frowned a little. You are so young, but you are so murderous. Wait until you grow up. You're not cute at all. Oomph. Father, I am Uchiha Madara-sama, the young leader of the Uchiha clan. I should be respected. Being cute is not in line with the temperament of this young leader. Little bastard, do you know what respect is? Is not in line with your temperament. Uchiha Tajima had a headache, looking at his eldest son, so arrogant, although he was handsome and cute. But in terms of personality, he was not as cute as other children. Father, I want to be the strongest man in the world, no one else. Uchiha Madara was proud, raised his head and chest, and emphasized seriously. Uchiha Tajima was a little amused, and he couldn't bear to hit his eldest son's confidence, so he stopped pestering him. Looking at Uchiha Rybu, who was still unconscious in his hand, Tajima decided to raise his eldest brother's son well. Ban, they'll take your cousin to rest first. You stay by his side and take care of him. When your cousin wakes up, find someone to notify me immediately. Don't worry. Father, leave this to me. Uchiha Madara, who was like a little adult, made Uchiha Tajima lose the sense of accomplishment of being a father. It is undeniable that his eldest son is still very good. At a young age, he is already a clever genin, and his talent is not ordinary. Tajima put Uchiha Rybu on the bed and left directly to deal with family affairs. Only Uchiha Madara was left to take care of his cousin. I don't know how much time has passed, and the child lying on the bed moved his fingers. Ah, Chow thieved! A loud roar scared Uchiha Madara, who was practicing on the side. Looking at his cousin who suddenly sat up, Uchiha Madara hurried forward to check. Cousin, you finally woke up. I will go to notify father now. When Uchiha Madara left, Uchiha Rybu opened a pair of violent eyes. I'm not dead. Where is this? I will avenge the thief Chow Chow. Hiss. Suddenly, Uchiha Rybu felt a sharp pain in his brain, almost making him faint again. A memory that did not belong to him was replaying in front of his eyes like a picture. Until the pain in his brain stopped, Uchiha Rybu rubbed his brain. Uchiha. What a strange surname. Ninja, this is the name of martial arts in this world. I actually came to another world, and am still a 6-year-old child. My name is Uchiha Rybu. Rybu was a little confused. In his memory, children over 6 years old can go to the battlefield. This world is so chaotic. It's ridiculous. Are the adults in this world all a bunch of trash? They can't even protect children. A strange world made Rybu wonder why he came here. God has allowed me to live again. In this life, I will live for myself. I have tried my best to support the Han dynasty. I have been given the title of a slave of 3 surnames. I am worthy of the Han dynasty. In this life, I will only live for myself. It turns out that this person is the first general of the 3 kingdoms, Rybu, who is the best among men and red hair among horses. Different from the judgment in history, Rybu recognized the enemy as his father 3 times in order to support the Han dynasty, just to kill these traitors. From then on, he was labeled as a slave of 3 surnames, and finally killed by Cao Cao because of a word from Liu Bei, ending his life. Lu Bu, you finally woke up. From now on, I will be your father, and you'll be Ban's brother. When Lu Bu heard this, he almost vomited blood. I just lived again, and I have to start recognizing my adoptive father again. Lu Bu looked at the person who came and searched for his face in his memory, but found that he had never seen him before. I am your uncle. My name is Uchiha Tajima, your father's younger brother. This is my son, Uchiha Madara, your Uchiha Lu Bu. Do you remember? Lu Bu then remembered that he seemed to have an uncle he had never met. Brother, I am your cousin. My name is Uchiha Madara. Welcome back that I see a certain family. Lu Bu has met uncle, met cousin. Okay, remember. So, I will be relieved. You have a good rest. Let Madara help you if you need anything. After Tajima left, Madara went out to practice. Lu Bu checked his memory alone. Ninja World, Warring States period, ninja, chakra, ninjutsu. These unheard of words sounded in his mind. This is a chaotic era. Human life is worthless. Families fight each other for limited development resources. The path these ninjas believe in is actually sneak attacks, assassinations, and other small ways. It's really putting the cart before the horse. Such extraordinary power is used so meanly by these ninjas. They are ignorant and stupid. As the first military commander, Lu Bu naturally has martial arts training methods, although they are not as magical as ninjutsu. He can reach the level of flying and hiding, but his terrifying physical strength is also outstanding. He has a unique vision. Uchiha Chakra refining method. The ratio of body and spirit is 1:1. According to this method, the so-called chakra can be refined. I want to see what is so magical about this chakra. LV Bu followed the training method and got into the refining posture. Suddenly, a hot current flowed through his abdomen. Chapter 2. Chakra. This was entirely distinct from the martial arts and body tempering techniques that El Bu had practiced. A torrent of warmth coursed through his body, causing him to feel as if his entire being was rejoicing, bubbling with exuberance. However, as time passed, El Bu sensed a weariness both in his body and mental faculties. He quickly realized that this was due to his frail physique and fragile spirit. After all, he was merely a 6-year-old child. Excessive training could lead to catastrophic injuries in such a delicate body. This feeble form was undeniably inconvenient. He decided to rest and formally explore this world the following day. He could not neglect the Bawang body tempering technique and the Bawang spear technique, armed with the experience of his past life. He vowed that this incarnation would be even more formidable. While Ban had been practicing outside, he kept a watchful eye on El Bu, ever since his cousin had awakened. His behavior had been rather peculiar, particularly the manner in which he spoke, reminiscent of an adult, with a gleam in his eyes that made Ban uneasy, akin to the aura of a powerful figure like his father. The next day, El Bu awoke feeling invigorated, only to be overtaken by a profound hunger. He had been so engrossed in understanding the memories in his mind that he had neglected to eat. Rising from his bed, he ventured outside to survey his surroundings. The ancient buildings, though grand, appeared rather rudimentary to El Bu, lacking the exquisite opulence of the Han dynasty. It resembled the dwelling of a country landlord. Cousin, you're awake. You must be hungry. I brought some food. Come eat. Ban exclaimed. Ban, what is your level of strength? I would like to witness it. El Bu inquired. Certainly, let us eat first, and then I will demonstrate for you, Ban replied. After their meal, the two stepped into the courtyard. Ban took a stance before El Bu, feeling an inexplicable pressure emanating from him that made it difficult to refuse his requests, as though he was innately compelled to obey. Cousin, do you wish to see my taijutsu or ninjutsu first? Ban asked. Oh, let us see both. El Bu responded. Taijutsu requires sparring for a true experience. I will first show you ninjutsu. Fire release, great fireball technique, Ban declared, and a massive fireball erupted from his mouth, leaving El Bu momentarily astonished. Was this sorcery? As he beheld the fireball, images of the corresponding hand seals and the process of casting the technique appeared in his mind. Unconsciously, he began to gather chakra and perform the hand seals. However, nothing happened. Not even a flicker of flame emerged. Ban, I performed the same hand seals as you. Why did nothing manifest? El Bu questioned. Cousin, you must recite the incantation. Without uttering it, there is no medium to connect with the chakra within you, and thus it cannot be unleashed, Ban explained. The incantation is simply the great fireball technique you shouted? El Bu's expression darkened. To perform ninjutsu, one must shout it out loud. How embarrassing. He was in his 40s, yet he had to act like a child, reciting incantations while executing techniques. This thought flashed through El Bu's mind. Suddenly, a flock of crows seemed to fly over his head. To familiarize himself with this power, he steeled his resolve. Fire release, great fireball technique. A fireball even larger than Ban and Amp. Amp, Appo's, S erupted from El Bu and Amp, Appo's, S mouth. Boom. The wooden post before him was instantly reduced to ashes. Only then did Elbu cease. Ban gazed at Elbu in disbelief. His cousin's strength surpassed his own. Ban, what is the Sharingan? Elbu asked. Ah, cousin. Didn't T-uncle teach you these fundamental concepts? Ban replied. My head sustained some injuries, leading to gaps in my memory. I've forgotten certain things. I see. Allow me to explain these basics to you, Ban said, proceeding to elaborate for an entire morning. Elbu gradually comprehended the meanings of the terms that had surfaced in his mind. It turned out that these were bloodlines inherent to their family, known as Kekkei Genkai. For instance, the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan, the red hair of the Uzumaki clan, the bone manipulation of the Takedorai clan, and the hydration abilities of the Kirigakure clan. These were all classified as Kekkei Genkai families. The most iconic trait of the Uchiha clan was the Sharingan, commonly referred to as the eye that mirrors the mind. Evolving from 1 Tomo to 3 Tomo, and then to the Mangeki Sharingan and Eternal Mangeki Sharingan. However, their clan had not produced a Mangeki Sharingan for many years. Understood. Now let me see your taijutsu, Elbu declared. Please guide me well, cousin, Ban responded. As soon as Ban finished speaking, he dashed towards Elbu, throwing a straight punch. Although it caught Elbu off guard, he simply stepped to the left, evading it effortlessly. Ban followed up with a series of punches, all of which Elbu dodged with ease. When Ban leapt into the air, aiming a kick at Elbu, he shook his head and caught Ban by the back of his collar midair, holding him suspended. Cousin, let me down. This is quite humiliating, Ban protested. Is this what you call taijutsu? It lacks any semblance of technique, resembling the antics of children at play, Elbu remarked, causing Ban's face to flush with embarrassment. Cousin, I am only 5 years old, Ban retorted. Elbu paused, realizing that he had indeed been engaging in childish antics. Embarrassed, he gently placed Ban back on the ground. Enough for today, it is getting late. Please fetch some food, Elbu commanded, and Ban, feeling compelled to comply, hurried off to arrange it. Should anyone discover that the future Ban was being summoned this way, and that his taijutsu was being ridiculed, they would surely be astounded. When Ban returned with food, Uchiha Tajima also arrived, and the three of them dined while casually conversing. Elbu, are you settling in well? If you need anything, feel free to speak with your uncle, Tajima offered. Uncle, I wish to peruse the clan's archives. I hope for your approval, Elbu said. Such a request is no trouble at all. I shall arrange for someone to escort you shortly. Should you encounter any issues in your training, do not hesitate to consult me. I will make time to assist you, Tajima replied. Very well. An air of silence enveloped the dining table as the three men, all of whom were not particularly loquacious, found themselves at a loss for further conversation. Only the sounds of chewing and swallowing filled the room. A month later, Elbu had thoroughly examined the clan's archives and had grasped the essence of this world. He began his martial arts training, refining his chakra, and practicing ninjutsu. Through his studies during this time, Elbu discovered that the cultivation methods in this world possessed certain flaws. The average lifespan was not long. Though these techniques wielded great power, they also incurred a toll on longevity. It appeared that before his body matured, he should primarily focus on body tempering, and chakra refinement should be approached with caution to avoid compromising his lifespan. Additionally, he sought ways to awaken the Sharingan, for it was an immense source of strength. Having charted his future path, Elbu commenced his methodical training. Chapter 3. The carnage of the battlefield with the experience of his past life. Elbu's mastery of body tempering progressed at an astonishing pace. The Overlord's body tempering technique, as Elbu's inherited method of cultivation, became second nature to him. This technique is divided into 13 levels. The first 3 levels correspond to a third-rate warrior. Levels 4 to 6 represent a second-rate warrior. Levels 7 to 9 signify a first-rate warrior. Levels 10 to 12 pertain to a super first-rate warrior. And the 13th level remains an unattainable pinnacle that Elbu did not reach in his previous life. It is said that the Overlord's body tempering technique was the cultivation method of the legendary Xiangyu, and achieving its full mastery would grant one the power of a true Overlord, capable of shattering mountains and splitting stones, allowing a mortal to rival the divine. The Overlord's spear technique pairs with this cultivation method, serving as a means of combat that could confront thousands on the battlefield. In his previous life, Elbu became invincible during the Three Kingdoms period, recognized as the foremost warrior due to these two techniques. Within just 3 months, Elbu attained the third level of mastery, possessing the strength of a third-rate warrior. In the context of this world's martial hierarchy, this equates to a C-rank Genin, a B-rank Chunin, an A-rank Jonin, and an S-rank Kage. The prowess of a third-rate warrior slightly surpasses that of a C-rank Genin and approaches the level of a B-rank Chunin in physical prowess. Such a rare opportunity for steady cultivation was soon disrupted as the Senju clan launched another assault on the Uchiha. Cousin, we must head to the battlefield. This time, the Senju clan, led by the Senju Hashirama, is attacking us as a whole clan. Are even the children going to fight? The adults in our clan truly give our leader a face. Cousin, let us go. Madara gazed helplessly at Elbu, whose words were rather abrasive. As Elbu and Madara joined the clan's forces, Elbu shook his head at the sight of the 2,000-strong army, utterly undisciplined and lacking formation. They are worse than bandits. Is this what one calls fighting? It resembles a brawl more than a battle. Cousin, perhaps you should refrain from speaking so candidly. Madara, sweating profusely at Elbu's mockery, feared the consequences if influential figures within the clan overheard. He struggled to understand why Elbu looked down on their clan's army, which comprised the Uchiha clan's most elite ninjas. If Madara were aware that Elbu had once commanded armies of hundreds of thousands, organized with strict discipline, he might comprehend Elbu and Appo's disdain. Elbu could easily dispatch these 2,000 warriors single-handedly during his peak. Leader, the allied forces of the Senju and Uzumaki clans have already set out. We are running out of time. Let us depart with no other option. Elbu and Madara followed the main force. Upon arrival at the battlefield, they found the Senju clan, clad in green armor, engaged in combat with the defending clan members. As Elbu observed this familiar scene, his blood surged with excitement. The familiar aura, the familiar scent, an enemy had arrived. Madara felt a twinge of sympathy for Elbu. Recalling how the Senju clan had slain his cousin's parents, seeing their adversaries must surely ignite a fierce desire for vengeance. Cousin, I understand your eagerness to avenge Uncle and the others, but do not act impulsively. The battlefield is no place for recklessness. Is that what you think? Elbu was taken aback by Madara's concern. He merely felt the calling of a leader, with a warrior's bloodlust ingrained deep within him. Witnessing the battlefield naturally stirred his desire to engage in combat, without any ulterior motive. Tajima and Hashirama, the leaders of both clans, upon encountering each other, immediately unleashed a bellow, calling out one another's names, and they clashed. Fire release, fire dragon bullet. Water release, water dragon bullet. As the clan leaders commenced their battle, their respective warriors sought out their opponents, igniting the conflict. Elbu, however, could hardly contain himself. He charged onto the battlefield, targeting a member of the Senju clan. Before he even arrived, Elbu delivered a powerful kick towards his adversary. The Senju warrior, sensing an attack from behind, sidestepped just in time to evade Elbu's strike. Little brat, do you wish to die? Go home and drink your milk. Elbu retorted with bravado. You shall be the first to perish by my hand. Consider yourself fortunate. The Senju warrior, taken aback by Elbu and Appo's arrogance, scoffed. Do little brats today even value their lives? If you do not cherish it, do not blame me for being ruthless. Drawing his sword, the Senju warrior glared at Elbu. Do you prefer to lose a hand first, or a foot? You insolent fool, how dare you be so brazen? At that moment, Elbu's words struck a nerve, causing the Senju warrior to lose his composure. He yearned to silence this impudent child with a single blow, avenging his wounded pride. Kenjutsu, dance of the sun and moon. Prepare to die, brat. With a swift stroke, the Senju warrior aimed for Elbu's neck. Without any weapon, Elbu was compelled to dodge, his movements narrowly evading the attacks. No matter how the Senju warrior struck, he could not land a blow on Elbu. This realization made the warrior regard the child with newfound caution. Earth release, heart's decapitation technique. As the Senju warrior suddenly vanished, Elbu smirked slightly. Interesting trick? Beneath my feet? Not wishing to waste time, Elbu understood that in this smaller body, his stamina was limited, and he needed to dispatch his foe quickly. Just as a hand reached out from below to seize Elbu's ankle, he stomped down with force. This was no mere stomp. Elbu concentrated all his strength into that single footfall, capable of incapacitating the hand. Ah, little brat, let go. The Senju warrior could no longer remain hidden underground, emerging to clutch his injured hand, wincing in pain. Before the Senju warrior could retaliate, Elbu swiftly maneuvered, seizing his weapon and slicing across the warrior's throat. The Senju warrior fell silent, eyes wide with fear as he stared at Elbu. What a swift sword. Elbu examined the weapon in his hand with confusion. Isn't this a sword? How did it become a blade? What a foolish mistake. Having slain one opponent, Elbu felt invigorated. It seems the battlefield truly suits me. With the swift defeat of an enemy, Elbu felt no particular emotion. Yet Madara recognized that this was a B-rank Chunin. Looks like my cousin is quite formidable. To dispatch a Chunin so quickly, and with mere physical prowess. Elbu's display also caught the attention of Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobarama, who were of the same age and had been brought to the battlefield by their father, Hashirama. Seeing a child of his own age with such strength, Hashirama felt a competitive spirit arise within him. I am Senju Hashirama, and I shall be your opponent. Elbu glanced at the child who had suddenly appeared, declaring his intent to duel. He had no interest in indulging a child in play. Without a second thought, he ignored Hashirama and sought another opponent. Chapter 4. Hashirama versus Lu Bu. Should you wish to depart, defeat me first, Lu Bu remarked, observing the relentless Hashirama with an air of annoyance. Since this impudent child failed to recognize his own limitations, it was time to discipline the disobedient young one. Hashirama's persistent pursuit provoked a slight irritation in Tobarama. To be your elder brother's rival is indeed a privilege. He is the paragon of our clan. Humph. Your brother may be the pride of your clan, but my cousin is also the foremost among the younger generation. Tobarama's support stirred a competitive spirit in Obito, who found himself inexplicably irked by Tobarama's presence and felt compelled to retort. Lu Bu, glancing at the trio of youngsters beside him, felt a headache coming on. Being an adult, he had no desire to engage in frivolous disputes with these children. Nor did he comprehend when he had ascended to the status of the clan's foremost figure. A gaggle of youngsters, with little prowess yet grandiose claims. Hearing the white-haired boy boast without substance, Rybu remarked, "You seek death, you wicked Uchiha. Water release, water surge wave." Recognizing the exceptional nature of this water release technique, Rybu swiftly pulled Obito back from the fray. "Dare to launch a surprise attack. Leave that white-haired one to me. Fire release, great fireball technique." Before even 3 sentences were exchanged, Tobirama and Obito had already engaged in battle. Their ages were similar and their strengths comparable, leading to an exchange of blows that was fierce yet balanced. "Tobirama, why did you initiate the attack? Such behavior is quite discourteous. Brother, spare me the lectures. Do not forget there is another adversary before you." Tobirama, observing Hashirama's somewhat naive demeanor, felt a twinge of annoyance. When would his elder brother learn to amend this flaw? At that moment, Hashirama recalled that another Uchiha was present, attentively regarding Rybu. "I am Hashirama Senju. I seek your guidance. Then allow me to enlighten you, young one. You are rather presumptuous. Tread carefully." Hashirama maintained his polite discourse, but found himself momentarily stumped by Rybu and Appo's biting remarks. Foregoing further pleasantries, he charged at Rybu. His physical prowess well regarded within the clan. Even a ninja like Tobirama, who had mastered a few techniques, was no match for him. With confidence, he believed he could best the Uchiha. "Your speed is lacking. Are you crawling?" A derisive tone interrupted Hashirama's thoughts, igniting a sense of embarrassment within him. As he attempted to touch the elusive Rybu, he found himself unable to graze even the hem of his garment. He instantly quickened his pace, augmenting the force behind his strikes. "Are these extravagant movements a dance? Let me teach you what martial arts truly entails. It is a discipline of combat where the only standards are speed, precision, and ferocity. This is how a punch is delivered." With that, Rybu swiftly closed the distance, delivering a straightforward yet lightning-fast punch to Hashirama's chest. The simplicity of this direct blow was such that Hashirama had no time to evade. Bang! Hashirama took the blow squarely, feeling the air escape his lungs, and before he could fully comprehend, Ryubu's voice echoed again. This is how a kick is executed. Rybu and Appo's kick was as unpredictable as a specter, rising from below to connect with Hashirama and Appo's chin. The force sent Hashirama soaring, a tooth dislodged in flight. Upon landing, dizziness overcame him, and with his breath still caught, he struggled to rise. "Brother, damn it! You dare to harm my elder brother?" Hashirama and Appo's defeat momentarily distracted Tobirama, who forgot his own opponent, one slightly stronger than himself. "Engaging with me while distracted? Kiss the ground." With that, Obito seized the opportunity, grasping Tobirama by the collar and forcefully pressing his head down, making intimate contact with the earth. This maneuver was inspired by Rybu. After having been lifted by him, Obito had long admired the technique and finally had the chance to execute it. However, his strength was insufficient to lift Tobirama entirely, relegating him to pinning him to the ground instead. Both Hashirama and Tobirama found themselves grounded, unable to rise. The commotion drew the attention of the Senju clan members, who witnessed their young leader toppled. They rushed forward in a furious uproar, demanding, "Release our young leader." Upon hearing this, Rybu and Obito realized the significance of their captives. Their eyes lit up with intrigue. They stepped closer, each seizing one of the boys, positioning them defensively before themselves. "Do not move, lest I take the life of your young leader. Cousin, we've caught 2 significant prizes. We shall earn great merit." Their actions left the Senju clan members in a state of hesitation, causing them to freeze in place. As the number of Senju clan members swelled, the Uchiha quickly sensed the shift in dynamics and converged towards Rybu and Obito, having recognized the potential importance of their captives. "Elder you, these individuals are the young leaders of the Senju clan," informed the patriarch at once. "Indeed, I shall notify the clan leader immediately." Upon hearing that the captives were the young leaders of the Senju clan, Uchiha Yu's expression brightened considerably. He arrived at the battlefield where Uchiha Tajima and Senju Butsuma were engaged in combat, observing the escalating ferocity of their clash. He realized he could not intervene and instead shouted, "Senju clan leader, cease hostilities. Your 2 sons have been captured by us. If you wish to see them unharmed, stop this battle at once." "What? You scoundrel! Tajima, how dare you threaten my sons? Butsuma, have you lost your senses? This is war, not a child and Appo's game. You scoundrels, cease at once." With no alternative, Butsuma, aware of his son's predicament, was compelled to halt the conflict. His furious declaration silenced the battlefield instantaneously. Under Uchiha Yu's guidance, the clan members began to converge towards Rybu and Obito. As soon as Butsuma laid eyes on his sons held captive by their peers, rage surged within him. Though he had yet to arrive, his furious shout resonated, "Release my sons at once, or I shall end you." "Butsuma, dare you threaten my sons? Beware. I might just slay yours first." "Tajima, what must I do to secure my son's release?" Finally, a moment of dialogue emerged. "You will bear the losses of this battle, and additionally, compensate me 2 million Ryo and I shall release your sons. Tajima, do not overreach. 2 million Rio? You might as well attempt to rob a bank. Have you lost your mind? That is precisely what I am doing. Butsuma, driven to desperation by the capture of his sons, found himself losing rationality. In the exchange of words, Tajima gained the upper hand. And soon the two began to haggle openly before their clansmen. A moment of incredulity enveloped both factions as they exchanged bewildered glances. Chapter 5. The defeat of the Thousand Hand clan. With a look of disbelief, Ban gazed at his father and the leader of the Thousand Hand clan, who were haggling over prices as if they were bargaining for goods, their words spitting forth. Cousin, these two are utterly devalued. Is this truly a negotiation? That is your father. Do you not comprehend the purpose of warfare? It is a struggle for interests. This is not my father. How embarrassing. Child, you are still too naive, Rybu replied, adopting a tone of an elder, prompting Ban to roll his eyes in exasperation. He dared not voice his thoughts aloud, resorting instead to muttering curses under his breath. Humph, you are but a child yourself, cousin, so adept at pretense. What did you say? Nothing. I merely commented on how impressive you are, cousin. Rybu, uninterested in sparring with him, pretended not to have heard. The argument between Uchiha Tajima and Senju Butsuma grew increasingly heated, with no resolution in sight. Senju Butsuma remained formidable, his chakra surging with intensity. While Uchiha Tajima stood his ground, the two rivals' auras clashing dramatically. This is the prowess of first-rate generals. This world is indeed intriguing, Rybu mused, his eyes gleaming at the display of strength. He had not anticipated such martial prowess in this realm. His heart, once tranquil, began to stir with excitement. In this life, he still aspired to be the preeminent figure, for he was none other than Rybu among men. The prideful spirit within him surged once more. To return to mediocrity was simply out of the question. Butsuma, should you continue to prattle, I shall slay your two sons. You. Tayanshima's patience wore thin, and with both sons in their grasp, he found himself brimming with indignation. Butsuma's imposing demeanor faltered, his gaze towards his sons turning ominous. In 2 days, I shall bring 100,000 taels to exchange for my sons. We shall depart. This defeat left the Thousand Hand clan empty-handed, their loss swift and decisive. Even the Vortex clan, who had intended to launch a surprise attack, had not yet arrived. The Thousand Hand clan found themselves at the mercy of the Uchiha, who had seized both sons, culminating in their downfall. This incident elevated the reputations of Uchiha Rybu and Uchiha Ban significantly. Rybu Ban, today you have both rendered tremendous service. Upon your return to the clan, I shall bestow your rewards upon you. Very well. Rybu and Ban entrusted the care of Hashirama and Tobarama to other clan members before departing the battlefield alongside their kin. Upon returning to their clan's territory, Rybu retreated to his quarters to resume his training. He found himself somewhat dissatisfied with his current strength. Due to his physical condition and the lack of a suitable weapon, his capabilities were considerably diminished. It seems I must hasten to forge my Fong Tianhua halberd. Without it, I cannot unleash my full potential. Moreover, the limitations of his youthful physique vexed him greatly. He would have to wait a decade for his body to mature. Trapped in the body of a child, Rybu felt a persistent discomfort, forcing himself to lay a solid foundation and eagerly anticipating his growth. 2 days after returning to the clan, Senju Butsuma arrived with riches to reclaim his sons. Meanwhile, Rybu and Ban received their rewards, each awarded 100,000 taels, which brought Rybu great joy. As he bolstered his strength, he understood that financial support was equally crucial. This newfound wealth would sustain him for quite some time. However, Rybu remained unaware that the cost of living in this world differed vastly from that of the Han dynasty. Today, he would soon discover the truth. Shopkeeper, how much for these ingredients? Ah, young Master Rybu, this totals 1,100 taels, but you may pay 1,000. How much? 1,000 taels? Surely you jest. Ah, young Master Rybu, I would never dare deceive you. Inquire with others, they will confirm the price. Rybu glanced at the 2 pounds of meat and some vegetables, hardly enough to last 2 days. In the Han dynasty, such provisions would cost at most 1 tael of silver, yet here they demanded 1,000. This revelation shocked him, indicating that his 100,000 taels would not last long. After paying, he began inquiring about prices and was taken aback. Based on his recent purchases, his silver would barely sustain him for a month. While there were cheaper options, such as sushi, rice balls, and ramen, he found these foods unpalatable. It appeared that dining at his uncle's home would be the most economical choice, albeit at the expense of his culinary satisfaction. Moreover, Ben also possessed 100,000 taels. However, a child had little use for money, so Rybu intended to spend it on his behalf. At the Uchiha clan's residence, Ben suddenly felt a chill run down his spine, sensing that something ominous was on the horizon. He glanced around, noticing no one nearby, but his unease was soon forgotten. When Rybu returned, he summoned Uchiha Ban directly. Cousin, what do you need? Ban, I am in need of funds. May I borrow some from you? Cousin, do not think to deceive me. I shall not lend you a single tael. Will you, or will you not? I will not. A minute later, a battered Uchiha Ban lay on the ground, despondent. Uchiha Rybu, you are committing robbery. Just wait. I shall ensure you suffer for this. Rybu brushed off his hands, unfazed by Ban and Appos as threats. At last, my Fong Tianhua halberd is within reach. A year later, throughout the past year, Elbu had diligently trained, refraining from any involvement in battles. Even as the Thousand Hand clan clashed with the Uchiha, Elbu remained within the confines of his clan. In contrast, Uchiha Ban and his brother Uchiha Izuna shone brightly this year. Ben found himself evenly matched with Shinja Hashirama, their abilities advancing rapidly. Even Izuna became a worthy opponent for Shinja Tobarama. Each skirmish saw these four warriors engage in fierce competition, yet none emerged as the clear victor. At last, I have achieved second-tier strength. To return to my prime, it seems I must wait a few more years until my body fully matures. Within his chamber, Elbu, bearing a pair of one-tomo Sharingan, spoke to himself. A year prior, he had been capable of awakening his eyes but had chosen to suppress this ability, aware that premature activation would burden his body significantly. Today, having mastered the fourth level of his Overlord body forging technique, he finally stepped into the realm of second-tier generals. Equivalent to B-rank CH Need. No longer suppressing himself, he activated his Sharingan, though he recognized he could have awakened the three-tomo variant. Yet, his body resisted vehemently, compelling Elbu to contain this temptation, remaining at the one-tomo level. It felt as if an immense danger loomed should he not restrain himself, serving as a warning that deterred him from further advancement. Cousin, today you shall undoubtedly face defeat. A thunderous shout interrupted Elbu's contemplation, leaving him somewhat exasperated. This occurrence had become all too frequent. Uchiha Ban would periodically seek him out for a duel. Each time, Elbu would effortlessly overpower him, even robbing him of his funds in the process. Chapter 6. The Sharingan. Once, Izuna Uchiha, in a moment of cleverness, approached Lu Bu without any money on him. The result was that Lu Bu pummeled him for 3 consecutive days, denying him food. With no other option, Izuna had to obediently retrieve the money. At which point Lu Bu finally relented. This left Izuna Uchiha gritting his teeth in fury, wishing he could incinerate Lu Bu with a fire technique on the spot. The moment Izuna laid eyes on Lu Bu, he was captivated by his gaze. Cousin, you have awakened your eyes. It and Appos, S merely a single tomo. There and Amp, Appos, S no need for such a fuss. But this is the Sharingan. The Sharingan. Cousin, you are only 7 years old, 7. Lu Bu frowned slightly upon hearing Izuna and Amp, Appos, S words. Though he had long absorbed the memories within his mind and perused the clan's archives, he understood that the Uchiha clan's members were often revered upon awakening their eyes. However, he did not expect Izuna to react with such astonishment. Cousin, do you know how arduous it is for our Uchiha clan members to awaken their eyes? One must suffer the loss of a loved one to stimulate the brain into awakening, which is why our Sharingan is also known as the cursed eye. This left Lu Bu in a state of confusion. He had not experienced any such trauma. In truth, after a brief moment of surprise, Izuna came to terms with it. He understood that Lu Bu had lost his parents before arriving at the clan's territory, and thus, it was only natural for him to awaken his eyes. Now, gazing at his cousin, who was merely a year older yet had already awakened his eyes, he could only feel envy and sorrow. It appeared that to awaken the eyes, one must undergo significant emotional or mental stimulation. No, if one's mental prowess meets the requirements, one should be able to awaken automatically. Isn't that exactly my situation? Lu Bu mused aloud, suspecting that the truth was not as Izuna had described. The loss of a beloved one does indeed provide a substantial emotional and mental stimulus. However, this comes at the cost of exhausting one and Appos' potential prematurely, which can have severe repercussions on the body. Much like a child who, to save themselves from a boulder, might summon immense strength to lift it, yet ends up rendered nearly incapacitated afterward. Izuna, your method of awakening is flawed. If one and Appos' mental strength reaches the requisite level, the eyes can awaken automatically. Forcing an awakening through intense emotional stimuli places a heavy burden on the body. This is the most inferior method of awakening. Cousin, is that truly the case? Just a moment, I shall summon father. Izuna was astounded by Lu Bu's words. If what Lu Bu said was true, it would undoubtedly present a monumental opportunity for the Uchiha clan. He felt it imperative to relay this information to his father. When Izuna called for Tajima, the elder was equally astonished upon seeing Lu Bu's eyes. Lu Bu, Izuna just informed me of your insights. How did you come to know this? Uncle, my Sharingan awakened automatically due to my mental prowess meeting the requirements. I could have awakened a 3-tomo Sharingan directly, but I suppressed it, allowing only 1 tomo to manifest, as my body issued a dire warning that awakening to 3 tomos would impose a tremendous strain. What? Cousin, you awakened automatically? Not due to your father. Not at all. Both Tajima and Izuna were momentarily struck silent. Lu Bu's case shattered their understanding of the Uchiha clan. If it were indeed as Lu Bu claimed, and if their kin could awaken their eyes automatically, he could scarcely fathom the implications. The Uchiha clan would undoubtedly ascend to become the foremost clan in the ninja world. Without question. Lu Bu, do you know how one can achieve the requirements for automatic awakening? Uncle, it is quite complex. Both physical strength and mental prowess must reach a certain threshold. To put it simply, if your physical strength and mental prowess can reach the level of a chunin before awakening, You can automatically awaken a single Tomo, provided you possess the potential for awakening. Though Tajima struggled to fully grasp Lu Bu and Appo's explanation, he recognized that many within the clan met these conditions, yet still had not awakened. However, Lu Bu's final remark led Tajima to a realization regarding the lack of awakening among some. In fact, Tajima noticed a pattern. Those who successfully awakened within 3 generations often had descendants who could also awaken. In contrast, many who had not awakened were typically from lines that had failed to awaken within 3 generations. While Tajima may not have understood the intricacies, he seized upon this insight to better identify and cultivate talented individuals within the clan. Lu Bu, your current strength has reached the level of a B-rank Chunin. Could you demonstrate your prowess to your uncle? Certainly, I have just broken through and am in need of a sparring partner to master my newfound power. Izuna, standing nearby, felt a pang of discouragement. He had come with the intent to defeat Lu Bu, only to discover that Lu Bu had grown even stronger, leaving Izuna still a C-rank genin, devoid of the courage to continue challenging him. Lu Bu and Tajima swiftly moved outside to face one another in the courtyard. Uncle, let us first test our physical techniques. Very well, do not hesitate to strike, for I am an A-ranked elite jonin, and there is no need to fear injuring me. As soon as Tajima finished speaking, Lu Bu and Appo's aura transformed dramatically, akin to a ferocious beast fixating on him, which made Tajima and Appo's demeanor become serious. Lu Bu drew forth a scroll, placing his right hand beside his mouth with his index and middle fingers raised. Release. With a puff of smoke, a uniquely shaped weapon appeared in Lu Bu and Appo's grasp. What manner of weapon is this? Uncle, be cautious. This is my custom weapon, known as the Fong Tian Hua Ji. It measures 8 feet 2 inches in length, weighs 56 pounds, and is crafted entirely from special metal, rendering it exceedingly sharp. Tajima observed that the Fong Tian Hua Ji was nearly twice Lu Bu's height. To wield a 56-pound weapon with one arm, Lu Bu must possess at least 100 pounds of arm strength, yet he is merely 7 years old. Tajima realized he could not compare Lu Bu to an ordinary child and drew his long sword, assuming a defensive stance. Technique, sweeping through the armies. Lu Bu surged forward, unleashing a sweeping strike toward Tajima. As Tajima beheld the Fong Tian Hua Ji sweeping toward him from the right, he contemplated testing Lu Bu and Appo's strength. He stood his ground, raising his sword to block. Clang. The moment their weapons clashed, Tajima's expression shifted dramatically as he swiftly retreated to evade Lu Bu's strike. What immense strength! Uncle, be careful. My techniques become heavier with each strike. After warning his uncle, Lu Bu unleashed his technique, striking down towards Tajima with each blow. Initially, as he missed both target and terrain, Izuna did not perceive the gravity of Lu Bu and Appo's prowess. However, when Lu Bu's weapon struck a tree as thick as an adult's waist, the tree fell with a resounding crash. It was at that moment Izuna comprehended the extent of Lu Bu's strength. He remembered that when he struck the same tree with all his might, not a single leaf had fallen. Now, witnessing the tree being cleaved in two by Lu Bu's weapon, Izuna felt his eyes ignite with fervor as he watched Lu Bu wielding the Fong Tian Hua Ji with fluid grace. Chapter 7. The Strength of an Elite Shinobi. Lu Bu, my uncle is about to employ ninjutsu. Your taijutsu has left even him uncertain of his ability to defeat you. Be cautious. Very well. Upon receiving Lu Bu and Appo's consent, Tajima swiftly performed a dazzling series of hand seals, completing the jutsu in the blink of an eye. Fire release, great fireball technique. With a swift motion, he unleashed a colossal fireball, only for Lu Bu to cleave it in two with a downward strike of his halberd. Before the flames could touch the ground, they transformed into a cloud of smoke, dissipating into the air. What a thrilling display to shatter a fireball with such ease. It seems I can no longer hold back, or else I may be embarrassed by my own nephew. Fire release, fire dragon bullet. With a fierce determination, Tajima summoned a massive fire dragon that roared as it surged towards Lu Bu. In response, Lu Bu raised his Fong Tianhua halberd, spinning it rapidly like a top. As the fire dragon approached, it was caught in a swirling vortex created by Lu Bu's rapid rotation, compelled to mirror his motion. The faster he spun, the more vibrant the flames became, until Lu Bu suddenly redirected the fire dragon back towards Tajima. Tajima, momentarily taken aback by Lu Bu's maneuver, was left astonished. To receive a fire dragon bullet and send it back, how could this be possible? Caught off guard, he had no choice but to raise 2 fingers to his mouth. Substitution technique. With a resounding clash, smoke enveloped the area as the fire dragon collided with the ground. Tajima reappeared directly in front of Lu Bu, observing the peculiar nature of Lu Bu's technique with intrigue. Lu Bu, what kind of technique is this? I've never seen anything like it before. Uncle, this is a technique inherited in my mind, tailored exclusively for my training in taijutsu. All right, there's no need to continue. I comprehend your strength now. With your taijutsu alone, you can contend with an A-rank elite shinobi. However, I wonder why you do not utilize ninjutsu. I have only learned the great fireball technique. I have not trained in any other ninjutsu. Tajima's lips twitched in response. Thankfully, he had not pursued ninjutsu, for he might have truly faced humiliation. At that moment, Tajima remembered he possessed a sheet of paper for testing chakra attributes. He retrieved it and tossed it to Rybu. Rybu, direct your chakra towards this paper and observe your attributes. Following Tajima's instructions, Rybu released chakra onto the paper, which promptly displayed 6 distinct transformations: water, fire, earth, wind, lightning, and een. Water, fire, earth, wind, lightning, and een. Such an impressive array. Your aptitude is remarkable, only slightly inferior to mine. You must train diligently. I will support you wholeheartedly in your endeavors. Without waiting for Rybu and Appo's response, Tajima swiftly departed. He no longer wished to remain beside such a prodigy, fearing he would be overshadowed. If Rybu were to awaken a yang attribute, he would indeed be a rare talent possessing all 7 attributes. Fortunately, the Uchiha clan's chances of birthing a yang attribute are exceedingly slim. Nonetheless, such talent is a rarity that occurs only once in a millennium. Cousin, continue your training. I have matters to attend to. Ban, it seems your training has been quite taxing lately, perhaps. Stop right there, little brother. I can only spare so much. Must you persist in taking from me alone? You have another younger cousin. With no choice, Ban begrudgingly handed over the money, inadvertently selling out his younger brother, Izuna. Rybu observed Ban's hasty retreat, a smirk tugging at his lips as he muttered to himself, help me acquire some ninjutsu scrolls. This child, never allowing me to finish my thoughts, leaves me feeling like a bandit. Amused yet exasperated, Rybu picked up the scattered bills. Perhaps, for the sake of the money, he would make the trip after all. Reflecting on Ban's words, he acknowledged that he could no longer solely burden him. It was time to assist his younger cousin, Izuna, as well. Izuna, my cousin, I will come to guide your training soon, Rybu earnestly proclaimed. As a result, Uchiha Izuna, who was diligently practicing taijutsu at home, sneezed several times in succession. What is happening? It feels as though something ominous is approaching. Despite racking his brain, Izuna could not decipher the feeling and resumed his training. Over the course of the year, Rybu and Appo's training primarily focused on the overlord body forging technique. His chakra, refined for only 2 hours each day, had barely reached the level of a B-rank chunin. Despite having lived 2 lives, Rybu's mental acuity surpassed that of ordinary individuals. Augmented by his specialized body cultivation techniques, his physical prowess and mental strength far exceeded that of his peers, allowing him to refine chakra at an accelerated pace. Rybu selected a few ninjutsu scrolls from the clan and Appo's repository and returned to his room to continue his training. Due to the limitations imposed by age, he could not further enhance the overlord body forging technique for the time being and instead focused on refining his ninjutsu. This time, Rybu chose 3 basic ninjutsu techniques, alongside 1 C-rank and 1 B-rank technique. The 3 basic ninjutsu were transformation technique, substitution technique, and clone technique, all of which Rybu found quite practical. Additionally, he selected the C-rank technique Phoenix Fire technique and the B-rank technique Fire Dragon Bullet. Given his current chakra reserves, he could not afford to learn too many techniques, especially since he had already mastered the Great Fireball technique. These ninjutsu would suffice for his current stage, as he anticipated that his abilities would not fluctuate significantly in the near future. Thus, he would continue to prioritize taijutsu, with ninjutsu serving as a supplementary focus. He had also heard that the Sharingan was reputed to greatly enhance genjutsu, which he intended to study further. As half a year passed, Ban refrained from seeking Rybu for sparring. However, Rybu sought out Izuna, allowing him to enjoy the same treatment as Ban. In the end, Izuna learned from Rybu that Ban had sold him out, driving him to the brink of madness. One day, unable to endure any longer, Izuna conspired with Rybu to bring Ban back into the fold. Together, they shared the burden of Rybu's demands, which brought Izuna a sense of balance. The experiences of the 2 young clan leaders instilled a sense of trepidation among their peers regarding Rybu. Have you heard? The 2 young clan leaders have once again fallen prey to the demands of the young master. What? Are you going to stand up for them? Not a chance. I can barely manage my own allowance. I have no desire to increase the young master's income. Enough of that chatter. It seems the Senju clan has allied with 3 or 4 other clans to attack us Uchiha. The clan leader is also seeking alliances with the Take-Torai and Hitaki clans to counter the Senju coalition. 3 or 4 clans. Which ones? From the mountains, the Nara, Akimichi, and Uzumaki clans. The trio known as the Boar, Deer, Butterfly clans? One of them poses little threat, but together, they are no less formidable than the Uzumaki and Hyuga clans. Only slightly weaker than the Senju and our Uchiha. Indeed, since we Uchiha have occupied this land in the Land of Fire, the Senju clan has caused us trouble year after year. Chapter 8. Crying out among peers hearing the conversations outside, Rybu fell into contemplation. Over the past year, he had come to understand that the entire shinobi world was roughly the size of a single province in the Han dynasty. Presently, 5 powerful nations stood out: the Land of Fire, the Land of Wind, the Land of Water, the Land of Earth, and the Land of Lightning. These 5 nations were akin to the 5 counties of a provincial government, while the others were mere small states, incapable of rivaling these five. The Land of Fire was currently embroiled in incessant conflicts instigated by the Uchiha, Shinju, Hyuga, and Uzumaki clans, along with several minor families. The situation was no different in the other four nations. As for matters beyond the shinobi realm, Rybu remained utterly oblivious. It seemed that the tranquil days of cultivation were drawing to a close. In this minuscule territory, with a population of merely 20 to 30 million, each year was rather tumultuous, characterized by a cycle of battles. Either they struck at him, or he retaliated. Rybu felt a sense of vexation. Within this short span of over a year, there had been no fewer than 4 clashes between the two sides. On average, skirmishes occurred every 3 to 4 months, with thousands of combatants engaged each time. This relentless cycle made Rybu yearn to swiftly regain his peak prowess to single-handedly sweep through the Land of Fire and cultivate in peace. Such trivial conflicts felt unworthy of his interest. Originally, Rybu intended to feign ignorance of the situation, but he was soon approached by Tajima, who urged him to participate in the impending war. Rybu, your strength has significantly improved over the past year. It is time for you to contribute to the clan. Uncle, is the situation truly that dire? Must we children also take to the battlefield? Alas, my generation has proven inept, unable to ensure your peaceful growth. I can only hope that your generation matures swiftly to accomplish what we could not. I have but one request. I wish to lead those of my age. Very well. The peers of your age, including Madara and Izuna, total 72, and will all be under your command. How long until the battle? 1 month. Having received the information he sought, Rybu wasted no time and instructed Tajima to summon the individuals immediately. He intended to utilize this month to rigorously train these 72 individuals. He understood that when personal might could not sway the tide of battle, sheer numbers were the best strategy. As Tajima gathered the individuals before Rybu, he stepped back and began to prepare for other matters. Weren't we called here to fight? What is the purpose of our gathering? One child inquired. Rybu regarded the chattering children with growing annoyance. Silence. I am Uchiha Rybu. From this moment forth, you shall all be under my command. Those in agreement, remain still. Those in disagreement, step forward. His audacious declaration promptly silenced the crowd. Madara, Izuna, and a few others who recognized Rybu's prowess stood quietly. However, several elder sons, unaware of Rybu's strength, began to voice their dissent. Rybu, by what right do you command us? I refuse to accept this. And I as well. As Rybu remained silent, more voices joined in protest. And soon 23 or 24 individuals had stepped forward. Observing that no one else was willing to oppose him, Rybu spoke again. Is there anyone else who refuses? Step forward. Defeat me, and you may command these individuals, including myself. Upon hearing this, several among them exchanged glances, their interest piqued. 3 stepped forth. Rybu surveyed the 27 or 8 challengers and ceased his words, raising his hand in a sweeping gesture. The remaining members, led by Madara and Izuna, stepped aside to watch. The challengers looked perplexed, and a few sensed impending doom. All 3 of you, attack together. Don't waste time, or I shall make short work of you. Madara and Izuna watched their brother with admiration, wondering if these opponents could withstand Rybu's assault. With these weaklings, even we would struggle. I wonder what strength our brother will exhibit this time. Why aren't they attacking? Brother wouldn't he truly harm them, would he? Considering how he bullies and beats us, there is nothing he would shy away from. Madara and Appo's remark conjured distressing images in Izuna and Appo's mind, prompting her to remain silent. As Rybu observed the 20-odd individuals hesitating to act, his expression darkened. Just as impatience began to surface, the 3 challengers finally launched their attack. Rybu, you are too arrogant. Don't blame us for taking advantage of our numbers. You will regret this, Uchiha. Enough chatter. Attack. You seek death. The trio charged at Rybu, who swiftly interrupted their bravado. Without further ado, they engaged him, and soon, the rest joined the fray. Taijutsu multi-strike. Taijutsu. Dance of fire. Taijutsu, kunai throw. All of them were mere children of the same age, lacking sufficient chakra, and thus resorted to physical techniques. Yet, Rybu merely shook his head at their efforts. The only attack that piqued his interest was one child's kunai throw. Regrettably, it was far from commendable. As the onslaught continued, Rybu stood firm, effortlessly evading each strike. The only time he was compelled to engage was when 2 of the 3 challengers attacked simultaneously, which he deftly blocked with a single hand. The disparity was glaring. His cousins were not even breaking a sweat. The unfortunate children could not muster Rybu's interest, and soon they would face a reprimand. Madara and Izuna began to mourn for the challengers from the sidelines. Despite their attempts, the 20-odd assailants struggled to coordinate their efforts, each attacking individually without applying pressure on Rybu. Recognizing their limitations, Rybu decided not to waste any more time. You lot are utterly uninspiring. Allow me to demonstrate what true taijutsu entails. To strike effectively, one must coordinate both arms and legs. This is how a punch is delivered. Hands are but doors, while legs are the means to strike. With that, Rybu unleashed a flurry of strikes, his fists and feet moving in perfect harmony. In mere moments, Several challengers found themselves knocked to the ground, bewildered and defeated. As the others attempted to regroup, Lu Bu's hands became like gates, his movements dazzling them. Before they could comprehend what transpired, they were sent flying by kicks that seemed to come from nowhere. In the blink of an eye, 27 or 8 individuals lay sprawled on the ground, wailing in dismay. Wah! I want to find my father. Someone's bullying me. Father! The bad guys are hitting me. Lu Bu's expression darkened as he watched several of them cry out for their parents. Chapter 9. The villainous Elbu found himself vexed by the cries of a few individuals. Silence. If you continue to weep, I shall put an end to you. His furious roar instantly silenced the sobbing children. Gazing at this group of still immature youths, Elbu began to regret his predicament. Indeed, he had unwittingly invited trouble upon himself. Although children in this world tended to mature quickly, there were still a few who remained within the bounds of normalcy. It was these few children, within that normal range, who caused Elbu considerable distress. It appears my cousin is not adept at soothing children. Brother, do you truly intend to harm them? The solemnity of the situation was thoroughly disrupted by Ban and Izuna, prompting Elbu to cover his forehead in exasperation. Upon seeing the mischief of the two, Elbu's annoyance flared, and he swiftly moved to their side. Cousin, do not approach. I was mistaken. Wait, cousin, this is all my wealth. I wasn't he laughing. It was brother who kept chuckling. Observing Izuna skillfully employing a monetary offensive while simultaneously betraying Ban, Elbu couldn't help but throw up his hands in surrender. One hand grasped the money, while the other playfully landed a light punch on Izuna's eye. As for Ban, Elbu did not grant him any opportunity to retaliate, delivering a swift kick that sent him flying. Cousin, I have offered you money. Why do you still strike me? Then relinquish the money, or you and your brother shall take flight together. Izuna watched as Ban was expelled from the courtyard, swallowing hard and shaking his head. Elbu's action effectively subdued all the children present. With both young clan leaders beaten, they dared not resist. They were filled with trepidation as they looked upon Elbu. Everyone, rise and assemble. Today we shall practice martial arts. Quickly. On Elbu's first day of gathering them, he had them sweating profusely in the courtyard, teaching them not the clan's foundational techniques, but rather a specialized set of military exercises he had meticulously devised. This regimen was designed to fortify their physiques, while simultaneously honing their wills, instilling in them a continual sense of obedience and fostering discipline through the training. As the first day's training concluded, the children dashed back home. The very first thing they did upon arrival was to recount their woes to their parents. Father, Elbu from the Uchiha clan beat me up. Elbu, is he not the one who often robs the young clan leaders? Rob? I do not know. But today Ban and Izuna were indeed beaten by him. Upon hearing this, the child's parents exchanged glances, realizing that their son was referring to the young master. It seemed their child had been unfairly punished. Although Elbu had not participated in battles over the past year, he had demonstrated B-rank Ch strength a year prior. The clan leader had mentioned that the young master had developed martial skills capable of contending with A-rank J-nin. Their own family's strongest member had barely reached A-rank J-nin status. How could they restore their son's dignity? They feared they themselves would not stand a chance against the young master. Son, why did Elbu strike you? Now, the child hesitated, unable to articulate an answer. The couple immediately surmised that there was undoubtedly a reason and pressed their son to explain the circumstances in detail. Upon hearing their son's account, the couple's expressions darkened. 30 or so children had besieged Elbu alone and were effortlessly subdued. How could they return to complain? Good job, you little rascal. I often tell you to train diligently, yet you constantly complain of exhaustion or discomfort. Now, facing someone stronger, you dare return to complain? Darling, fetch the rattan. I shall discipline this insolent child today. Dear, there is no need for such trouble. Let us jointly teach our son a lesson, ensuring he understands the perils of society. Hearing his parents' intentions, the child was left dumbfounded. It appeared they were planning a combined assault on him. Realizing the gravity of his situation, he attempted to flee. But his parents, one A.J. Nin and the other a C.H. Nin, easily restrained him. This mere genin child stood no chance of escape. A symphony of delightful cries echoed in the courtyard, and soon, multiple families joined in harmony, crafting a tale of woe that resonated throughout the clan. The crisp, clear screams became a delightful melody. Listening to these sounds, parents of other children felt a surge of anticipation as they eyed their offspring. Thus, Elbu's notoriety spread far and wide. Though not for commendable reasons, in the mouths of children, he became a villain. On the following day, 72 children arrived early at Elbu's courtyard. Before he even emerged, they commenced their training of their own accord. Even Ban and Izuna were taken aback. Though they had not been privy to a father-son heart-to-heart, they had grown accustomed to their cousin's intermittent counsel over the past year. Brother, why are these fellows so obedient today? Did you not hear the commotion last night? A mournful melody resonated for over an hour within the clan, leaving listeners heartbroken and tearful. Oh, it was simply enchanting. What nonsense at that moment. Elbu stepped out of the room, observing the children diligently training, nodding in approval. He circled around them, recognizing the reason for their newfound compliance. Noticing faint handprints on their faces and bodies, Elbu deduced that they had returned home to receive expressions of affection from their parents the previous night. Today, I shall teach you how to control chakra while training in martial arts. Here are 20 targets, each adorned with 100 sheets of paper, each marked with a circle. First, strike within this circle until you can no longer do so. Then, envelop your fist in chakra, breaking through all 100 sheets without harming the target behind them. Completing this step successfully will prepare you for the second phase, where you must strike through the paper without damaging it, while breaking the bark of the tree behind it. Cousin, how difficult can this be? I can break through with a single punch. This is your training method. You two will observe from the side and practice on wooden boards. Listen closely. Only when you can strike without harming the paper in front and can shatter the bark behind it will you be deemed qualified. With that, Elbu delivered a punch to one of the targets. The target quivered, yet the paper remained unscathed. Once Elbu removed the paper, a clear imprint of his fist was embedded in the wood behind it. Gasping, everyone inhaled sharply, realizing that they had not sensed the chakra. This indicated that Elbu had achieved this effect purely through martial prowess. Had that punch landed on a person, their bones would undoubtedly have shattered. Even Ban and Izuna stood in stunned silence, finally understanding why they had consistently been unable to best Elbu. Why do you stand there in a daze? Train. Yes. The courtyard soon resonated with the sounds of fists striking targets. Observing that no one was slacking, Elbu settled down before the group and began refining his chakra. Although such refinement typically required a tranquil environment, the current energy of the group did not disturb him. Chapter 10. Special Training Every Day. Elbu diligently trained a group of children while also adhering to his own rigorous training regimen. He had already mastered several ninjutsu techniques. However, he found the hand signs for these techniques overly intricate. Even the simple body duplication technique required 3 or 4 hand signs each. In the heat of battle, executing these at such a pace would likely leave him with nothing but ashes. Therefore, Elbu added a new training component, increasing the speed of his hand signs. His days were meticulously structured. Mornings were for refining chakra, afternoons for practicing hand signs, and evenings for studying illusion techniques. On one particular evening, after completing his training, Elbu resumed his research on illusion techniques, specifically the Kage-Keiken technique. This was a foundational illusion technique of the Uchiha clan, which, at a more advanced level, required the use of the Sharingan to perform the Tsuki-no-Mi technique. The Kage-Keiken technique was a group illusion that could ensnare opponents in a fabricated hallucination, allowing the user to strike while the enemy remained trapped. It was a practical technique, growing in potency with the user's strength. However, it was easy to learn yet difficult to master. Once the Sharingan was awakened, practitioners would typically advance to Tsuki-no-Mi. Those without the Sharingan often lacked the mental fortitude to execute Kage-Keiken effectively, making it less favored within the clan. Nevertheless, Elbu held high hopes for this technique, believing that, once his mental strength was sufficient, it would serve as an excellent means of combat. While Tsuki-no-Mi was undeniably formidable, it was somewhat overkill when facing numerous adversaries, being more suitable for confronting a single formidable opponent. Cousin, dinner is ready. At that moment, as Elbu was deeply engrossed in his study of Kage-Keiken, Ban unexpectedly called him for dinner. Elbu felt a surge of impatience and instinctively raised a finger towards Ban. Illusion technique, Kage-Keiken. Caught completely off guard, Ban was immediately pulled into Elbu's illusion. The realm Elbu conjured was no ordinary mirage. It was a battlefield, chaotic and filled with the clamor of thousands engaged in combat. Neatly arranged formations, countless spears blotting out the sun, and cavalry charging like wild stallions filled the scene. Soldiers fell in waves, their fragility starkly highlighted in that moment. Don't come closer. Father, save me. Don't kill me. With a swift movement, Tajima appeared beside Ban. Upon seeing Ban unharmed, Tajima's expression shifted, and he raised 2 fingers, exclaiming, "Release." Ban emerged from the illusion, gazing at his father and the pale-faced Elbu. Realization dawned on him, and he glared at Elbu in indignation. "Elbu, you were testing your illusion on me, you scoundrel." Elbu, too, had not anticipated that forcibly breaking the illusion would result in a backlash against his mental state. Unprepared, he felt as though his brain had been struck with a hammer, leaving him slightly dazed. Observing Ban's furious expression, Elbu felt an unusual sense of embarrassment. "Ah, cousin, don't mind the details. Your mental strength is still too weak. Elbu, are you alright? Your uncle, in a moment of urgency, forcibly dispelled your illusion. Is the backlash severe? Uncle, there is no need for concern. I am fine, just a bit dizzy from the unexpected strain, but I shall recover shortly. Father, am I truly your biological son?" Ban's reproachful tone elicited little response from Tajima, who remained focused on Elbu with genuine concern. Tajima harbored a lingering guilt towards Elbu. Had he arrived sooner that day, perhaps his older brother and sister-in-law would still be alive. Witnessing Elbu suffer due to his desperate attempt to save his child only deepened his internal pain. "Elbu, you just executed Kage-Keiken. You have successfully mastered it." "Indeed, uncle. This illusion technique suits me perfectly. I couldn't resist testing it on Ban today. My apologies for frightening my cousin." "Humph. I was not frightened at all. Excellent work, Elbu. If your father could see your accomplishments now, he would be immensely pleased. At this, a silence fell over the room. Ban refrained from interjecting, while Tajima realized he had misspoken and found himself at a loss for words. Elbu, too, pondered the vaguely familiar faces in his mind. Truth be told, he had not seen his parents since the day he arrived in this world, and their images were fading from his memory. Uncle, I have moved past the pain. I now wish only to bring an end to this chaotic world and live a peaceful life. Tajima nodded, falling silent. As a figure of authority, he was accustomed to commanding others, but found himself at a loss when it came to offering genuine comfort. Let us go have dinner. After finishing their meal, Elbu and the others retired for the night. Due to the mental backlash, Elbu unusually refrained from training that evening. The following day, he began training with renewed vigor. Time passed swiftly, and soon it was the 20th day. This day marked the final day of their special training, and Elbu planned to allow them to rest and recuperate in preparation for the impending battle 10 days hence. Having trained diligently for nearly a month, Elbu announced, "Today, we will assess your progress. After this evaluation, you need not return. However, only those who survive the upcoming battle will be eligible to continue training with me." Yes, young Master Elbu. Many had significantly improved over the past month. The 72 individuals had all reached the level of C-rank Genin, while Ban and Izuna, though not having broken through, were now nearly on par with B-rank CH Nin. Among them, 3 individuals were only slightly weaker than Ban and Izuna, marking them as standout members of the group. You 3 will spar with Ban and Izuna. The remaining individuals will pair off for combat practice, with one individual joining Ban and Izuna. Begin. At Elbu and Appos, as command, the 72 swiftly formed teams, each selecting their opponents. Ban and Izuna, however, became more cautious, aware they would be facing 4 assailants. While confident in their abilities, they dared not underestimate their opponents, having witnessed the significant advancements made by their peers over the month of training. A moment's carelessness could tarnish the reputations of the young clan leaders. Elbu paid little attention to the other matches, finding them unremarkable. His sole interest lay in the clash between Ban and Izuna and their opponents, watching as both sides formed their respective hand seals. Forgive me, young clan leaders. Taijutsu multi-strike. Taijutsu, dance of fire. Taijutsu, shuriken throwing technique. Ban and Izuna regarded the trio with newfound seriousness. They could not afford to underestimate their opponents after such extensive training. The quality of their attacks had vastly improved. Chapter 11. The battle. As the 3 opponents charged forward, the 4th remained somewhat disconnected, merely providing support. He was acutely aware of his limitations, as his strength paled in comparison to the trio. From the outset, he understood his role was merely to fill the numbers. The aggressive onslaught from the trio did not fluster Ban and Izuna. Instead, the 2 stood back to back, resolutely fending off the attacks of their 4 adversaries. The skirmish among the 6 fighters, while still somewhat immature in Lubu's eyes, possessed a certain degree of spectacle. Their martial arts had begun to take on a semblance of skill. The trio fought with remarkable coordination, 2 engaged in close combat, while 1 attacked from a distance, and the last provided support. This initially left Ban and Izuna somewhat flustered. However, as they gradually discerned the 4 opponents' techniques, they adapted to this combat style. Fist of Affection, Leg of Love. Ban and Izuna began their counterattack, but as they shouted the names of their techniques, Lubu nearly choked on his own saliva. These 2 fools. This is neither martial arts nor leg techniques, merely nonsense spouted under the misguided guidance of their cousin. Lubu observed Ban and Izuna, who were striking with earnestness while shouting their techniques, his face reddening with embarrassment. Despite the shameful exclamations, their moves were anything but lacking. Their martial prowess had absorbed some of Lubu's genuine teachings, and their coordination was formidable, causing their 4 opponents to hesitate in facing them directly. The sounds of their punches and kicks created a whirlwind that stirred up dust and leaves, obscuring the vision of their adversaries and providing an opportunity for Ban and Izuna. With a decisive strike, Ban's fist connected with one of the adversaries, sending him crashing to the ground. Though young, Ban possessed considerable strength. This blow rendered his opponent incapable of further combat. Are you alright, Hakuma? The other 2 companions gasped in shock, rushing to check on their fallen comrade. I'm fine, but be careful. The young clan leader possesses tremendous strength. If you get caught, you won't be able to fight again. Uchiha Hakuma warned as he struggled to rise. However, Ban's fist landed squarely on his chest, leaving him gasping for air and unable to move. In their haste, they had forgotten that Ban was not their only opponent. Just as Hakuma finished warning his companions, Izuna launched a kick towards him. Izuna, you bastard. Though Hakuma recognized his assailant, he lacked the strength to defend himself. With a resounding impact, Izuna's kick struck Hakuma squarely in the face. Despite the ferocity of this blow, Izuna was aware that this was merely a sparring match and held back his full strength. Nevertheless, Hakuma fell unconscious from the strike. Brother, the enemy is still capable of fighting. Do not let your guard down. As Izuna delivered his finishing blow, Ban merely rolled his eyes in response, refraining from rebuttal. 3 against 2, do you still dare to fight? Don't underestimate us. The remaining trio glared at Uchiha Ban with indignation, their faces twisted in anger. They understood that prolonging the conflict would likely lead to their defeat, and thus decided to reveal their true capabilities. Fire release, great fireball technique. Fire release, great fireball technique. Wind release, wind blade. Ban and Izuna instinctively became more cautious. To their surprise, the trio, realizing their slim chances of victory, unleashed their ninjutsu. 2 fireballs, enhanced by the wind, swelled in size, and the wind blades mixed within made it clear they could not withstand this assault head-on. Ban and Izuna exchanged glances. Bang, bang. 2 clouds of smoke erupted, and Ban and Izuna vanished from sight. Still struggling? Fire release, great fireball technique. Fire release, great fireball technique. The voices of Ban and Izuna resonated from behind the trio. With their chakra nearly depleted, they could muster only a single ninjutsu each. The trio was now on the brink of exhaustion. However, Ban and Izuna intended to teach them a lesson, to intimidate them. To their misfortune, the trio, drained of energy and caught off guard by the ambush, had no time to evade. As the 2 fireballs hurtled toward them, all present, Ban, Izuna, and their opponents, displayed expressions of dread. Dodge. Do you want to die? Ban's warning fell on deaf ears as the trio stood frozen in panic. Suddenly, a figure emerged. Wielding an unusual elongated weapon, and with a sweeping motion, dispersed the 2 fireballs. Ban and Izuna exhaled in relief, while the trio, having narrowly escaped death, collapsed to the ground in exhaustion. The battle concluded with Ban and Izuna emerging victorious. Lu Bu's announcement marked the end of this confrontation. The 5 stood facing one another, forming a bond of reconciliation. This skirmish revealed to Lu Bu that Ban and Izuna's prowess was indeed exceptional among their peers. Conversely, the remaining members of the Hakuma trio were considerably weaker. Gather. With a command from Lu Bu, the 72 gathered promptly, standing in formation. After a month of rigorous training, you have made some progress. However, time is insufficient for any significant breakthroughs. Once this conflict concludes, those who survive will earn the right to remain by my side for further training. Now, disperse. Yes, Master Lu Bu. The group began to disperse, and Lu Bu observed the departing children, uncertain how many would survive the impending conflict. This month had merely aimed to enhance their survival skills. As Lu Bu's special training concluded, Tajima and the clan elders were apprised of the situation. During this period, no major actions would be taken. They had prepared in advance, awaiting the onset of war. 10 days later, the Uchiha, Hyuga, and Hitaki clans united and marched toward the battlefield, while the Senju clan, along with the Uzumaki, Yamashiro, Nara, and Akimichi clans, also mobilized. This time, both sides had allied with other clans, significantly escalating the conflict. The Uchiha forces totaled 6,000, while the Senju boasted a slightly larger force of 8,000. Regardless of the outcome, the distribution of resources in the Land of Fire would undergo significant changes. In the Land of Fire, Dragon Valley, a site steeped in history, became the battleground for this conflict. The opposing forces stood distinctly apart, with the leaders of several clans positioned behind the Senju and Uchiha. Tajima, the resources of the Land of Fire are limited. Today, your Uchiha clan should depart from this land. Fujian, cease your pretense of righteousness. If you wish for the Uchiha clan to withdraw from the Land of Fire, let us settle this matter through action. The nefarious Uchiha clan, oblivious to their folly. The foolish Senju clan, lost in daydreams. Chapter 12. The Battle of Dragon Valley. As Uchiha Tajima and Senju Tobarama met for the first time, their conversation quickly devolved into a heated exchange of insults. Both sought to intimidate the other through sheer force of will, hoping to seize the initiative for their respective sides. However, as seasoned rivals, they were acutely aware of each other's tendencies. Their verbal sparring was relentless, each refusing to yield an inch. What was the point of such discourse? If words failed to convince, they would resort to blows. Nearby, the leader of the Uzumaki clan, Uzumaki Shin, grew increasingly impatient watching the two engage in trivial banter. His interjection only served to irritate Hyuga clan leader Hyugajiro, who was also an old rival. Their own exchange soon blossomed into a profane contest, with language so vulgar that even Lu Bu, witnessing it, could not help but muse that if these two were to face the village's most notorious shrew, she would likely be left in tears. The war of words raged on, both parties unyielding, but Tobarama could no longer contain himself. Izuna, I challenge you, he declared. No, Tobarama, Tajima countered. Initially, both sides had intended to hold back, waiting for the perfect moment to strike and catch the other off guard. Yet, Tobarama's provocation compelled both to act, and he felt a twinge of annoyance towards his impetuous younger brother. Tobarama, is this the extent of your resolve? Let me see if you have grown during this time, Tajima jeered. Izuna, unfazed by Tobarama's taunt, remained unconcerned. In reality, both Hashirama and Tobarama were a year older than their opponents. All four had engaged in numerous battles, their strengths now evenly matched. Each a prodigious talent eager to prove their superiority. Tobarama, your younger brother is rather foolish, Tajima exclaimed. Let the battle commence. Tajima, keep your own son in check. Tajima retorted, as the leaders commanded their warriors to clash. With a resounding shout, the battlefield erupted into chaos. Lu Bu, eyes gleaming with excitement at the long-awaited carnage. Licked his lips in anticipation. After a year's hiatus, it was time to stretch his limbs and let his weapon taste blood. As the Jounin initiated the conflict, the Chunin and Jinin soon followed suit. The Hyuga clan leader sought out the Uzumaki leader, while other clan heads began to find their opponents. Even Madara and Izuna confronted Hashirama and Tobarama, while the remaining 72 youths discovered their respective rivals. The earth of Dragon Valley was upheaved, and the waters of the river splashed violently as various jutsu clashed. Mud, leaves, and water flew through the air, but the ninjas were solely focused on their adversaries. Rybu felt the fervor of battle coursing through his veins. He had lost interest in fighting Jinin. Unsealing his weapon, he targeted a Chunin and charged forth with lethal intent. Giant Cleave, he proclaimed, his attack creating a palpable shockwave that alerted the Chunin. The Chunin, faced with a child charging at him, found his countenance darkening. I must appear weak. If a child dares challenge me, he must face the consequences. Little brat, remember, the one who seeks to kill you is the Chunin's words faltered as his vision began to dip. Only when he noticed his own legs did he realize he had been decapitated, his consciousness fading into oblivion. Rybu wielded his weapon with unparalleled finesse, cutting a swath through the throng. The average Chunin posed no challenge to him, as the battlefield was predominantly filled with Jinin and Chunin, the Jounin few in comparison. Observing the child with the peculiar weapon effortlessly dispatching foes, members of the Senju coalition sensed danger. An experienced Jounin from the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans remarked to his 3 young charges, "This Uchiha child possesses strength akin to a Jounin. You 3 must surround and eliminate him." "Hi, father." "Hi, teacher." They responded, all elite Chunin in their own right, capable of subduing a typical Jounin in coordination. As they charged toward Rybu, they witnessed several fall under his relentless assault. Be cautious. His weapon is unusual, and his physique is formidable. Even standard Chunin may not suffice against him, one warned. Akimichi, double-sized technique. Another called, readying a secret jutsu. Just as Rybu relished the thrill of battle, a massive figure rolled toward him. What on earth is that? He wondered, dodging the incoming projectile and gazing at the towering man, seemingly twice his height, and exuding a jolly demeanor. "You there, why are you so large?" Rybu queried. "Rascal, do not call me large. I am Akimichi Choji, and this is my expansion technique." The massive man, suddenly enraged, grew even larger and lunged at Rybu. He can grow larger? Such a technique could surely attract the ladies, Rybu thought, shaking his head to dispel those peculiar musings. As he deftly avoided Choji's attacks, Rybu recognized the giantess' sluggish movements. Meanwhile, Nara Shikaku and Yamanaka Inoichi observed their comrades' failed attempts to damage Rybu and began their own offensive. Inuzuka, heart transfer technique. One shouted, while dodging Choji's onslaught. Rybu suddenly felt a jolt, freezing in place. Shadow imitation technique. Success. Nara Shikaku announced triumphantly. What extraordinary techniques. Expansion of body, shadow immobilization, and mental control. Rybu realized, you are from the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans. Since you are aware, we shall take your life. Shikaku, we must act quickly. Nara Shikaku urged. The trio, well-versed in cooperation, sprang into action, with Choji attempting to crush Rybu in his massive grip. How amusing. Polearm technique, and Appos, the last goodbye. And Appos, Rybu exclaimed, suddenly unleashing a surge of strength that allowed him to spin free from their grasp, leaving Choji in a precarious position as he began to lose control. Chapter 13. 7-year-old Jonin curse be the earth of the boar, ignite the fire. Narashika flew, witnessing the sudden escape of Elbu, which caused the secret technique of the boar earth to backfire and incapacitate him on the ground. Akimichi Torihibi's body began to spin uncontrollably, prompting an immediate gasp of alarm. Hold still, shadow stitching technique. At once, 4 black shadows sprang forth from beneath Narashika's feet, hurtling towards Elbu. Despite the relentless spinning, Elbu maintained a vigilant watch over the movements of the 3. Upon seeing the 4 black shadows aiming to restrain him again, he swiftly flung Akimichi Torihibi aside. Having evaded the deadly encirclement of shadows, he remarked, your secret technique is rather bothersome. At this moment, Elbu unleashed his full might, kicking off the ground and creating a thunderous explosion. The sheer force of his movement produced a sonic boom. Narashika, dripping with sweat, struggled to keep track of Elbu's rapidly moving figure. His secret technique faltered, unable to keep pace with Elbu's speed. I will take your head, Uchiha Elbu. While Narashika was intensely focused ahead, a voice echoed from behind him. Before he could react, he lost control of his body. Shika. A piercing scream rang out. Was that calling for me? This was the last sound Narashika heard. Elbu, uninterested in lamenting the suffering of others, showed no mercy to his foes. He turned to the fallen boar earth and, with no hesitation, struck down with his halberd, ending his life. Boar, Shika. Akimichi Torihibi, having just regained his footing, witnessed his companion being ruthlessly dispatched by Elbu and cried out in anguish. It was only then that Elbu noticed another survivor. He swiftly appeared before Akimichi Torihibi. Will you teach me your secret technique? In your dreams. I will kill you. I will kill you. How noisy. Elbu, initially considering demanding the technique, found Akimichi Torihibi's incessant shouting grating. Realizing he had no appreciation for life, Elbu prepared to end his existence with a strike. Stop. Secret technique. Super. Meat tank. Another formidable presence approached. Elbu wasted no time, swiftly dispatching Akimichi Torihibi before turning to face the colossal figure rolling towards him, eager to test the might of this new technique. Halberd technique. Sweeping the legions. Elbu summoned his immense strength, ensuring his weapon remained undamaged, channeling all his chakra over it as he swung at the incoming figure. A tremendous sound erupted, enveloping the area in dust and obscuring the clash between the two. The thunderous noise drew the attention of onlookers, who turned to witness the unfolding scene. As the dust settled, a massive figure was revealed, seated on the ground, cradling one arm. Beside him stood a child, disheveled and ragged, with torn clothing and dirt covering him, a faint smear of blood at the corner of his mouth. Cough. I was careless. I forgot I still possess a child's body. Elbu had taken the brunt of Akimichi's attack, successfully interrupting his technique, but suffering some internal injury due to his still developing physique. Though he appeared disheveled, he bore no significant damage, merely a tarnished image. Little brat, who are you? It dawned on Elbu that a giant sat opposite him, one hand clutching the other arm, gazing at him with a serious expression. Uchiha Elbu. Very well. You have killed my son and my beloved disciple. Today, you shall not leave unscathed. Secret technique. Butterfly transformation. A thunderous shout resonated in Elbu's ears as the gigantic figure swiftly began to shrink. Elbu was taken aback. Astonished by this ability to alter size, he yearned to acquire such a technique. Aware of the formidable power of this opponent, Elbu did not dare to underestimate him, realizing that his own abilities were somewhat lacking due to his age. Remember, the one who will kill you is Akimichi Akisui. Boom. A tremendous sonic boom erupted as the giant transformed into a normal-sized figure, sprouting a pair of butterfly wings. The wings flapped powerfully behind him, producing a resounding noise as he appeared before Elbu in the blink of an eye. Hiss, so fast. Elbu quickly dodged, but the figure pursued closely, creating numerous afterimages in their fierce exchange. This is my cousin's might, so strong. The clash between the two captured the attention of many, even causing the surrounding combatants to pause and observe the intense duel between Elbu and Akisui. Even the likes of 72 Shao, Madara, and Izuna gazed in astonishment. This is Akisui employing forbidden techniques. He is fighting desperately. Who is that child? The leader of the Akimichi clan was drawn to the commotion, inquiring about Elbu's identity. Leader, it is presently unknown. This child possesses strength that undoubtedly marks him as a genius of the Uchiha clan, appearing no older than 7 or 8, yet exhibiting the prowess of a jonin. As the battle between the two continued, their rapid exchanges began to slow, both warriors swiftly draining their energy. Due to the limitations of his age, Elbu was the first to falter, receiving a kick from Akimichi Akisui. Bang! Elbu was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. Cousin, Madara, do not even think about going. Tobarama, step aside. Madara and Izuna, seeing Elbu injured, rushed to assist, but were halted by Senju Tobarama. Fearing for his brother's safety, Hashirama also moved to help, resulting in a renewed skirmish among the four. Cough. The strength of a jonin is indeed formidable. Let us engage with all our might. Sharingan, activate. Overlord body forging technique, activate. Halberd technique, one halberd to stabilize the realm. Having been kicked, Elbu's internal injuries worsened. No longer hiding his strength, he unleashed his full potential. His eyes turned crimson, two tomo glowing fiercely, while the Overlord body forging technique enveloped him entirely. Raising his halberd high, a phantom shadow trailed behind him, striking down towards Akimichi Akisui. Come and face me. Ah, little brat, die? Boom. The collision of their attacks produced a colossal shockwave that rippled outward. The deafening roar sent gusts of air swirling, causing the onlookers to shield their faces from the billowing dust and debris. As the chaos settled, the crowd finally beheld the aftermath of the clash. One figure lay motionless on the ground, while a small silhouette stood trembling, one hand gripping a weapon for support, the other clutching their mouth and nose, coughing incessantly, blood trickling from their fingertips. Akisui had perished. This little brat had managed to slay a jonin. The surrounding crowd erupted in astonishment. Chapter 14. The Siege of Rybu. While the crowd remained in astonishment, the leader of the Akimichi clan began to charge towards Rybu. This prodigy could not be allowed to survive. By the time the onlookers regained their composure, they observed the Akimichi clan leader approaching Rybu with a fierce intent. Father, someone is attempting to kill our cousin. Come quickly. Ban and Izuna shouted urgently, calling for help from Tajima, their powerful voice overshadowing the clamor of battle. This cry instantly captured the attention of countless spectators and alerted both sides engaged in combat. Rybu heard Ban and Izuna's desperate calls as he beheld the figure rushing towards him. Damn it, fighting a J-nin is still a bit of a stretch. This frail body is indeed weak. Rybu's lament did not halt the advancing footsteps, as the Senju alliance began to encircle him. Simultaneously, the Uchiha alliance also rushed towards Rybu. The two factions shared an unexpectedly unified objective. The Uchiha sought to rescue Lu Bu, while the Senju aimed to eliminate this extraordinary talent. However, both the Uchiha and Hyuga clans were positioned too far from Lu Bu to provide timely assistance. Only the leader of the Hitaki clan, Kakashi, was within proximity, and he immediately accelerated towards Akimichi Akafuyu to intercept him. Cousin, run! Ban and Kakashi called out simultaneously to Lu Bu, yet Lu Bu, drained of energy, found himself unable to move an inch. The previous battle had exhausted him, leaving him unable to do anything but stand still. Damn it, this kid is clearly at his limit. It seems his status within the Uchiha is not insignificant. This is troublesome. It appears I must fight desperately today. Akimichi Akafuyu, the esteemed clan leader, sought to bully the weak, invoking the Hitaki swift sword technique, the flying slash. As Kakashi saw he might be too late to reach Akafuyu, he unleashed a swift strike towards him. Super, multiplication technique. Super meat tank. Akimichi Akafuyu disregarded Kakashi entirely, executing two secret techniques that exponentially increased his speed, causing Kakashi's attack to slice through empty space. Akimichi Akafuyu then rapidly rolled towards Lu Bu, poised to strike. Phew. Finally regained some strength. Lu Bu swiftly dodged Akafuyu's attack and began to run towards Kakashi, albeit with a somewhat unsteady gait, as if he might collapse at any moment. Kakashi sighed in relief and quickened his pace to reach Lu Bu's side. However, Akafuyu's second attack followed closely behind. Kakashi turned to face Akafuyu, slashing down to intercept his assault. Kakashi, do not obstruct the clan leader. You are not one of the Uchiha. Once this kid grows, our clan will never rise again. Akafuyu, we are enemies now. Do you believe your words can sway my resolve? Then let us see if you can save this child. Secret technique, super, butterfly transformation. Akafuyu, have you lost your mind? Kakashi was taken aback by Akafuyu's unwavering determination to slay Uchiha Lu Bu, even resorting to his trump card. Initially, the Hitaki clan had merely intended to bolster their numbers in this battle, never anticipating they would have to fight for their lives. Frustrated by Lu Bu's recklessness and lack of protective allies, Kakashi scolded, "Child, why do you not flee? Are you waiting to be killed here?" Lu Bu understood that this was not the time for pleasantries. His body had yet to fully recover. With no powerful allies arriving and more enemies cornering him, he hastily made his way towards the Uchiha battlefield. Everyone, do not hesitate. At all costs, slay this child. Kakashi will shield us. Akafuyu warned his allies as Lu Bu was about to escape. This ignited a deep resentment within Lu Bu, vowing that once he regained strength, he would exact revenge on this foolish pursuer. The Senju alliance, prompted by Akafuyu's command, abandoned their hesitation and, even at the risk of injury, pressed forward to hunt Lu Bu. At this moment, Lu Bu was at his weakest. Should he recover, it would be exceedingly difficult to eliminate him. Thus, Lu Bu became the target of enmity on the battlefield, relentlessly pursued. The Uchiha alliance, despite their desire to intervene, found themselves powerless. Their numbers were already scant, and with their opponents disregarding their injuries in pursuit of Lu Bu, they could not effectively counter the onslaught. 12 individuals had completely disengaged from their opponents and began to encircle Lu Bu. As he noticed their rapid approach, Lu Bu halted, realizing he could not escape this calamity. Was it so easy to take a life? Even in death, he would take a few with him. Just as Lu Bu prepared for a desperate fight, a familiar silhouette appeared before him. Upon seeing the unmistakable figure, Lu Bu felt a wave of relief and emotion wash over him. Who dares harm my nephew? Do you truly think there is no one in the Uchiha clan to defend him? A thunderous voice rang out, causing all who pursued Lu Bu to halt and gaze at the newcomer. They were filled with trepidation. This was none other than Tajima, the leader of the Uchiha clan, one of the two great families of the Land of Fire. Only the leader of the Senju clan, Hashirama, could rival his strength. Haraha, Lu Bu, I never thought I would see you in such a plight. Witnessing your current state, Uncle finally feels the satisfaction of knowing our kin still require the protection of their elders. Uncle, now is not the time for jest. As the two conversed, Uchiha elders and Jonin hurried to join them. Even Hashirama and the Senju clan's Jonin arrived, preparing to confront the Uchiha. Father, cousin just defeated a Jonin. You should have seen how incredible he was. Ban exclaimed joyfully as he approached Tajima, only to be met with a sharp slap to the back of his head. Why did you hit me, father? You little brat. Your cousin is merely a year older than you and can already slay Jonin, while you have yet to even kill a Chunin. You have brought shame upon me. Feeling somewhat aggrieved, Ban muttered, but I'm only 6 years old. I didn't see you do anything that impressive at my age. You insolent child, what did you say? Do you wish to be punished? Just as Ban was about to retort, Hashirama interjected, interrupting their exchange. Chapter 15. The tension of War Tian Dao. You must discipline your son. Return home and do so. Do you think our Senju clan is non-existent? For years, both families have been in conflict, establishing an unspoken rule. On the battlefield, the losses among Nin and lower ranks, though severe, were bearable. However, for Nin level ninjas, the expectation was merely severe injury, never death. As cultivating a Nin demands considerable human and material resources, the chances of promotion remain low. Thus, The birth of a genin within a family is a rare occurrence. Hence, both sides have practiced restraint, refraining from killing genin. Yet today, Uchiha Elbu shattered this convention by slaying a genin of the Akimichi clan, provoking Akimichi Akief's fury to the point of wanting revenge against Elbu. Unlike the Senju, Uchiha, Hige, and Uzumaki clans, the Akimichi clan does not possess many formidable warriors. Their genin are few, and the loss of even one is deeply felt. Tian Dao, your nephew has broken the rules. He must pay with the life of an Akimichi genin. Fat one, it seems your strength has significantly increased over the years, daring to boast before the clan leader? Do you wish for death? You, step aside. This is not your place to speak. As Akimichi Akief gazed at the arrogant Uchiha Tian Dao, his inner fury began to wane. He recalled that he stood before the leader of the Uchiha clan, whose strength vastly outnumbered that of the Akimichi clan. Uchiha Tian Dao alone could overpower the Akimichi. The loss of a genin within his clan had clouded Akief's mind with rage, leading him to audaciously question Tian Dao. Now, regaining composure, he felt a pang of fear and stood by, reluctant to speak further. Yet, Akief's hands remained tightly clenched, crimson liquid dripping between his fingers. Tian Dao, you may flaunt your authority before the young clan leader, but do not forget the presence of the clan leader. Enough with your idle talk. If you wish to fight, then let it commence. The atmosphere between the two sides had become tense, and a moment of carelessness could ignite another battle. Very well, Tian Dao. Today your Uchiha clan holds a slight advantage, but this ends here. We shall settle the score tomorrow. Enough of this childish banter. Let your actions speak for themselves. Akief was unwilling to waste more words with Tian Dao. After a lengthy battle, both clans were exhibiting signs of fatigue. And with the loss of another genin on their side, morale had dipped. Continuing the fight would yield no advantage. Let us return to the camp. Tian Dao sighed with relief only after the Senju coalition had completely departed. Although Elbu had slain a genin today, the Uchiha did not hold the upper hand. The casualties among the nin and lower ranks were slightly greater for the Senju coalition. Turning to Elbu, who appeared disheveled, Tian Dao couldn't and Appos, help but mock him. ZZ, Elbu, who would have thought at your tender age of 7, you could single-handedly slay a genin? Impressive. Uncle, may I rest for a moment? Elbu, cousin. After exerting himself to the fullest, Elbu was utterly fatigued and had held on until now. With support having arrived, the tension eased, and he could no longer suppress his exhaustion, collapsing to the ground. His body, pushed beyond its limits, triggered a self-defense mechanism, forcing him into a deep slumber for recuperation. 3 hours later, within the Uchiha camp, night had fully descended, the moon illuminating the dark sky. Uchiha Elbu awoke, stirred by an overwhelming hunger. Opening his eyes, he saw the dimly lit room, with only 2 flickering candles casting a soft glow. A faint sound of breathing caught his attention. Turning his head, he discovered Uchiha Madara seated on the floor, eyes closed, diligently refining his chakra. Cough, cough. Oh, cousin, you are finally awake. How do you feel? Unharmed. Is there food? I am quite famished. Yes, wait a moment. I shall fetch it for you. Upon awakening Madara, Elbu expressed his hunger, prompting Madara to dash out. Shortly after, Madara returned with steaming food, and upon seeing it, Elbu's throat involuntarily swallowed. Without waiting for Madara to speak, he devoured the meal voraciously, akin to a famished spirit. In mere moments, the food before him was gone. Elbu glanced back at Madara, causing him to shiver. Are you still hungry? There is more. I will fetch it immediately. Do not look at me like that. I fear you might eat me out of desperation. As soon as Madara finished speaking, he hurried out again. Elbu consumed an amount thrice his usual intake, only regaining his vitality when Madara returned, accompanied by Tian Dao and several elders. Dear nephew, how is your health? Have you recovered? Indeed, Elbu. You have brought great honor to our Uchiha clan today. Speak freely of any rewards you desire, and we shall do our utmost to fulfill them. Such situations held no novelty for Elbu. When one possesses sufficient strength, they are surrounded by a chorus of flattering voices. Uncle, esteemed elders, thank you for your concern. I am fine. As for rewards, I leave it to you to decide, as I have no particular requests. Very well, rest assured. The clan leader and we elders will ensure you do not suffer loss. The elders were pleased with Elbu's composed demeanor, devoid of arrogance or disdain for others. They spoke with utmost politeness and continued to shower him with praise before departing, allowing Elbu to recuperate in peace. Once the elders had left, Tian Dao began to inquire about Elbu's condition. Elbu, would you like me to send someone to escort you back to the clan grounds tomorrow? Given your condition, you may not recover by then. There and Appos, no need, uncle. Even if I cannot fully recover by tomorrow, I can still contribute in whatever capacity I can. This conflict will not be resolved in a day or two. There may be further opportunities for me to assist. All right, then rest well in the meantime. Once you regain your strength, you may join the front lines at any time. Also, if you have time, please guide Madara and Izuna in their training. As the clan leader, I find it challenging to spare time to mentor them. You would be more than capable of guiding them both. Understood. Having said all that needed to be said, Tian Dao chose not to disturb Elbu further and departed, leaving Madara to assist Elbu with his daily needs, also providing guidance for his training. After a while, Izuna arrived to join Madara, both staying close to care for Elbu. Chapter 16. Dreams of Hashirama in the Shinju camp. Hashirama and Tobirama had yet to succumb to sleep. They sat upright before the door, gazing at the moon above, lost in contemplation. The day's battle had profoundly impacted both of them, particularly Hashirama, who was struck by the prowess of Lu Bu as he single-handedly dispatched a seasoned ninja. A year had passed since Hashirama's defeat at Lu Bu's hands, and in that time, he had strived to close the gap, feeling a surge in his own strength. He was unprepared for the realization that Lu Bu had once again surpassed him. Hashirama learned that Lu Bu was of his age, and at present, his abilities rivaled those of Madara. The chasm between him and Lu Bu widened, akin to the gulf between clouds and mud. Brother, you are pondering Lu Bu's remarkable feat today, aren't you? Indeed, Tobirama. Do you truly believe the disparity between us and the Uchiha Lu Bu is that vast? With Hashirama and Appo's words, silence enveloped them once more. Tobirama was at a loss for how to respond, having witnessed Lu Bu and Appo's commanding presence. He recognized the existence of such extraordinary talent in the world. Even their pursuit felt somewhat futile. Brother, regardless of the distance that separates us, we must tirelessly strive to catch up. Otherwise, we may not even qualify to stand as his rivals in the future. Tobirama's declaration reignited a sense of purpose within Hashirama, his gaze growing resolute. Indeed, I, Hashirama Senju, shall become the strongest man in the shinobi world and cannot be defeated by Uchiha Lu Bu. I must bring an end to this chaotic era. Brother, do you already have a plan? Might you share it with me? Tobirama, it is premature to speak of it now. Without formidable strength, one cannot foster love and kinship among the world. Oh, my foolish brother, how can you expect everyone to love one another? You are too naive. Haha. Is that so? As Tobirama observed Hashirama, who was scratching his head and laughing heartily, his expression fell. His elder brother and Appo's demeanor was truly frustrating. Were it not for the disparity in strength, he would have relished the opportunity to deliver a good thrashing. Brother, could you refrain from that silly expression? It is rather embarrassing. The atmosphere between them brightened, dispelling the gloom that had lingered in their hearts. After a bout of playful banter, Hashirama turned serious, gazing intently at Tobirama. Tobirama, what do you think about establishing a village in the Land of Fire? A village? Our Senju clan is already akin to a village. What distinguishes it? It is different. The village I wish to create would accommodate numerous families, a place where ordinary folk and ninjas coexist in harmony, where children can grow up carefree, free from war and turmoil. Ordinary people cultivate the land and engage in commerce, while ninjas undertake missions for rewards, all living together in mutual affection. As Hashirama painted this vision, Tobirama began to dream alongside him, a smile slowly forming on their lips. If only such a place could exist. It will. A 7-year-old child and a 6-year-old child spent that night envisioning a peaceful realm for existence. The dreams of the evening granted them a fleeting moment of tranquility amidst the chaos of their world. However, with the dawn's arrival, the serene night was once again eclipsed by the turmoil of day. Their aspirations could not alter the present strife, forcing them to navigate the treacherous waters of life and death. The Senju coalition gathered, ready to clash with the Uchiha alliance today. Quickly, assemble. At this command, the once quiet Senju camp erupted into activity. Everyone scrambled from their warm beds, swiftly converging at the camp center. Soon, individuals from all directions gathered, eyes fixed upon the imposing figure before them. Today's battle will determine whether we can expand our clan. Should we falter, we shall be uprooted, seeking new lands to inhabit, or our clan may face extinction. What must you do? Annihilate the Uchiha alliance. Kill, kill, kill. The pre-battle rallying cry of Hashirama stirred the spirits of the gathered warriors. Observing the fervor etched on the faces of thousands, Hashirama nodded in approval. Morale is commendable. Let us depart. With a grand gesture, Hashirama led the coalition forward, charging toward the Uchiha camp. Simultaneously, a similar fervor ignited within the Uchiha camp. Neither side wished to be the one driven away. Today's confrontation promised to be even more brutal. Awakened by the cacophony, Lu Bu arrived at the center of his camp, surveying the eager faces around him. Little did he know how many familiar faces would be lost in the impending conflict. Observing the zeal of his clan and allies as they prepared for battle, Lu Bu felt a pang of sorrow. Yet sorrow was a sign of weakness. Rather than console his kin in mourning later, he would prefer to allow others to grieve. I must intensify my training. Lu Bu recognized the inevitability of this battle and knew he lacked the strength to alter its course. Time was of the essence. He must elevate his abilities at every opportunity, striving to become the arbiter of life and death rather than a mere pawn on the chessboard, easily discarded. For the first time since his arrival in this world, Lu Bu felt the urgency of time pressing upon him. Unlike during the Han era, in the shinobi world, even children could not live carefree lives. As the battle commenced, Lu Bu chose not to dwell upon it. Even if the Uchiha faced peril, he could not lend his strength at that moment. Instead, he dedicated himself to a new round of training. It had been over a month since he had broken through to the 4th level of the Overlord body forging technique. It was time for another breakthrough. The refinement of chakra, the mastery of ninjutsu, the cultivation of jinjutsu, and the acceleration of hand seals all required time to hone, and time was a scarce commodity. Given his age, he had to prioritize the Overlord body forging technique while supplementing it with chakra for ninjutsu. He could not sacrifice his foundation in the pursuit of power. That would be counterproductive. Rybu determined his priorities and began the monotonous routine of training. Initially, his injuries had not fully healed. He refrained from pushing himself too hard. But after 3 days, he had completely recovered. With his injuries healed, Rybu embarked on intense training, compressing every moment of his day except for meals and necessary breaks. Even sacrificing sleep. Over those 3 days, he had not encountered any members of the Uchiha alliance returning to camp. Instead, even the logistics personnel began sending reinforcements to the battlefield. The two sides clashed for 3 days and nights. Both the Senju Coalition and the Uchiha alliance suffered significant losses among their lower-ranked ninjas. Reports from the front lines indicated that both factions had lost no less than 1,000 men. Exhausted from the relentless fighting, both sides clung to the hope of survival, forcing themselves to endure. Chapter 17. The battlefield transformation. Even Tajima and Butsama found themselves panting, their bodies bearing various degrees of injuries. The only ones in relatively good condition were Madara, Izuna, and the two Hashirama and Tobarama, as the younger scions of the Senju and Uchiha clans. None dared to strike at them during this critical moment. The 4 young ones could afford to pause and rest whenever they grew weary. Unlike the others who gritted their teeth and persevered, fully aware that any lapse in vigilance could lead to their own downfall. The day had already seen a morning of relentless combat, with both sides suffering losses exceeding 1,500 men over the past 3 days. As Tajima and Butsama contemplated a ceasefire, an unexpected turn of events emerged on the battlefield. Clan leaders, cease your fighting. Outside the battlefield, 5 or 6 other clans are attacking us. Upon hearing this, Tajima and Butsama immediately halted their skirmish. What is happening? Speak quickly. It was confirmed that the invading clans included the Yazuki clan from the Land of Lightning, the Kagaya clan from the Land of Water, the Kirigakure clan, the Sabaku clan from the Land of Wind, the Nara clan from the Land of Earth, and several smaller clan alliances. Upon learning this, the expressions of Butsama and Tajima shifted dramatically. These were large clans from the other 4 nations. While individually they could not rival the Senju or Uchiha, they posed a significant threat comparable to the Hyuga and Uzumaki clans. Haraha, Butsama, Tajima, you're still alive, cackled Yazuki AI. You thought you could escape while we, the predators, seized the opportunity. Haraha, your 2 clans have been embroiled in a deadly conflict, leaving you vulnerable. As the laughter echoed, a force of thousands surged onto the battlefield. The leader, a towering figure nearly 2 meters tall, resembled a humanoid beast, flanked by the heads of other powerful clans. Upon recognizing the newcomers, Butsama and Tajima's solemnity deepened, silencing the battlefield as the leaders of the Hyuga and Uzumaki clans approached them, accompanied by their allies. Yazuki AI, Kagaya Maru, Kirigakure Hadayuki, Sabaku Kinsa, Nara Ishiyama. You dare to covet a share of our fire country? Tajima exclaimed, seething with indignation. You seek your own demise. Butsama, you have fought tirelessly for 3 days. Do you not realize how depleted your strength has become? The victor claims the spoils, such is the nature of conflict. You should be aware of this. In that moment, both Butsama and Tajima comprehended the gravity of their situation. They could very well be outmaneuvered by outsiders today, with foreign clans invading. They had no choice but to unite against a common enemy. Very well. Our battle is our own. We shall not allow outsiders to intervene. We must swiftly resolve this conflict, lest we both suffer devastating losses at their hands. Everyone, with the foreign clans invading, we unite against them, attack. In a matter of moments, Butsama and Tajima aligned their forces, issuing commands to assault the coalition of the 4 nations. The allied forces of the 4 clans responded with fervor, charging toward the 2 clans. This conflict, now exacerbated by the interference of outsiders, expanded further. Although the strength of the 4 clans could not compare to the Senju and Uchiha, the 2 clans were already fatigued, causing both sides to engage in a stalemate. Noticing the unfavorable turn of events, Tajima and Butsama exchanged glances. We must unleash our full strength. If this drags on, we shall inevitably face defeat. Let us eliminate their elite shinobi first. The lower ranks pose no threat. Let the battle commence. Let them taste despair. With a resounding boom, Tajima and Butsama unleashed their full might. Butsama's vitality surged forth, while Tajima activated his 3-tomo Sharingan. Both were elite shinobi in their own right. But with their respective hidden powers, they quickly transcended the strength of their peers. Nara Ishiyama, Sabaku Kinsa, join me in intercepting them, or we shall lose too many elite shinobi, and this endeavor would be in vain. Yazuki AI sensed their intent and rallied the other clan leaders to counter Tajima and Butsama. You think you can withstand us? Jinjutsu, binding technique. Watch out. Do not gaze into his eyes. It's too late. A colossal wave of mental energy surged toward them, immobilizing even the strongest leaders of the 5 clans momentarily. In that fleeting instant, Butsuma darted among them, raising his fist to unleash a devastating blow to the ground. Secret technique, Mighty Fist. The earth trembled as fissures spread across the battlefield, sending a shockwave that propelled the 5 clan leaders away before they could react. Coupled with Tajima's Jinjutsu, their mental fortitude crumbled, and they found themselves bleeding as they reeled from the impact. Fire style, Phoenix Fire technique. Wind style, Great Breakthrough. Just as the 5 regained their footing, Tajima and Butsuma launched another wave of fire and wind ninjutsu, their techniques carefully executed to create a synergistic effect. The Phoenix Fire technique, a mass attack, unleashed a barrage of fireballs the size of human bodies toward the 5. Dodge. As the 2 clans engaged, the 5 found themselves at a distinct disadvantage, once again experiencing the overwhelming prowess of the 2 leading clans. With a series of thunderous explosions, the ground where the 5 had stood moments before transformed into chaos. Though they narrowly avoided the brunt of the attack, they were still scorched and wounded, their garments ignited by the flames. You 2 scoundrels, do you truly believe we are mere clay? Enough. Jinjutsu, binding technique. Again. Aha. Feel despair, everyone. Secret technique, Mighty Fist. It is undeniable that Butsuma and Tajima, having been rivals for so long, exhibited an almost telepathic synergy during their combat, leaving the 5 no opportunity to counterattack. Puff, 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 puff. The 5 found themselves unable to evade the onslaught, suffering grievously under the relentless barrage. The Mighty Fist, a secret technique of the Senju clan, harnessed immense vitality to amplify physical strength, capable of shattering mountains and splitting stones. After enduring 2 such attacks, only Yuzuki AI remained relatively unscathed, while the others were severely injured, coughing up blood once more. Retreat. Chapter 18. The ceasefire of 2 clans. The 5 individuals found themselves utterly powerless against the synchronized assault of Tajima and Hashirama. In an instant, their mental fortitude was stripped away, leaving them too fearful to continue fighting, apprehensive that the next strike could claim their lives. They immediately began to shout for a retreat. Truly an instance of arriving swiftly only to depart just as quickly. In less than 15 minutes of combat, the allied forces of the 5 great clans withdrew in disgrace. This attack on the Land of Fire had indeed proven to be a futile endeavor. Enough, we have reached our limit. Tajima, let us agree to a ceasefire and recuperate for a few years, Hashirama proposed. Indeed, this battle has served as a reminder that the other 4 nations have been eyeing us closely, eager to take a bite out of our territory, Tajima replied. We shall govern the Land of Fire by the river, with the eastern side belonging to your Uchiha clan and the western side to my Senju clan. Very well. But after a few years of recuperation, I expect your Senju clan to vacate the Land of Fire, Hashirama retorted. Humph. Who will be the one to leave remains to be seen, Tajima shot back. Although both men were mentally and physically exhausted, their banter continued unabated. They had mutually agreed to a temporary truce, recognizing that they had narrowly avoided being exploited by the other clans. This served as a sobering reminder of the strategic significance of the Land of Fire, which boasted vast territory, a large population, fertile land, and a prosperous economy, making it the most flourishing nation among the 5. Other nations constantly sought to claim this resource-rich land. For years, the 2 clans had been embroiled in internal strife, neglecting the external threats that loomed. Today, however, the other 4 nations had delivered a harsh lesson. Had they not been sufficiently powerful to thwart the invasion, the consequences would have been dire. At the Uchiha encampment, Rybu was unaware of the turmoil on the battlefield. Engrossed in his training, to his surprise, his chakra had significantly increased over the past few days, a fortunate development. Young Master Rybu, we have received word from the battlefield that other clans are attempting to take advantage of the situation. The Senju clan, and we have united against the external threat. A clan member reported. This is bad. We have been engaged with the Senju for 3 days and nights, and we are currently fatigued. How will our clan withstand an invasion? Do not worry, young master. The strength of our clan leader and Hashirama is not as superficial as it appears. As long as the 2 leaders stand united, no other nation can breach our defenses. Still, I cannot shake my concerns. I must assess the situation on the battlefield. Rybu declared, cutting off the messenger before he could finish. The messenger sighed as he watched Rybu hasten toward the battlefield. He had not anticipated that the usually aloof young master was, in fact, a person of deep sentiment, albeit one who struggled to express it. Having lived 2 lives, Rybu found it challenging to accept friendship and familial bonds, having endured countless betrayals in his previous existence, and having betrayed many himself. It was unrealistic to expect him to form attachments within a mere year. Nevertheless, Tajima, Hashirama, and Izuna had proven to be the most supportive individuals in his life, and he could not bear to see them harmed. As Rybu sprinted forward, he suddenly heard a voice commanding him to halt. He soon spotted a large group of familiar figures ahead. It is I, Uchiha Rybu. Cousin, what brings you here? Though Rybu could not clearly see the speaker's face, the voice was unmistakably familiar, and he felt a wave of relief wash over him. No need for concern. I came to check on the situation after hearing reports from the battlefield. Ah, haha. Cousin, were you worried about us? Izuna teased with a mischievous grin. A wicked idea flashed through Lu Bu's mind as he gazed at Izuna, and a faint smile crept across his lips. He pointed at Izuna, saying, "Watch out behind you." What? Izuna turned around and guarded, only to find nothing there. He looked back at Lu Bu, bewildered. In a swift motion, Lu Bu had appeared behind Izuna. His hands clasped and crossed, revealing 2 middle fingers and 2 index fingers. His body hunched towards Izuna and Appo's rear. Startled, Izuna exclaimed, "Ah, cousin, you shameless fiend." With a startled yelp, Izuna leaped a considerable distance, clutching his backside and howling in protest. The other clan members and allied forces, witnessing Lu Bu's mischievous antics, instinctively took a step back, exchanging bewildered glances. "Since you all are back, I shall take my leave," Lu Bu declared, his childish spirit having led to an embarrassing display. As he turned to depart, the group stood in stunned silence, perplexed by Lu Bu's antics. "Tajima, is your nephew always this lively?" One of the clan leaders jested, breaking the awkward tension and prompting laughter from the others. "Huh, indeed, he is quite spirited." Tajima felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him as he realized his eldest son had brought shame upon the family. He repeatedly reassured himself, "He is my blood. He is my blood." However, the more he thought about it, the angrier he became, secretly vowing to assert his authority as a father when they returned home. Although both sides had suffered considerable losses, the mood lightened unexpectedly due to Lu Bu and Izuna's antics, restoring smiles to the faces of their companions. As they journeyed back, laughter erupted as everyone observed Tajima's continued amusement. Chapter 19. A surge in power. The truce between Senju and Uchiha has bestowed a long-awaited tranquility upon the Land of Fire. Although the high-level combatants suffered minimal losses, the casualties among the mid- and low-ranking shinobi were considerable. Both factions have sustained their vitality to some extent, and they have begun to recuperate and restore their strengths. Since returning to his clan and Appo's territory, Tajima has been troubled by a grave issue within the clan. During this conflict, the Uchiha clan lost over 300 lower-ranked shinobi. With a total of approximately 2,000 ninjas, and with some servants, their numbers barely exceed 3,000. The losses included many young individuals and children, and even among the 72, trained by Bu, half met their demise. Now, only 36 remain. If measures are not taken to increase the younger generation, the Uchiha clan may face a prolonged period of decline lasting decades. Father, what are you thinking about? It's time to eat. If you don't hurry, the food will get cold." Ban's voice interrupted Tajima's contemplation. Glancing at the dining table where Bu, Ban, and Izuna sat, his spirits lifted considerably. At least his nephew and 2 sons are prodigies. As long as they do not meet untimely ends, the clan will undoubtedly have a promising future. "All right, let us eat." "I was lost in thought," Tajima replied. "Uncle, were you thinking about the heavy losses among our younger generation and fearing that our clan will be left without successors?" Ban remarked, displaying remarkable insight. "Indeed, that is a pressing concern. Once our generation passes, the Uchiha clan may languish for a long time." "Uncle, you are too close to the situation to see clearly. The shinobi world is currently engulfed in chaos. There are thousands of orphans out there. If we adopt and nurture these unfortunate children, bestowing upon them the Uchiha surname, within 5 years, they will become a solid foundation for our clan." With a resounding clap on the table, Tajima rose abruptly. "Yes, but wait. How can we ensure that 4- or 5-year-old children will remain loyal to the clan? Let us focus on infants and children of good character. We can implement assessments to ensure they remain bound to the clan." Tajima's mind surged with various ideas, excitement swelling within him. "You all continue eating. I must discuss this matter with the elders. Bu, would you care to join me?" Bu, amused by Tajima's fervor, quickly declined. "Uncle, I shall refrain. I am currently in a crucial phase of strengthening my abilities and do not wish to be sidetracked by other matters." "Very well, focus on your training. Should you need anything, do not hesitate to tell me." With that, Tajima lost all appetite and immediately sought out the clan elders to deliberate on the matter. Once convened, he presented Bu's proposal in detail, and it was unanimously approved. They began dispatching individuals to gather orphaned infants, infusing fresh blood into the Uchiha clan. Meanwhile, Bu immersed himself in training. With the cessation of conflict in the Land of Fire, it was an opportune moment for cultivation. 3 years later, today, the Uchiha clan is bustling with activity. Over the span of 3 years, the clan has welcomed more than 2,000 new members. Had it not been for the limited resources within the clan, Tajima and the elders would have likely been even more audacious. Among the infants, there are 800 with potential for training, and over 1,300 children aged 4 to 5 have been meticulously selected. All newcomers have been granted the Uchiha surname. Additionally, there have been over 100 newborns in the clan during these 3 years. Given a decade of development, the Uchiha clan and Appo's strength will undoubtedly experience a meteoric rise. "Father, when will my cousin emerge from seclusion? He has been training for 3 years, and I am curious about his progress. Have you not met him every 3 months? You have not sparred with him at all?" I cannot gauge my cousin's strength. I have only managed to exchange 6 blows with him before being defeated. Even when teaming up with Izuna, we could not surpass 10 exchanges. Tajima hesitated, holding back the words that lingered on the tip of his tongue. For a year, he had sparred with Rybu, whose strength had already seemed on par with his own. Yet now, Tajima felt on the verge of breaking through to the Manjiki Sharingan, his power significantly advancing. He suspected Rybu's prowess had also surged, but without sparring in the past year, he could not ascertain the specifics. He feared sharing this information with his eldest son, as it might dishearten Ban. "Uncle, it has been a long time. I have missed you dearly," came a familiar voice. "Cousin, you have finally emerged. Just how strong have you become?" A figure approached Tajima and Ban, a handsome face still bearing traces of youth. With a well-proportioned physique, standing at 1.50 meters, exuding vitality, and long hair billowing in the wind, he embodied an aura akin to a gentle spring breeze, albeit with a pair of commanding eyes that sparkled with intensity, rendering direct eye contact daunting. After 3 years of seclusion, Rybu's strength had dramatically escalated. During this time, he had successfully broken through the 7th layer of the Bawang body refinement technique, attaining the prowess of a top-tier martial general. His chakra had surpassed that of an A-rank Genin, and he had thoroughly integrated various ninjutsu and genjutsu. Even his Sharingan had transitioned seamlessly into the 3-tomo state without adverse effects. His current strength could rival that of the leaders of long-established major clans, rendering ordinary Genin unworthy opponents. With his power now at this level, further breakthroughs could not merely be achieved through solitary training. After consolidating his newfound strength and becoming familiar with it, Rybu finally emerged from seclusion today. Noticing Ban and Appo's eager curiosity, who immediately sought to assess his strength, Rybu smiled slightly and responded evasively. "Ban, Izuna has arrived. I have prepared gifts for both of you. Quickly call Izuna back." "Gifts? Cousin, where are they? Hurry and show me," Ban exclaimed, realizing that if Izuna were not summoned, the gifts would likely remain hidden. PSH, as the esteemed young clan leader, "I have seen many gifts before. I shall check on what Izuna is up to," Ban declared, his pride evident. Rybu shook his head at Ban's increasingly haughty demeanor. Once Ban departed, Tajima turned to Rybu with a serious expression. "Rybu, with your current strength, I fear I may not be able to defeat you without exerting every ounce of my effort." "Uncle, at my current level, I doubt you could prevail even with all your might," Rybu chuckled. "Ha ha ha, splendid. The inability to win is indeed a good sign." Tajima felt an indescribable joy within himself, a sense of comfort in having successors, and a sense of achievement in nurturing a genius. Yet, he also experienced a tinge of disappointment at being surpassed by the younger generation, though happiness predominated. Considering Rybu and Appo's age of merely 10, he anticipated that by the time Rybu reached full maturity, his strength would far exceed his own. Chapter 20. Elder Rybu. "Would you be interested in becoming my successor? Your current strength is more than sufficient." "Uncle, I have no desire for power. Let Ban take your place instead." Seeing Rybu and Appo's unhesitating refusal of his proposal, Tian Dao felt a pang of bitterness in his heart. In the past, he had resorted to any means necessary for the position of clan leader, yet Rybu seemed to regard the position with indifference. "Very well, when you change your mind, do let me know. If you truly refuse, then allow Ban to take over, and you shall serve as the trump card of our Uchiha clan." "Fine. However, neglecting your current strength is a sheer waste. You should take a position as an elder in the clan and mentor the younger generation. Is it possible to refuse?" "Not a chance. I have already compromised significantly. You must contribute to the family. There is no escaping this." "As you wish." With no choice but to acquiesce to Tian Dao's proposal, Rybu had originally intended to embark on a journey of exploration. However, seeing Tian Dao's demeanor, he feared that escaping the clan grounds would not be an easy task. After their conversation, they spotted Ban returning with Izuna, observing the sweat on their brows. It was evident they had sprinted back in haste. "Quickly, show us the gifts." "Come in. I and Appo's. I'll show you something special that I guarantee you and Appo's. love." Curious. The two followed Rybu into the room, their faces filled with anticipation. Tian Dao watched his 2 foolish sons and shook his head in dismay. Alas, with such intellect. I wonder who they resemble. If they were to be sold, they would still help count the money for others. Feeling too embarrassed to continue watching, Tian Dao shook his head and departed. Those 2 fools likely thought the gift was just Rybu giving them a taste of his affection through a good beating. Just as Tian Dao's thoughts concluded, 2 anguished cries erupted from the room. "Ah, Rybu, I'm going to fight you." "Oh, don't hit my face. Cousin, don't be impulsive. This is all the money I have, to celebrate your increased strength. Izuna, you are the sensible one. Unlike Ban, this foolish oaf." Tian Dao could no longer bear to listen, covering his face with his hand as he hurriedly left. He feared that if he stayed any longer, he too would succumb to the urge to impart a father's love to his sons. As he walked away, he muttered self-soothing words to himself. "These 2 brats, hold it together, hold it together. If I take them down, the line ends with me." Had Lu Bu heard Tian Dao's words, he might have handed him a stick and said, "Uncle, what son hasn't he received a beating from his father? Only through discipline can a filial child emerge." After a while, Ben emerged, his face bruised and battered, having been beaten and robbed of his money. Trailing behind him, Izuna remained unscathed, though he bore a pained expression as his allowance had also been taken. However, upon seeing Ben's state, his own discomfort seemed to diminish. "Oni-chan, why did you ask cousin for a gift? Now I'm left with nothing. Izuna, do you have any dignity left? This is extortion, this is a crime." "Humph. You talk of dignity while being beaten and robbed as well. At least I didn't get hit. You beast. Are you even my real brother?" As they left, the siblings bickered, their bond growing stronger, though unbeknownst to them. Once Lu Bu could no longer hear their voices, he reflected on the gains of the past 3 years. The breakthroughs in his strength did not surprise him, however. The speed at which he could form hand signs had significantly improved. Now, whether performing ninjutsu or jinjutsu, he had simplified the process to a single hand sign due to the complexity of the techniques. He could now execute ninjutsu and jinjutsu with ease. During these 3 years, aside from the secret techniques within his Sharingan, Lu Bu had selected 2 practical ninjutsu from each of the 5 elemental styles, integrating them into his combat capabilities. He had even begun exploring the transformation of elemental properties and the combination of advanced ninjutsu. These deeper transformations were documented in the clan and Appos' archives, yet executing them proved exceedingly challenging. A robust theoretical foundation and a vast chakra reserve were essential, otherwise, he would remain directionless. Gazing at a swirling fireball in his hand, he struggled to stabilize its form. "Huff, it's still a bit strained. It seems my chakra control requires further refinement." Lu Bu's return soon spread throughout the Uchiha clan. Those familiar with him promptly instructed their children to pay a visit the following day. New clan members, unaware of him, began inquiring about Lu Bu and Appos' status. However, before they could gather sufficient information, an official decree was issued, jointly signed by the clan leader and the council of elders. It appointed Lu Bu as an elder of the Uchiha clan. He was tasked with mentoring the younger generation, leading them, while being exempt from clan affairs and retaining his freedom. The announcement incited a tremendous uproar within the clan. The young master Lu Bu had become an elder. Just how powerful was he now? Who is Uchiha Lu Bu? I have never heard of him. Ahem, listen up, you little brats. Uchiha Lu Bu is the clan leader and Appos' nephew, only 10 years old. His exact strength remains unknown, but 3 years ago, when he was just 7, he single-handedly slayed a Jonin from the Akimichi clan, with over a dozen Chunin and Jinin falling to his prowess. Given the passage of time, he must be even more formidable now. What? He could slay a Jonin at 7? I and Appos am also 7 this year, yet I'm merely a Jinin. What is the point of my training? Enough. I'm 8 this year, and my strength is comparable to yours. We do not comprehend the world of geniuses. In an instant, the entire Uchiha clan buzzed with discussions about Uchiha Lu Bu. Even those unfamiliar with him were regaled with tales of his exploits by those who were. As a result, the younger generation began to view Lu Bu as their aspiration, yearning to become strong like him. Upon learning of Lu Bu and Appos' elevation to elder status, Ben and Izuna felt a sense of urgency. "Izuna, we are merely Chunin now. If we don't hasten our training, we may forever find ourselves looking up to our cousin." "Indeed, Oni-chan. It seems our efforts are insufficient. Have you been in frequent contact with Hashirama at the Dragon Valley? How did you know? Were you following me?" Ben was taken aback by Izuna and Appos' words. It was well known that the Senju clan had long been the arch-nemesis of the Uchiha clan. The two, as young leaders of their respective clans, communicating privately could lead to dire consequences, potentially being exploited as a pretext for renewed conflict. Don and Appos, worry, I haven't told anyone. Not even father. Next time you go, take me with you. That one do. I still don't fully trust Hashirama. We shall discuss it later. Chapter 21. Hashirama and Madara. By a curious twist of fate, Madara recently encountered Hashirama alone. Initially adversaries, the tension between them nearly escalated into a confrontation upon their meeting. However, on that particular day, neither harbored the desire to fight. Both sought a picturesque locale to reflect in solitude. Upon revealing their intentions, they discovered a shared sentiment. Thus, they chose to act as if they were strangers, quietly sitting together until sunset. As they prepared to part ways, Hashirama unexpectedly suggested they meet again to appreciate the scenery together, confessing that watching the sunset with him brought him inner peace. And so, one meeting led to another, and a mutual understanding began to blossom between them. Hashirama shared his vision of building a village, which resonated deeply with Madara. Consequently, their encounters became more frequent, until one day Izuna chanced upon them. "Remember, this matter must remain between us. Not even our fathers, nor anyone else, must know," Madara admonished Izuna with utmost seriousness. Though Izuna seemed skeptical, he acquiesced to Madara's request. "Understood, my foolish older brother," he replied before departing. Alone, Madara wandered through his clan, casting glances towards the direction where his father resided, his fists clenched in determination, a flicker of resentment crossing his face. I must grow stronger and surpass my father, Lu Bu, to withstand all obstacles and realize my and Hashirama's dream. On that day, Madara seemed transformed, exuding a newfound vigor. It was as if he had discovered his life's purpose, igniting the fire within him to strive for growth. Never before had his resolve been so unwavering. Turning towards Lu Bu's direction, he stealthily exited the clan grounds, eager for his rendezvous with Hashirama, wishing to keep Izuna uninvolved. Any risks were his to bear. He would not drag Izuna into this. At the Dragon Valley waterfall, Hashirama awaited Madara's arrival with palpable excitement. Madara, you finally made it. I feared you might not come today. Today, Lu Bu has emerged from his seclusion. Madara's words extinguished Hashirama's joy. He understood the weight of that name, a looming shadow over the past years. As peers, Lu Bu had always been a figure of admiration for Hashirama. What level of strength has he attained? Madara observed his naive friend with surprise, realizing that even the sunlit, confident Hashirama faltered at the mention of that name. I cannot ascertain the specifics, but I suspect it rivals my father's prowess, Hashirama thought, turmoil brewing within him. After 3 years of seclusion, Lu Bu had likely attained the strength of a clan leader. Reflecting on their own status as mere nin, both found themselves at a loss for words. The tension lingered, punctuated only by the roar of cascading water. Eventually, Hashirama turned to Madara, his expression grave. We can no longer wallow in despair. From this day forth, we must diligently hone our skills, lest Lu Bu and Appo's presence extinguish our dreams. Exactly. Since I am feeling irritable today, let us spar? Madara echoed, and thus, both called out each other in Appo's names, unleashing their pent-up frustrations. The sound of their combat echoed around them as they engaged, transitioning from physical techniques to ninjutsu and secret arts, unleashing their energies upon the surrounding trees and waters. Their abilities were evenly matched, neither gaining the upper hand. This parity formed the foundation of their camaraderie. Those who could not challenge each other were unworthy to be called rivals. Eventually, both stood before each other, breathless. Hashirama, let us settle this with one final move. Very well, Madara replied, seeing the eagerness in Hashirama's eyes. He ceased holding back, forming seals with remarkable speed. Rat, ox, tiger, rabbit, dragon, snake, horse, goat, monkey, rooster, dog. In just 5 seconds, Madara completed the 11 seals. Fire style, great fire annihilation. The massive inferno surged towards Hashirama, obscuring all else in a cascade of flames. Hashirama, recognizing the potency of the advanced jutsu, felt compelled to reveal his own secret art. Secret technique, mighty fist. He slammed his fist into the ground, sending a shockwave of earth and debris hurtling towards Madara. The collision of fire and earth produced a cacophony of sound, once more leaving the outcome in a stalemate. As the mist and dust settled, the scene revealed a chaotic battlefield, the air thick with the scent of scorched earth and lingering heat. When their figures finally emerged, both Madara and Hashirama collapsed, utterly spent. It appears we are still at an impasse, Madara remarked. Do not forget, I have yet to unleash my Sharingan. You must prepare, for I am on the verge of a breakthrough. Ah, I know, Otutu, Hashirama retorted. Who are you calling Otutu? Unbeknownst to them, their raucous bickering had attracted the attention of 2 separate groups approaching swiftly. As they converged, their leaders exchanged wary glances. Today, this was intentional on your part. I thought the same of you, one remarked, their mutual irritation palpable. Henceforth, keep a watchful eye on your sons to avoid misunderstandings. That is precisely what I intended to convey. Their brief exchange concluded, they advanced toward Madara and Hashirama. Fools, return with me at once. You wretched child, get back here. Both Tajima and Butsuma bellowed in unison, interrupting the duo's playful banter. Madara and Hashirama turned in alarm towards their fathers, realization dawning upon them. It was neither of their fathers, and the two shared a vexed glance. They obediently returned to their respective parents. You two need not speculate. No one has betrayed you. It is your own carelessness that has exposed you. Is it not, Butsuma? You two Na'vi fools, do you truly believe others are oblivious? Had I not accompanied Tajima today, one of you would have surely met your end. Watch your tongue. Butsuma, scold your own son. Mine is not your concern. If you dare challenge me, let us see if you have improved over these 3 years. Their argument raged on, yet neither seemed inclined to escalate to violence. Father, let us return. Madara and Hashirama chimed in unison, interrupting the quarrel between Tajima and Butsuma. Chapter 22. The emergence of Kurizetsu. Tajima and Butsuma immediately fell silent. Their large eyes fixed on each other in a tense standoff. Both men, nearing 50, had lived long lives in the ninja world, a testament to their resilience. Years of warfare had left them with hidden scars, and they were acutely aware that their prime was waning. They held great expectations for their son, the designated heir they both endorsed. Despite their missteps today, they chose not to dwell on past rivalries, intending instead to have a heartfelt conversation with their offspring. As they prepared to depart, each grasping their son and Appo's hand, they left the clan grounds with only a couple of subordinates, wary of lingering too long in case of unforeseen events. Just as they were about to leave, Tajima and Butsuma suddenly halted, adopting a defensive stance. Someone was lurking nearby. From a mountain peak 500 meters away, a dark figure observed the scene below, fixated on Madara and Hashirama. At last, I have located the descendants of Yui. To my astonishment, these two youngsters possessed the chakra of Indra and Ashura. Acquiring this knowledge was surprisingly effortless, though they exhibit a degree of vigilance. They are no match for the might of Lord Kurizetsu. Yui, Yufune, after sealing away my mother for so long, I shall use your progeny to liberate her. Indeed. These weaklings are utterly useless. Kurizetsu muttered to himself, his subordinates still too far away to engage, leading him to curse their ineptitude. It turns out that Kurizetsu is the third son of Kaguya Otsutsuki. Whether he is truly her son is a matter of his own belief. Kaguya and Appo's other two sons are Otsutsuki Yui and Otsutsuki Yufune. Due to discord arising from the divine tree, their mother-son bond fractured, giving rise to enmity. The two brothers united against Kaguya, yet due to their inferior strength, they resorted to cunning to deceive her and ultimately seal her away. In her final moments of confinement, Kaguya created Kurizetsu as a contingency plan. Being a mere mass of black substance, Kurizetsu could only exert his full power by inhabiting the bodies of others. Thus, he awaited the demise of both Yui and Yufune before seeking vengeance upon their descendants. The enmity between Indra and Ashura was further fueled by Kurizetsu's insidious instigation, leading the brothers to turn against one another. Their resentment persisted through countless lifetimes, with this incarnation of Indra and Ashura manifesting as Madara and Hashirama. Kurizetsu sensed the distinct chakra within them, the very essence he was most familiar with. It appears that placing my hopes in these individuals is futile. It has been far too long since I exercised my power. Allow me to use you as practice. Observing the battle between the two sides below, Kurizetsu realized that his subordinates could not contend with Tajima and Butsuma. Therefore, he decided to take matters into his own hands, stealthily descending. Due to his unique nature, Tajima and Butsuma remained oblivious to his presence until he infiltrated a member of the Uchiha clan. Secret technique, mental fusion. Uchiha Oya offered no resistance as Kurizetsu seized control of his will. The combatants remained unaware that this Uchiha was no longer himself. This body's strength is quite lacking. Nevertheless, it will suffice for dealing with these opponents. Kurizetsu, now occupying Oya and Appo's body, charged toward Tajima and Butsuma, deeming others unworthy of facing him. Tajima and Butsuma barely qualified for his attention. Kurizetsu swiftly approached Tajima from behind, intent on eliminating him first due to the potential threat posed by his eyes. Tajima, beware behind you. Uchiha Oya, how dare you betray your clan leader? Butsuma was the first to perceive the danger and quickly alerted Tajima. Upon realizing it was his clansmen attacking him, Tajima was bewildered by the sudden aggression. Oya, however, gave no response and launched an assault on Tajima. How I have longed for battle. Only blood can warm this heart that has endured for centuries. Tajima recognized the unfamiliar voice emanating from Oya and deduced that he had been overtaken by some malevolent force. Who are you? Why do you attack us? Cackle, you should experience the pain of the world. Ha 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 ha. Tajima and Butsuma exchanged glances, quickly realizing that Oya had become a lunatic. Tajima then called out to Butsuma. Butsuma, I will restrain him. You provide support. Understood. Tajima, uncertain of his opponent's strength, but wary of the stealthy control over Oya, decided to unleash his full power without reservation. Sharingan, activate. Fire style, great fire annihilation. Butsuma, seeing Tajima initiate his technique, seamlessly coordinated his own attack. Wind style, great breakthrough. A torrent of searing flames surged forth, engulfing the area where Kurizetsu stood. Cackle feudal, you cannot harm me. Secret technique, floating technique. Boom. The ground where Kurizetsu had been standing erupted into flames. But as the smoke cleared, his figure had vanished. Have we succeeded? Butsuma asked, perplexed as he surveyed the empty space before them. I doubt it. His escape technique was utterly silent. Remain vigilant. Cackle, are you searching for me? Suddenly, the irritating voice echoed from behind Tajima and Butsuma. Secret technique, mighty fist. Boom. Just as Kurizetsu finished speaking, Butsuma executed a swift secret technique aimed at his direction. Cackle, that technique is amusing, like a brute. Before Butsuma could assess the effectiveness of his strike, the obnoxious voice rang out again. This is troublesome. Our opponent is exceptionally strong and possesses refined evasion skills. We must ensure our sons are safe first. We will hold them off. Understood. The Uchiha clansmen wasted no time, swiftly seizing Madara and retreating toward their clan and Appo's territory. Meanwhile, members of the Senju clan exchanged glances with Butsuma, who nodded in affirmation. The three quickly captured Hashirama and began their escape. Cackle, you are making this quite difficult for me. Truly, the descendants of Yui are bothersome. Tajima and Butsuma, unaware of who Yui was, recognized that the intruder's target was undoubtedly their sons. Chapter 23. Dire news. Ban and Hashirama were swiftly taken away, and before they could distance themselves, a tremendous roar erupted behind them. Father! A sense of foreboding surged within Ban, prompting him to cry out desperately towards Tajima. Young clan leader, do not approach. The enemy is formidable. We must return to the clan's territory to summon reinforcements. If we go now, we will only become a burden to the clan leader. Though Ben felt a pang of reluctance, he ultimately heeded the advice of the seasoned shinobi and hastened towards the clan's grounds. The three ran with fervor, sparing no time. Even as Ban's fatigue weighed heavily upon him, he dared not pause. Having already unleashed their full power in battle, Ban and Hashirama were still in the throes of exhaustion. This sudden turn of events caught Ban off guard, forcing him to flee in a state of panic. He silently cursed his own inadequacies, feeling like a liability to his father, and fervently prayed for his father's safety. Just as Ban was on the verge of fainting from his exertions, he finally spotted the entrance to the Uchiha clan's territory. Before reaching it, he began to shout urgently, "Quickly, alert the clan's elite. We must rescue the clan leader at once." The guards at the Uchiha stronghold heard his cries and turned towards him, puzzled. Upon recognizing the young clan leader, they rushed to assist him. "Youth leader, what has transpired? What has happened to the clan leader?" Ban implored. "Quickly, inform my cousin and the clan's elite. The clan leader is in grave danger. Hurry, do not mind me." Meanwhile, within the confines of Elbu's chamber, he seemed to sense a disturbance, abruptly opening his tightly shut eyes. "Is that Ban calling for help? Something has gone awry." Before he could finish his thought, Elbu's form flickered and vanished. When he reappeared, it was before the exhausted and crumpled Ban. "Ban, what has transpired to leave you in such disarray?" Ban, oblivious to Elbu and Appo's arrival, only noticed him when he spoke. Seizing the opportunity as a lifeline, Ban cried out in despair, "Cousin, my father is in danger. We must hurry to save him. It is all my fault, all my fault." With a swift motion, Elbu struck Ban across the face. "Enough. Speak clearly. Where is your uncle?" Ban hurriedly recounted the events, his gaze pleading as he looked at Elbu. "I understand. I shall go to Long Valley at once. You must guide the others back here afterward. When I return, we shall have a reckoning." With that, Elbu vanished in an instant. Ban and the two seasoned shinobi exchanged worried glances. Through the forest, a shadow darted past, swiftly alighting upon a tree before vanishing again, only to reappear 100 meters away, leaving deep impressions in the ground and on the trees. Even a bird that inadvertently collided with Elbu met a gruesome fate, exploding into a mist of blood and feathers. Upon reaching the waterfall of Long Valley, a sudden thunderous sound halted Elbu in his tracks. "Found you, uncle. Hold on." He sprang into action towards the source of the noise. Just before he arrived, he beheld a massive skeletal structure rising from the ground, with Tajima standing at its center. However, Tajima's eyes were bloodied, his body battered, with wounds of varying sizes continuously oozing crimson. Elbu's heart leaped with joy. He had finally located Tajima and was about to rush to him when suddenly, a figure emerged from within the skeleton, clad in Uchiha garb. The figure's hand pierced through Tajima's chest. "No. Stop." Elbu could scarcely believe his eyes as Tajima dangled from the assailant's grasp, his legs buckling beneath him. In desperation, Elbu cried out, pleading for the enemy to relent and spare Tajima's life. Uncle, hold on. I'm coming. As Elbu shouted, he unleashed his full power, dashing toward Tajima. The culprit, sensing Elbu and Appo's approach, withdrew his arm and retreated to the side. As the arm was pulled from Tajima's chest, he crumpled to the ground. Just as Tajima was about to collapse, Elbu caught him in his arms. "Uncle, are you all right?" "I'm here." Cough. "Elbu, you should not have come. Flee at once. The enemy is too powerful. The clan's future is now in your hands." Yes, uncle. I will take you to safety. I will take you away. It is too late. You must go." Tajima and Appo's final words escaped him, and with a sudden loss of strength, he fell limp in Elbu and Appo's embrace. "No. Uncle, please do not die. I have just found a home. I have finally become part of this family. You cannot leave me." "No." Despite Elbu and Appo's cries, Tajima offered no response, and Elbu let out a heart-wrenching wail. At that moment, Black Zetsu, standing nearby, sensed a surge of powerful chakra erupting from Elbu's being. What is this?" Elbu, now resembling a demonic figure, tears of blood streaming from his eyes, his raven hair billowing, his face contorted with rage, declared, "It is you. You dare to kill my uncle? You will pay dearly." Ah, such a touching scene. How nostalgic. Black Zetsu began, when suddenly he was struck in the chest by a powerful punch, sent reeling back, blood erupting from his mouth. How is this possible? When did? As Black Zetsu recognized Elbu's face, his eyes widened in horror. Before him, Elbu's eyes spun with the pattern of a pinwheel, tears of blood flowing freely. With his wild hair and fierce gaze, he appeared as a god of vengeance. "How can this be? You are so young, yet so powerful. You dare to kill my uncle? Prepare to die, in the wake of losing his loved one." Elbu was overwhelmed with fury, triggering the evolution of his Sharingan. Though a small side effect lingered due to the forceful awakening, he could not afford to dwell on it. His sole focus was annihilating his enemy. With a surge of chakra and the might of his training, Elbu stomped down upon Black Zetsu, causing blood mist to erupt from him and fissures to crack the ground beneath. A distinct imprint of a human form emerged where Elbu's foot had landed, as if the earth itself yielded to him. Cough. Boy, you possess great strength. My current form cannot unleash my full potential. Until we meet again, I shall seek a proper confrontation with you. Chapter 24. One Death. One severely wounded when a voice echoed behind Elbu. He caught sight of a shadow swiftly burrowing into the ground. As Elbu scanned his surroundings, he could no longer sense the presence of this individual, and the corpse beneath him lay in tatters. Who the hell are you? Show yourself. Boom. 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 Unable to detect the enemy, Elbu unleashed his fury upon the surrounding earth and trees, bombarding them relentlessly. After venting his rage, he finally fell silent, while the enigmatic figure had long since vanished from the scene. Turning his gaze towards the direction of Tian Dao, a look of profound sorrow crossed his face. Just as he prepared to retrieve Tian Dao's lifeless body, a cough sounded nearby. Cough, have I been rescued? Elbu turned to see the severely injured Qinsho Fujian regaining consciousness. You are Qinsho Fujian. How did you end up here? Fujian, weak and bewildered, gazed in the direction of the inquiry, recognizing something familiar, yet unable to recall who it was. Upon noticing the body lying at the man's feet, disbelief washed over him. Tian Dao, what? What has happened to you? Tian Dao. No need to call out. My uncle is already dead. Upon hearing these words, Fujian stood frozen, as if he had lost something vital, sadness enveloping him like a shroud. Haraha. Tian Dao. We have fought against each other for a lifetime, and yet you did not perish at my hands, but rather at the hands of another. You must be Tian Dao's nephew, Uchiha Elbu. Who killed him? I do not know. A shadow controlled one of our clansmen. Although I killed that clansman, the entity managed to escape. You still have not answered me. How did you find yourself here? Fujian then recounted the events that had transpired, allowing Elbu to grasp the complete story. It appeared that this individual had set their sights on Madara and Hashirama. Indeed. Thus I and Tian Dao stayed behind to provide an opportunity for Madara and Hashirama to flee. I never anticipated. Sigh, in that case. Allow me to bandage your wounds. No need. I am aware of my condition. Though I may not perish immediately, my time is limited. My body is gravely injured, and there is no point in wasting time. Our clansmen should be arriving shortly. Although Fujian had narrowly escaped death, his body was severely harmed, with ruptured organs within. He could not survive for long. Elbu fell silent, beginning to gather Tian Dao's remains. Once Elbu had tended to Tian Dao's body, a chorus of footsteps resonated around them. Elbu recognized that their clansmen had arrived. Father! Father! Two voices rang out as Madara and Hashirama, accompanied by their clansmen, rushed to the scene. Upon arriving before Elbu, they beheld a figure sprawled on the ground and another weakly leaning against a tree. They hurried forward to investigate. Madara recognized Tian Dao and Appo's visage, his trembling fingers pausing at Tian Dao and Appo's neck. Feeling for a pulse, he found none. Collapsing to the ground in despair. Please, no? Father, do not leave us. Madara's anguished cries silenced the entire gathering. An overwhelming wave of sorrow swept through their hearts, even affecting the Qinsho clan. They beheld their leader in a dire state, fearing for his life. After Madara wept for a time, Elbu spoke. Let us return. Take the clan leader home. Yes, young Master Elbu. On the journey back, the entire group remained enveloped in silence, even Madara refraining from speaking to Hashirama. Despite Hashirama's attempts to engage, he was overlooked by Madara, who departed without a word. Upon their return to the clan grounds, countless members rushed out to witness their leader being carried back. The sound of weeping filled the air, resonating throughout the clan. For 3 days, Elbu dedicated himself to Tian Dao's funeral, even halting his training to honor his fallen comrade. When Tian Dao was laid to rest, Qinsho Fujian was also brought to pay his final respects. Before departing, Fujian invited Elbu, revealing that he too had but a month to live. Should he succumb, he wished for Elbu to escort him on his final journey. After Tian Dao's funeral concluded, a division arose within the clan regarding the position of clan leader. I recommend Uchiha Elbu for the position of clan leader. His might is evident, making him more than capable. I propose Uchiha Madara for the role. He is Tian Dao's legitimate eldest son, thus rightful to the title. Since opinions are divided, let us decide through a vote. However, unexpectedly, the vote resulted in a tie, leaving the Council of Elders at an impasse regarding the selection of a leader. Elbu, however, remained indifferent to who would lead, with Tian Dao's passing. He was left with only Madara and Izuna as his closest kin. As their elder brother, he would uphold the family and provide them with a sense of stability. Cousin, I wish for you to take the mantle of leadership. Why? I aim to conclude this chaotic era with Hashirama and establish a village of stability and peace. Power is necessary. Very well, then the position of clan leader shall be yours. Madara was taken aback by Elbu's easy acquiescence. He had expected it to require much persuasion to gain Elbu's approval. Ah, cousin, you agreed so readily. Madara, understand that the magnitude of power does not rest solely in its possession, but rather in one and Appo's strength. Even if you are formidable, without power, no one would dare overlook your existence. As for me, my current strength renders the leadership position inconsequential. Since you desire it, your elder brother supports you. Go forth with confidence. I shall back you. Alright. Thus, the position of clan leader for the Uchiha clan was resolved between the two with mere words. When the Council of Elders learned of Rybu's stance, they unanimously supported Madara's ascension. Madara ascended to the position of clan leader, embarking on a path of reform and action. Meanwhile, Rybu gradually receded from the public eye, accompanied only by the 36 subordinates he had trained. He chose to refrain from interfering in Madara and Appo's growth, opting instead to travel the world with his 36 followers. He had long desired to explore the world beyond, having been held back for so many years. With Tian Dao's passing, it was now time for him to see what lay beyond. The following day, after a grand inauguration ceremony for Madara, Rybu appeared at the clan's entrance, ready to embark on his journey. Cousin, are you truly leaving to travel? The clan still needs your presence. Fear not. I shall ensure communication is maintained at intervals. Now that the Qiansho clan is under Hashirama's leadership, conflict between our clans should be avoided. Your aspirations depend on your own capabilities. Should there be any insurmountable issues, you may reach out to me. Very well. Take care of yourself, and return when you can. Rybu nodded and, accompanied by his 36 followers, ventured forth, his silhouette gradually fading from their view. Chapter 25. The Land of Wind. 2 days later, Rybu, accompanied by 36 companions, was in a grove, examining their map to ascertain their direction. After perusing the map, Rybu devised a plan in his mind. Considering the geographical positioning of the Land of Fire, he resolved to first venture to the Land of Wind, followed by the lands of Earth, Lightning, and Water, before finally returning to the Land of Fire. Their journey would traverse numerous small nations, and he suspected that it would take no less than 3 to 5 years to complete. To avoid meandering aimlessly like a headless fly, he aimed to meticulously chart their course. Over the years, Rybu had only encountered the customs and cultures of various nations through scrolls. He had yet to experience them firsthand. He intended to cultivate his skills while immersing himself in the wonders of nature, thereby gaining a deeper understanding of the world around him. Young master, we should set off, one of his companions urged. Very well, let us depart. This journey is not merely for leisure. You must also continue your training, or I shall send you back, Rybu replied. Among the 36, Uchiha Bema felt a sense of helplessness. Although he longed for adventure, he was currently the captain, leading 12 teams under Rybu's command. Bema, along with 2 others, was tasked with attending to Rybu's needs, while the remaining 11 teams were responsible for his safety and their own cultivation. Originally, there were others like Ban and Izuna among the 36, but Ban had assumed the role of clan leader, and Izuna remained to assist him. Thus, Rybu selected 2 more individuals from the clan to join his entourage. As they journeyed, the group spent their days exploring and their nights practicing. Should the need for combat arise, they would encounter the many bandits and robbers along the way, thus providing an opportunity to rid the land of such scourge. After 2 days of travel, they finally entered the territory of the Land of Wind. At the border town of Fengyue, a sizable group entered its bustling streets. The townsfolk hurriedly went about their business, exchanging only brief greetings with acquaintances before hastily returning home, as if some calamity had befallen the town, inciting a palpable sense of urgency. Rybu and his companions had traversed numerous dilapidated villages, where the inhabitants appeared gaunt and emaciated. Upon reaching the Land of Wind, they found themselves engulfed in swirling sands, battling a harsh environment that even Rybu found challenging, having accidentally swallowed mouthfuls of sand. Young master, this is the largest town at the border of the Wind Country, Fengyue, one of his companions informed him. Let us find a place to rest for a few days before we continue our journey, Rybu replied. Upon arriving at the largest inn in town, the group finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Their arduous journey had left them exhausted and famished. They yearned for a hearty meal and a restful night and Appo's sleep. However, once inside, Rybu noticed something amiss among the townsfolk and could not resist inquiring with the innkeeper. Good sir, has something transpired in your town? Why do the residents seem so hurried? Ah, esteemed guest, you must be a traveler from afar. You have just arrived in Fengyue? The innkeeper responded. Indeed. Then it is no wonder. In recent days, a band of powerful ninjas has invaded our town, pillaging wealth and abducting women. The streets are so fraught with danger that the townsfolk dare not linger for fear of encountering these rogues. Such audacity. Why does no one intervene? At this rate, the townsfolk will surely be devastated, Rybu exclaimed. The innkeeper, startled by Rybu's bluntness, quickly covered his mouth with a hand. Please, do not speak so carelessly. The town and Appo's guards and a station Chunin have already been slain by these marauders. Who would dare to resist? Those who wish to survive must flee Fengyue. Rybu was taken aback by the chaos outside, where murder was brazenly committed in broad daylight. The town's guards and ninjas had been murdered without fear of reprisal from the lord of the Wind Country. Throughout their journey, Rybu and his companions had dispatched 3 bandit strongholds, eliminating 1 to 200 ruffians, who were merciless in their pillaging and violence. Innkeeper, fear not. We are merchants from the Land of Fire. While our strength is not extraordinary, we are more than capable of safeguarding ourselves. Tell me, does the lord of the Wind Country not concern himself with the plight of his towns? Rybu queried. Alas, in these tumultuous times, The lords are perpetually embroiled in warfare and cannot attend to these small places, leaving us common folk to suffer, the innkeeper lamented. Indeed, the world is in disarray. I have witnessed countless tragedies along the way. It and Appos, as truly harrowing. Elbu remarked. Dear guest, from your attire, it is evident you hail from a noble background. I shall prepare a meal for you. Please forgive our humble establishment, the innkeeper said, eager to avoid further discussion on sensitive matters that could draw unwanted attention. Elbu, recognizing the innkeeper's reluctance to delve deeper into such perilous topics, allowed him to depart to prepare the meal. Young master, should I send someone to keep an eye on these rogue ninjas to ensure they do not cross your path? Another companion suggested. Not necessary. If they encounter us, it will be our duty to rid the land of their menace, Elbu replied. The group ceased their inquiries, and after partaking in a simple meal, they retreated to their rooms to rest. Elbu, however, chose not to rest but instead engaged in meditation and cultivation, having not ceased his training during the journey. His practice of the overlord body refinement technique had reached a plateau, and he now focused on refining his chakra. During the day, as he walked, he practiced hand seals within his sleeves to enhance his speed of formation. In moments of rest, he refined his chakra and trained his mental fortitude. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted outside. Just as Elbu had completed an hour of chakra refinement and was preparing to rest, his companion Bema rushed in. Young master, there is trouble outside. What is happening? Elbu inquired. The details are unclear, but a group of ninjas is engaged in combat with someone outside, inadvertently injuring many townsfolk. The citizens are fleeing in panic, Bema reported. Truly, there is no moment of respite. Come, let us investigate, Elbu declared. As Elbu and his companions exited their rooms, they witnessed numerous patrons of the inn hastily gathering their belongings to leave. Upon stepping outside, they were met with the sight of townsfolk fleeing in all directions, with several buildings already ablaze. The entire Fongyue town was illuminated by flames, casting an eerie glow over the chaotic scene. How audacious! You bandits dare to harm the innocent. Today, I shall not allow you to escape, Elbu declared, spotting a young man of 17 or 18 leading a group in pursuit of a fleeing enemy. From their conversation, it was clear that the ones being pursued were the very ninjas who had been wreaking havoc in Fongyue. However, Elbu remained uncertain about the identity of their pursuers. You seek to establish a ninja village in the land of wind, Ryatu? We have not provoked you, so why meddle in our affairs? One of the fleeing ninjas retorted. Humph, it is fortunate you did not cross my path before, but since you have, you parasites shall not find peace here. Since you seek death, do not blame us. The young man commanded, rallying his companions to attack. You, an elite chunin, dare to confront me? You are gravely mistaken. Chapter 26. The Sandfall clash. Upon hearing the discourse between the two, Elbu regarded them with a bemused expression. The individual named Lieta possessed commendable strength, having already ascended to the status of a high-ranking ninja. In contrast, the bandit leader opposite him was merely at the level of an elite middle ninja, relying on sheer numbers for any semblance of threat. However, even if their ranks were to double, they would still be unable to evade the fate of annihilation. Nonetheless, Lieta piqued Elbu's curiosity. His earlier remarks hinted at a desire to establish a ninja village in the land of wind, aligning with the aspirations of Madara and Hashirama. This revelation imbued Elbu with a profound sense of camaraderie. Utilizing his bloodline limit, Lieta summoned his magnet release, manifesting a colossal hand composed of metallic particles that reached out toward the bandits. Regardless of whether they attacked with arrows or ninjutsu, they were utterly incapable of disturbing this formidable appendage. This is bad. He is a high-ranking ninja. Run. Yet, for those who sought to flee, it was too late. Shatter. Lieta's sandiron hand seized the leading bandits, crushing them into a crimson mist with a single, resolute grip. With the demise of their leaders, the remaining henchmen stood no chance against Lieta's onslaught. In a brief span, the conflict concluded, and the group began assisting the civilians in extinguishing the fires. Intriguingly, Elbu had encountered someone with the bloodline limit of the Sandfall clan. His excitement surged as this was the first such individual he had encountered, and he was eager to test Lieta's capabilities. He approached swiftly, inquiring, "Greetings, might you be a member of the Sandfall clan?" "Not at all," Lieta curtly replied, dismissing Elbu and returning to aid the townsfolk. Elbu was momentarily taken aback, rendered speechless and unsure of how to proceed. Observing Lieta's haughty demeanor sparked Elbu's interest further. "Then how do you wield the powers of the Sandfall clan's bloodline limit?" Hearing this, Lieta paused, turning to face Elbu. "What business is it of yours? Are we acquainted? Hey, with that fiery temper of yours, you're quite arrogant. Care for a spar before we engage in conversation?" Elbu had never been so brazenly rebuffed. Typically, even the most seasoned warriors would not dare to confront him. Yet, here he was, ignited by the prospect of facing an intriguing opponent, feeling the flames of his temper flare as he contemplated delivering a sound thrashing to Lieta. "No time for that. Can't you see I'm busy?" Lieta retorted, brushing Elbu off. Elbu was left at a loss for words, his usually aloof demeanor crumbling in the face of such disregard. Lieta, perceiving this youthful individual as a privileged scion, felt a sense of disdain. fueled by a lingering resentment toward the affluent. He had little interest in engaging with someone he deemed a pampered brat, especially if he held any noble status. As Elbu recognized Lietta's disinterest in conversing further, his expression darkened. If that is the case, I shall take my leave. Apologies for the intrusion. He ceased his pursuit, realizing that if others offered him no courtesy, he had no obligation to extend his warmth. Upon returning to the inn, Baima, following Elbu, found amusement in witnessing his master's moment of embarrassment. Is it amusing to see the young master humbled? Baima suddenly heard someone mention this, involuntarily responding. Indeed, I never anticipated the young master would be disregarded. No, that is not what I meant. Baima hastily clarified, realizing the inappropriateness of his comment upon noticing Elbu's presence. Tomorrow's rest is cancelled. We shall train an additional day. Please, young master. We've finally managed a day off. Don't take it away. There shall be no negotiation. The remaining 35 individuals cast glares of indignation at Baima, their eyes seething with resentment, as if they wished to pierce him with their gazes. Elbu's encounter with Lietta had inadvertently entangled Baima and the others in his ire, sowing seeds of resentment toward Lietta among them. That night, Lietta thoroughly eradicated the malignant elements plaguing Fengyue town, laboring tirelessly until dawn. Once the flames and debris were dealt with, Lietta and his companions returned to the inn to rest. However, when Elbu and his companions were having breakfast in the hall, they once again encountered Lietta, exchanging glances but no words. After finishing their meal, Elbu and his party departed the small town, seeking a desolate gravel plain in which to train. Entering the land of wind, the landscape had transformed into an endless desert, devoid of verdant flora. Commencing their physical training, Elbu announced, today's intensity will be doubled. Upon hearing this, Baima and the others wore expressions of despair. They were merely children of around 10 years. They could not fathom why Elbu imposed such stringent training standards upon them, fearing they might be rendered incapable. Is it that you appear unwilling? If so, feel free to return to your clan. Do not follow me. Young master, why are you so harsh with us? We are but children of 10, and our current strength is merely that of low-ranking ninjas. Many adults of considerable age possess similar abilities. I dare to inquire, what is the purpose behind this? Surely you are aware of Madara and Hashirama's dreams? We have heard you, and the clan leader speak of it. What are your thoughts? Very commendable. We too wish to live in such a stable village. Upon hearing Baima's words, Elbu shook his head. You only perceive the idyllic aspects. What you must understand is that we reside in tumultuous times. Conflicts erupt between clans. When Madara and Hashirama establish a ninja village, all nations will seek to emulate them. Once unification occurs, the resources for the development of so many will be in question. Should 5 or 10 years pass, leading to a population explosion, the Land of Fire may fare well due to its fertile land and abundant resources. But do you believe that other, resource-scarce nations will mirror the Land of Fire? It is likely that greater wars will ensue. When that time comes, imagine armies of tens of thousands of ninjas clashing. If you do not exert yourselves in training now, when you reach adulthood, will you possess the strength to survive? Elbu articulated the advantages and disadvantages of establishing a ninja village in one breath, leaving Baima and the others profoundly shaken. They had not anticipated that the creation of a ninja village, while appearing favorable, harbored a brutal reality. Their lofty aspirations were shattered, and they now understood the rationale behind Elbu's strictness was rooted in a desire for their future survival. Young master, why not clarify this with the clan leader? There is no necessity. This is an inevitable tide of events, a crucial unification process for the nation. All we need do is amass greater strength. When the time comes, whether to engage in battle or seek peace, that will be our decision. Chapter 27. Kaleidoscope. Upon hearing Elbu's discourse, Baima and the others subdued their inner mischief and began to engage in earnest training. They contemplated the necessity of strengthening themselves to survive rather than becoming mere cannon fodder. Observing the diligent efforts of his companions, Elbu nodded approvingly, prompting him to commence his own training. Since the passing of Tian Dao, his Sharingan had evolved into the Manjiki Sharingan. Yet he had not taken the time to fully explore his newfound abilities. It was worth noting that his last forced breakthrough had caused him some minor injuries, which had necessitated a period of recuperation during which he refrained from utilizing the powers of the Manjiki. Now, having restored his formidable physique, he felt no lingering discomfort. Instantly, chakra surged towards his eyes, and Elbu's gaze began to transform. As he opened his eyes, the 3 tomo of the Sharingan manifested, and they began to whirl like a grand windmill. At that moment, there was no pain, nor tears of blood. A wondrous sensation enveloped him. His vision expanded and sharpened. Was the left eye conjuring an illusion? Elbu immediately directed his focus towards the desert before him. An invisible wave radiated outward, and the desert vanished, revealing a scene of battlefield carnage. This was a glimpse of the battles from my past life. The brutality of the battlefield was particularly harrowing. With countless severed limbs and shattered bodies, without a robust mental fortitude, one could easily succumb to despair. Thus, many warriors reveled in bloodshed, not for glory, but to release their pent-up bloodlust. Long-term suppression could lead to a drastic change in temperament, transforming them into merciless demons devoid of humanity. Elbu nostalgically observed the fleeting images, the Battle of Yangren, the Siege of Luoyang, the defense of Hulao Pass, and the Battle of Changshan. From his conquest of Yanzhou to Dingao, Jiuyue, and Qinlu, culminating in the reclaiming of Shuzhou, the illusions depicted Elbu's entire life of warfare. These scenes of charging into battle, seizing flags, and slaying generals contained both victories and defeats, alongside Elbu's illustrious moments, such as the legendary Three Heroes vs. Elbu, which resonated throughout the land. Regardless of who witnessed Elbu's life, if one focused solely on his martial prowess, they would undoubtedly be envious. To think that one could glimpse their past life was quite intriguing. The illusion seemed to allow one to immerse themselves, transforming foes into opponents to be ruthlessly vanquished by Elbu. It turned out that Elbu's illusion could draw individual spirits into this realm for a one-on-one duel with him. Those lacking strength might feel apprehensive, yet this ability suited Elbu perfectly. His unparalleled prowess in single combat made him unafraid of any opponent. In his prime, even top-tier warriors like Guan Yu, Zhang Fei, Su Chu, and Xiao Yun were no match for him in a fair fight. Moreover, in the current ninja world, Elbu had yet to encounter anyone of comparable talent. This ability seemed tailor-made for him. Truly, it was deserving of its title as the Eye of the Mind. And the compatibility was nothing short of exquisite. Henceforth, this illusion would be known as the Unmatched Slaughter. After examining the capabilities of his left eye, Elbu eagerly turned his attention to the right eye. To his astonishment, it appeared to possess two extraordinary abilities. One enhanced his combat prowess and facilitated the recovery of injuries, while the other summoned steeds and weaponry. These capabilities piqued Elbu's imagination. As they likely bore connection to his previous life, he began to experiment with the first ability. As soon as he activated his right eye, a tremor coursed through him, as if his stamina and strength were inexhaustible. Even his condition reverted to its peak, as if his injuries could heal instantaneously. After some playful experimentation, Elbu discerned that this ability was indeed a form of enhancement, allowing him to recover and enter combat at full strength, provided he wasn't fatally wounded. This was undoubtedly a life-saving skill, a remarkable boon. He decided to name it the Resurrection Technique. Having derived joy from the first ability, he was curious about the uniqueness of the second. However, when he attempted to activate it, he found himself momentarily unable, which left him somewhat disheartened. Without experiencing it firsthand, how could he discern the nature of this ability? According to his IS indications, it seemed to be a summoning skill capable of conjuring steeds and armor. Yet he was uncertain of the conditions required for its activation. As he observed the training group wielding kunai and practicing combat techniques, an epiphany struck Elbu. Steeds, weapons, armor. Didn't he possess his own weapon, the Fantian Huaji? Could it be that he needed this? With that thought, he quickly retrieved a scroll, unleashing his Fantian Huaji. As the smoke dissipated, Elbu found himself grasping his weapon, and upon channeling chakra into his right eye once more, he sensed a remarkable change in the weapon. This was indeed his Fantian Huaji from his past life, a divine armament. He felt no other alterations as he swung the weapon, and with a resounding boom, a sharp burst of energy shot forth, striking the sand and causing an explosion. This truly felt like a divine artifact. If he could equip himself with armor and a steed, he would be armed to the teeth, free from any concerns during battle. Elbu had not anticipated that wielding this weapon would unleash an attack akin to ninjutsu. If fully equipped, he could scarcely fathom the extent of his power. Alas, how he wished to have his Tang-Ni armor and red hair with him. He would reclaim his former glory. He found himself reminiscing about his top-tier weaponry, though it was but a fleeting thought. Once Elbu had thoroughly tested the abilities of his right eye, he felt as though he had unlocked a unique skill of the dual eyes. A powerful aura enveloped him, suggesting the potential to summon a colossal figure. This sensation felt familiar, though its source eluded him momentarily. It dawned on him. The immense skeletal figure summoned by his uncle before his demise resembled this aura. Could he also summon such a being? Indeed, the clan's archive spoke of the Manjiki Sharingan granting an earth-shattering power, capable of moving mountains and seas, known as Susanoo. However, he could not manifest it. Was his mental fortitude insufficient? After experimenting with his abilities, the inability to perform Susanoo led him to relinquish his attempts. Upon dismissing the Sharingan, he noticed fatigue in his eyes and a hint of blurriness in his vision. Could there be side effects? Would he face the threat of blindness? Chapter 28. The crisis of blindness. Lubu's suspicion was not entirely unfounded. As an adult, he possessed a profound awareness of his own capabilities as a warrior. He distinctly sensed a fleeting blur in his vision, which was no mere illusion but a genuine and permanent deterioration of his sight, though it was only a slight impairment. Lubu was acutely aware of it. It appeared that he must minimize or altogether refrain from using the kaleidoscope. Should he become blind, the repercussions would be immensely detrimental. Thus, this ability began to seem somewhat superfluous to Lubu, as he could not justify compromising his physical condition in pursuit of greater combat prowess. Indeed, one must sacrifice something to gain something else. The capricious heavens remained unwaveringly fair, and even a second chance at life could not alter this immutable law. This realization filled Lubu with a sense of impending crisis. Without the kaleidoscope, his current strength was only marginally superior to that of Tajima. To eliminate someone of such caliber would undoubtedly require a tremendous cost, rendering the endeavor not worth the effort. If only he could resolve the threat of blindness. He could wield his abilities without hesitation. Yet, how could he address this dilemma? Lu Bu found himself at a loss, resigning to the notion of enhancing his other strengths. Even without the kaleidoscope, he would be equipped to handle various challenges, which is the mindset of a true warrior. Suddenly, a voice of excitement pierced the air. I've opened my eyes. Lu Bu turned to see Uchiha Hakuma, who had survived the battlefield thanks to Lu Bu and Appo's training. After 3 years of diligent perseverance, he had finally succeeded in awakening his Sharingan, greatly enhancing his power. Hakuma, you have successfully opened your eyes. Splendid. Lu Bu exclaimed. Master, it is merely a one-tomo Sharingan. Compared to you, I still have a long way to go. The only advantage is that I have successfully advanced to the rank of Chunin. Indeed. As the first among us to awaken, I shall reward you with a Jinjutsu. Use it wisely in your training. Lu Bu produced a scroll detailing a Jinjutsu technique, the Kagehang technique, along with his insights on its practice. Thank you for your generous gift, Master. I will certainly train diligently, Hakuma replied, grateful. The success of one of his subordinates in awakening the Sharingan and advancing to Chunin alleviated much of Lu Bu's earlier melancholy. Although Hakuma was slightly older than Lu Bu, Ban, and Izuna in terms of awakening, his achievement was commendable. He was surely on the path to becoming an elite Jonin, and if he could unlock the kaleidoscope, he would undoubtedly possess the combat strength of a clan leader. It is worth noting that within the Uchiha clan, those who successfully evolved to the 3-tomo Sharingan were of Jonin caliber. To awaken the kaleidoscope like Uchiha Tajima at the very brink of life was a mark of exceptional prowess. One should not underestimate Tajima and Appo's strength simply because he fell to the hands of Kagaya. After all, Kagaya was a being who had lived for centuries, a product of the Tsutsuki clan, and associating with such a lineage meant possessing at least the strength of a Kage. It was entirely reasonable that Tanijima met his demise. Time passed swiftly during training, and the sun gradually descended in the sky until it aligned with the gaze of the onlookers. Only then did Lu Bu and his companions conclude their training for the day. Observing the sweat-drenched faces of his comrades, Lu Bu finally declared, "We shall end our session here. Pack your belongings. It is time to return." "Yes, master. We will pack immediately," came the enthusiastic response from Hakuma and others, who, upon hearing that training had concluded, eagerly began to gather their things. Lu Bu could not help but feel a sense of exasperation as he watched them quickly tidy up after having taken ages to set up earlier. It reminded him of the trials faced by a teacher managing a group of children eager to learn. Upon returning to the inn and enjoying a hearty dinner, Lu Bu took Hakuma and the others for a leisurely stroll through Fengyue town. The town appeared significantly more tranquil than the previous day, with pedestrians displaying smiles upon their faces. Even the heavily made-up courtesans were out conducting their business. Naturally, the scale of these establishments was modest, reminiscent of the brothels of the Han dynasty. Within, a few young women were striking poses and attentively serving their patrons, a scene Lu Bu had not witnessed in quite some time. Not a bad figure, though the makeup is rather ghastly. Such pale faces are quite frightening, Lu Bu mused, still unaccustomed to the aesthetic preferences of these individuals. He had yet to acquire a taste for certain foods as well. "Hey there, come play with us. We will treat you well." As Lu Bu gazed intently at the courtesans, they noticed him and began to tease him playfully. Surprisingly, Lu Bu found himself tempted to enter. Having been quite the connoisseur in his past life, even his wife had been of exquisite beauty. However, just as he was about to make a move, he remembered that he was merely 10 years old. Glancing down at himself, he muttered softly, "Alas, young Lu Bu, you must endure for now. When I grow up, I shall indulge you properly." As if in response to Lu Bu's unspoken promise, he suddenly felt a surge of excitement below. Master, what did you say?" "Cough, cough, nothing. Let us move on to another place," Lu Bu replied, noticing the curious looks from Hakuma and the others as they regarded the women across the way, shaking their heads in disapproval. What is there to see in these women? It's far more comfortable to enjoy barbecue instead, they thought. Little did Lu Bu realize their sentiments. Had he known, he might have remarked, "You young ones know not the pleasures of life." The four explored Fengyue town until darkness enveloped the sky, at which point they returned to the inn. The following day, as dawn broke, Lu Bu and his companions began to gather their belongings, preparing to depart. After resting for a full day and 2 nights in Fengyue town, it was time to continue their journey. As they left, the innkeeper implored them to stay a few more days, but Lu Bu graciously declined, and they exited the town. Once again, they reverted to a lifestyle of traveling by day and camping by night. 3 days later, the group set up camp amidst a stretch of sand dunes when suddenly, the sounds of combat erupted ahead. "Rydo, be smart and return with us. Otherwise, do not blame us for our rudeness." "Humph, I am merely a distant branch of the Sandfall's clan, long abandoned by you. Now that I have awakened my bloodline limit, you wish to reclaim me? Your hypocrisy remains unchanged. Do not be ungrateful. My clan is the foremost family in the land of wind. It would be your honor to be readmitted, so do not be foolish." "Humph, a bunch of decayed bones. Utterly worthless. Allow me to awaken your senses. If you lack the strength, do not boast." Chapter 29. A reunion magnet release, sand iron hand. Magnet release, sand iron spear. Magnet release, sand iron ring. Magnet release, sand iron wall. Ludo initiated the battle with fervor, launching 4 bloodstained ninjutsu in a single motion. 3 offensive techniques combined with 1 defensive maneuver as a colossal arm reached toward the leader of the Sandfall clan. The remaining spears and sand needles executed a barrage attack, plunging from the heavens toward the Sandfall clan below. Before Ludo, a swirling stream of sand danced protectively around him, ensuring his safety. The display of Ludo's abilities ignited envy among the Sandfall clan members. After years of stagnation, the awakening of a bloodline within their clan heralded an imminent resurgence. Ludo, whose full name is Ludo of the Sandfall clan, is a distant branch of the clan. His mother belonged to the Sandfall clan, while his father was merely an ordinary ninja. Thus, he carried his mother's surname. She harbored hopes that one day, Ludo would be accepted by the family and granted greater resources for training, aiding his rapid evolution into a formidable ninja. However, reality proved unkind. Not only did he endure relentless oppression, but even his parents' business was usurped by the Sandfall clan. Fearing complications, they sent assassins after him. Had it not been for his sheer luck, he would have long since been 6 feet under. Recently, upon awakening his magnet release, he began to make a name for himself, prompting the Sandfall clan to seek him out, attempting to coax him back into their fold as a mere laborer. Upon hearing their presumptuous offer, Ludo was instantly incensed. How dare they approach him with such arrogance? This incited him to retaliate with swift violence. Humph. Since you refuse to heed the warning, we shall forcibly drag you back to toil until your last breath. The disdainful demeanor of the Sandfall clan members filled Ludo with revulsion. He ceased any further dialogue, unleashing all his ninjutsu upon them. The leader of the Sandfall clan, a seasoned jonin, alongside a cadre of elite chunin, felt confident in their ability to subdue Ludo. Wind release, sandstorm breakthrough. Wind release, blade of wind. A chorus of wind techniques harmonized against Ludo's magnet release, their confidence soaring. They believed Ludo stood no chance against them, envisioning the moment when he would beg for mercy. Yet, to their astonishment, the wind techniques proved ineffectual against the sand iron hand suspended in the sky, merely displacing a few grains of sand while failing to impede its descent, which only accelerated. Quick, evade. The leader of the Sandfall clan managed to dodge the sand iron hand's assault, but his clan members were not so fortunate, ensnared in its grasp. A smirk crept across Ludo's face as he observed the scene. Explode. Instantly, dozens of elite chunin from the Sandfall clan were crushed, their forms erupting into a mist of crimson. You dare! The leader exclaimed in disbelief. You do realize that magnet release counters all wind release techniques, don't you? You shall not leave here alive. Magnet release, sand iron binding coffin. A massive, dark mass of sand iron surged towards the clan leader. He weaved and dodged, unleashing various ninjutsu in defense, but none could inflict harm. The overwhelming tide of sand iron enveloped him, leaving him with a sense of impending doom. In a moment of distraction, his ankle was ensnared by the sand iron, which reacted as if it had detected prey. It swiftly surrounded him, rendering any resistance futile. Ludo, spare me. If you wish to avoid returning, I will inform the clan leader to cease all further pursuits. His thoughts raced with vengeance, plotting to return to the clan and rally more members to avenge today's humiliation. However, Ludo remained unmoved. Arms outstretched, he struck the ground, gazing wickedly at the Sandfall clan leader, whose head was nearly submerged in sand iron. Do not. Bury. Boom. The mass of sand iron compressed violently, scattering into a cloud of loose particles. The area was left with a lingering crimson mist slowly dissipating, while specks of blood-stained sand marked the ground. An ominous testament to the recent loss of life. With the threat neutralized, Ludo exhaled deeply. Your techniques are quite enticing. Shall we engage in a duel? Suddenly, a voice rang out behind him, causing him to startle and roll forward, turning to face the source. Lubu had witnessed Ludo's massacre of the Sandfall clan. The ability to manipulate sand iron piqued his interest greatly. Should he acquire such a skill, it would prove invaluable. The scattered iron could morph into various forms, excelling in close combat, ranged attacks, flight, and defense. Ah, it's you. Will you also come to slay me? Nay, I harbor no intention of killing you. I merely wish to test your capabilities and learn your methods. Can you teach me? Huh. So you are just like the Sandfall clan, coveting my bloodline limit. If you desire a fight, then let us engage earnestly. Magnet release, sand iron wings. Magnet release, sand iron binding coffin. Ludo, uncertain of Lubu's strength, conjured a pair of sand iron wings and ascended into the air. The remaining sand iron, like a swarm of army ants, surged toward Lubu, flying as well. I shall take this seriously. Release. Lightning release, thunderlight spear. Lubu unleashed his halberd, enveloped in crackling lightning, radiating a dazzling blue glow. Halberd technique, mountain splitter. Lubu raised his weapon, cleaving through the mass of sand iron before him. Boom. The sand iron shattered, scattering chaotically to the ground. Normally, such an attack would not disrupt the sand iron, but lightning release countered magnet release, dissipating its magnetic properties and preventing it from reassembling. Trouble, I've been countered. Ludo's countenance turned grave upon witnessing Lu Bu's lightning technique dismantle his sand iron binding coffin. Recognizing the futility of single strikes, he resolved to overwhelm Lu Bu, leaving him no opportunity to counterattack. With narrowed eyes, Ludo unleashed a blinding light, palms pressed together, and bellowed, "Magnet release, sand iron technique." Countless grains of sand iron rapidly converged around him, forming an array of weapons, waves, spears, arms, rain of needles, fists, so numerous they defied counting. Lu Bu gazed at the dense cluster of sand iron, a shiver creeping up his spine. This is rather unsettling. Enough chatter. You have long desired to fight. So cease your verbal sparring. What nonsense. Your tongue is in dire need of correction, lest it choke you. Lightning release, lightning binding. Chapter 30. The intense duel. Elbu brandished 3 iron rods, hurling them toward the sand iron before Leda. A flash of lightning followed, with the 3 rods embedding themselves in the ground, forming a triangular zone that ensnared the sand iron. The lightning struck one rod, which in turn electrified the second and third, the connection accelerating with each moment. The gathering lightning intensified, creating a triangular barrier that soared skyward, enveloping Lieta within. The apex was sealed by the lightning, forming a triangular formation that ensnared both Lieta and all the sand iron. This is bad. It's the lightning escape formation. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Lieta attempted to dash out, but was immediately struck by a bolt of lightning. His chakra surged uncontrollably, causing him to plummet from the sky. The sand iron around him, deprived of chakra, also began to fall toward the ground, coinciding precisely with Lieta's descent. In a moment of desperation, Lieta regained control over his chakra. Magnet release, sand iron wall. A semicircular shield of sand iron materialized above him, successfully deflecting his own attack. The sounds of clanging echoed around him. Lieta, however, was not focused on the commotion above but glared at Elbu with a grim expression. I concede. Your lightning escape formation is beyond my ability to break. Go ahead and strike. Elbu rolled his eyes at Lieta and Apos' words. No, I truly sought you out merely for a spar, not to kill you. We have just met. Why would I want to harm you? To assure Lieta. Elbu lowered his left hand, which had been raised in a gesture of chakra manipulation. Gradually, the lightning escape formation began to dissipate. Realizing that Elbu was indeed not here to kill him, Lieta breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you for showing mercy. I am Sandstorm Lieta. May I know your name? Uchiha Elbu. Ah, you hail from the Uchiha clan. Indeed. Then why have you not activated your Sharingan? How strong are you? And what brings you to the Land of Wind? Hold on. Why so many questions? Ugh, I need to stretch a bit. I'm feeling a bit peckish. Let us go grab a bite. Elbu began walking toward their temporary camp, and Lieta reluctantly followed his side. Upon reaching a sand dune, a figure suddenly appeared, blocking their path. Who? It's me, bringing a new friend along. Prepare some food for our guest. Young master, when did you go out? And why did you bring back an outsider? Why so much chatter? Just prepare the food. Understood. As Lieta followed Elbu into the camp, over 30 individuals emerged. Converging around Elbu, Lieta, startled, drew a kunai, adopting a defensive stance. Meanwhile, Bema and the others mistook him for an enemy, readying themselves to retaliate. Wait. These are all my subordinates, no need to be tense. This is my friend, Elbu assured, noticing Lieta's wary demeanor. It was no wonder he spoke so harshly. Such a cautious attitude suggested he had faced numerous attacks throughout his life, hence his heightened reaction. Bring out some food. I'm feeling hungry. And give him some as well. Understood. Elbu, seeing Lieta still standing awkwardly, sighed. What are you waiting for? Come sit. Lieta silently took a seat opposite Elbu. The distance just enough to effectively prevent any surprise attacks from him. Brother, it's just a meal. Is it really necessary to be this cautious? We're not that familiar yet. Better safe than sorry. Has no one told you that this approach makes it difficult to make friends? I have no friends. Elbu was taken aback by Lieta's succinct and rapid response. If it had been anyone else, they would have likely engaged him in a fight. He was curious how Lieta had survived this long with such a demeanor. It was a miracle he hadn't been killed by someone yet. You can eat your meal and then leave. I don't wish to see you again. All right, what as for dinner? Elbu felt a surge of frustration. It was as if he had brought back an ancestral spirit. Thick-skinned and sharp-tongued, Lieta could incite irritation without lifting a finger. Do you realize that I could engage you in combat without getting injured, yet your words could drive me to madness? Not an issue. I want to die anyway. Elbu stood there, dumbfounded. Was this person truly speaking rationally? The years of building his inner strength crumbled under Lieta's bluntness, leaving him mentally cursing. He found it pointless to continue the conversation, fearing he might be driven to insanity himself. Before long, food was served, and neither spoke as they began to devour their meals. However, Elbu's appetite was unusually robust today, consuming food with such ferocity that it resembled a starving beast. All while keeping a keen eye on Lieta. What is with you today? Your appetite is quite impressive. Don't ask me, I don't know. I suspect it's connected to this person. What do you know? Spill it. The attendant, having been closely monitoring Elbu and Lieta's interaction, almost burst out laughing and relayed the conversation to Bema and the others. Once Bema and the others heard the exchange, they could no longer suppress their laughter. He is just a naive fool. The young master must be on the verge of madness. As soon as Bema finished speaking, he noticed an eerie silence around him, with people beginning to retreat. Why are you all stepping back? Did he say something to anger the young master? Hurry up and tell me. The others exchanged glances, urging Bema to be quiet, but he remained oblivious to their warnings, which only fueled their annoyance. The person said you would be beaten today? Nonsense. How could I possibly be? Beaten. Realizing the speaker's voice was familiar, Bema turned around to see a grim-faced Elbu. Young master. I was just joking. Do you believe me? Now that I want to hit you, do you believe that? Bema was instantly paralyzed by Elbu's words, his legs giving way as he knelt before him. Young master, I was wrong. Please spare me. I cannot withstand your wrath. Elbu glared at Bema, filled with indignation, and unleashed a flurry of blows, leaving Bema wailing and crying out for mercy. The onlookers could only watch in disbelief, unable to intervene, as Bema grew visibly rounder from the beating. Once Elbu had vented his frustrations, he departed, leaving behind a transformed Bema, who lay on the ground convulsing. Why didn't any of you warn me? Chapter 31. Magnetic Escape. In the evening's tumultuous frolic, Bema emerged as the greatest victim. Shrouded in embarrassment and reluctant to face anyone the following day, Liao Do, on the other hand, displayed a remarkable audacity, despite having promised to leave after their meal. He remained and spent the night in Elbu's camp. Upon seeing Liao Do the next morning, Elbu refrained from uttering the words that lingered on his lips. He had never encountered such brazen shamelessness. Instead, he chose to ignore him, finishing his breakfast before setting off on his journey, while Liao Do persistently trailed behind, unwilling to part ways. Why haven't you left yet? Elbu inquired. I am on a journey to explore the world. Our paths do not align, Liao Do replied. I have nowhere to go and no money for sustenance. Yet you possess both. So you consider me a fool? Elbu retorted. Indeed, Liao Do responded, the nonchalance of his agreement resounding in Elbu's mind long after. The audacity of calling him a fool to his face was unforgivable. Liao Do, you've sealed your fate. If I do not vanquish you today, I shall bear your surname. Should you not strike me, you shall indeed take my name. I am the elder brother, and you the younger. This proclamation caused the surrounding subordinates to stifle their reactions, their discomfort palpable. Elbu, incensed, felt as if he might explode. How could someone so audaciously take advantage of him and elevate himself to the status of an elder brother? It was unbearable, more than an uncle could tolerate, more than an aunt could bear, indeed, more than a grandfather could endure. Liao Do, you are courting death. Liao Do reacted with astonishing swiftness, executing a magnetic escape and soaring into the sky. I shall scout ahead, he called. Elbu, watching Liao Do ascend, found himself powerless against him. Fury coursed through him, and he regretted ever meeting Liao Do. Had he known of such a character, he would have avoided him at all costs. The mere days of their acquaintance had already begun to overwhelm Elbu, were it not for Liao Do's apparent lack of malice. He might have been tempted to strike him down to silence his incessant provocations. Cunningly, Liao Do recognized Elbu's growing irritation and chose to remain aloft, surveying the terrain from above. Should his chakra falter, he would descend to rest before continuing his reconnaissance. By nightfall, he returned alone to procure sustenance, resolving to eat apart from Elbu. Upon Liao Do's return, Elbu lamented with a hint of jest, you feast upon my hospitality daily. Ought you not to contribute towards the expenses? What do you desire? Liao Do inquired. Consider your magnetic escape as your share of the food expenses, Elbu declared. Very well, Liao Do agreed. But are you certain? This is a bloodline limit. Absolutely. After all, you could never master it, Elbu replied, his blood pressure rising once more. Liao Do was no fool. He understood the complexities involved and felt emboldened to teach, knowing that Elbu's competitive spirit would be ignited. I shall not be deterred. If you dare to teach, I shall learn, Elbu proclaimed with determination. In an unexpected turn, Liao Do generously shared the methods of mastering magnetic escape. This technique, born of the fusion of wind and earth chakra properties, allowed for the manipulation of natural elements like sand, metal, and iron. Such mastery could manifest in weapons, armor, and various other utilities, showcasing immense potential. Elbu, endowed with exceptional talent, began to grasp the intricacies of this technique. However, the path to mastery demanded a solid foundation in both wind and earth chakra transformations, coupled with robust chakra control, to effectuate the fusion. Only through relentless practice could one hope to attain magnetic escape. It's no wonder you so freely divulge your training methods. The odds are exceedingly slim, Elbu remarked. Indeed, within the Sandfall clan, I am the sole practitioner for nearly a century. Who knows how many successors may arise in the future? I stand as a pioneer, Liao Do replied. So you can speak normally, Elbu exclaimed. Why then, do you constantly provoke me? Have I offended you? Not at all. You are my first friend, and I am unsure how to interact with you. I have heard it said that to be remembered, one must evoke either deep love or profound hatred. I comprehend neither love nor hate, but I can certainly invoke the latter. Elbu felt an urge to discover the source of such misguided advice. So, your understanding of friendship is to cultivate enmity? He questioned incredulously. You are effectively creating foes, not friends. Let us simply coexist normally. Who taught you this? Indeed. It was an enemy, Liao Do admitted. You dare heed the counsel of an adversary? Elbu asked, incredulous. He is already deceased. It matters not, Liao Do shrugged. Elbu found himself struggling to keep pace with Liao Do's unconventional logic. Can you not engage in a more conventional manner? He implored. Enough of this. I intend to travel the world. Have you contemplated your future pursuits? Tomorrow, I shall depart. I plan to establish a ninja village in the Land of Wind to rectify its turmoil, Liao Do declared. Very well. As your friend, I shall support your dream. Before you leave, I wish to present you with a gift. Bai Ma, bring forth the item. Bai Ma promptly delivered a scroll to Liao Do. What is this? He asked. Open it and see, Elbu urged. With a flick of his fingers, Liao Do unraveled the scroll. The ground before him shimmered with a bounty of silver, at least 200,000 pieces. A smile graced his face. Thank you, though it is a tad insufficient. Insufficient? Elbu exclaimed, incredulous. This is a token of sincere regard. You presume I possess a silver mine? Regardless, I appreciate it. Should you have more in the future, feel free to send it my way. Return it to me. I do not recognize you. If you do not reciprocate, I shall deem it extortion. Have you grown accustomed to being treated as royalty? Elbu retorted. I am not your sovereign. I am your elder brother. Regardless, I thank you, Elbu. My younger brother. I shall take my leave now, until we meet again. With that, Liao Do seized the silver and ascended into the sky, departing with remarkable speed. Elbu stood, dumbfounded, caught in the winds of confusion. Did he just call me brother? Did he just take advantage of me? Have I been robbed? He bombarded by Ma with these inquiries, who, feeling overwhelmed, lowered his head, pretending not to hear, unwilling to provoke the living tempest before him. Liao Do, you scoundrel! I swear, in the future, may you bear sons without a rectum. Elbu erupted, unleashing a torrent of invective, his words laced with unspeakable vitriol, some of which were automatically censored. Chapter 32. The Guardian of the Crane. 5 days later, Elbu and his companions continued their trek through the desert, surrounded by an endless expanse of sand. The group had long lost any desire to appreciate the scenery, yearning instead for the sight of verdant plants and living creatures. Otherwise, the relentless view of sand for 7 to 8 days had begun to induce a sense of delirium. Since parting ways with Liao Do, Elbu had vented his frustrations for a full 2 days, and not a soul among Bai Ma and the others dared to engage him in conversation. Only when Elbu had exhausted his tirades did they shift their focus back to the journey. Their supply of drinking water was nearly depleted, and they urgently needed to find an oasis to replenish their resources. Otherwise, they would be in dire straits. Elbu's next destination was the capital of the Wind Country, Sand City, a settlement steeped in history, with a population of over 200,000. It stood as the largest city in the Wind Country and could be considered its capital. The country itself boasted a population of approximately 3 million, the majority of whom were ordinary citizens, with ninjas accounting for roughly 1 in 100. The total number of ninjas in the Wind Country was merely around 20 to 30,000, scattered throughout the land, with larger ninja clans possessing a relatively concentrated population. Tensions had escalated between the ninjas and the ruling authorities. The ninjas, endowed with extraordinary martial prowess, were reluctant to submit to the commands of mere mortals, who in turn viewed these formidable beings with trepidation. Yet, the ninjas, lacking in means of production, found themselves dependent on the ordinary populace for their livelihoods, resulting in a complex and contentious dynamic characterized by constant intrigue. Elbu was headed toward this very chaotic city, where the Sandfall clan and various small to medium-sized ninja families resided, alongside the daimyo of the Wind Country and numerous officials. Young master, the scout ahead has returned. After a half-day's journey, there is a small oasis up ahead where we can rest and replenish, one of the companions reported. Very well. Let us hasten our pace and reach the oasis for a much-needed respite. The weather in this desert is mercurial, Elbu replied. No sooner had he spoken than the surrounding sands began to swirl violently. Beware, a sandstorm approaches. We must flee. No matter which direction Elbu and his companions chose to run, they were met with a formidable whirlwind that engulfed the sand and obstructed their path. Bai Ma and the others felt an unsettling presence, as if something were intentionally targeting them. Ah, the great guardian crane has arrived. Surrender your flesh and blood, so that I may feast. A colossal figure, towering 3 stories high, materialized before them. Elbu and his companions appeared minuscule in comparison. As the dust settled, a creature resembling a raccoon emerged, its size astonishing. Is that a raccoon? So large. What does it consume to grow so enormous? Surprisingly, it possesses a certain charm. One of them mused. Who dares call me a raccoon? I am the guardian crane, the most powerful being in the ninja world. The guardian crane, feeling dismissed. Notice the audacity of the young man before it. Foolish child, you seek your own demise. Wind release, vacuum sphere. A massive sphere of wind erupted from the crane's mouth, generating immense pressure that swept the surrounding sand into chaos. Get back. Fire release, Phoenix fire technique. Elbu, initially intrigued by the giant creature, was caught off guard by its sudden assault. He quickly signaled to his companions to evade, raising his fingers to unleash a torrent of fireballs that collided with the wind sphere, creating a tremendous explosion that sent shockwaves through the air. Your abilities are commendable, recognizing that fire release counters wind release. But let us see how you handle this. Magnet release, sealing technique. Mysterious black symbols began to emerge from the ground, surging toward Elbu. Magnet release and a sealing technique? Quite a rare combination, he thought, swiftly retrieving 3 iron rods and thrusting them into the ground before retreating. Lightning release, thunder binding. As he uttered the incantation, the sealing symbols approached, but a triangle of blue lightning formed around the symbols, immobilizing them within its confines. The symbols writhed as if alive, scattering until struck by a bolt of lightning, causing them to dissipate. Just as Elbu began to assess the situation, a colossal brown tail swept across the ground, raising sand like a miniature dust storm. Elbu narrowly evaded the strike, creating distance between himself and the guardian crane. You have thoroughly enraged me now. As Elbu glanced back, he noticed the surrounding sand gathering around the crane, forming a swirling cloud before its gaping maw. Wind release, vacuum sphere. This time, the attack was far more potent than before, as the wind sphere carried the sand like deadly projectiles toward Elbu. Boom. The guardian crane detonated the approaching wind sphere, and the sand surged forth at an accelerated pace. Earth release, earth flow wall. A massive earthen wall erupted before Elbu. But the incoming sand, sharp as blades, pierced through its defenses. Earth release, earth flow wall. Again, Elbu executed the technique, retreating to evade the onslaught. This time, the sand was successfully halted by the second wall. Damn it, this creature is formidable. We are struggling to keep up with it. By Ma, we must go. Do not engage with this beast, we must retreat. Elbu shouted as he maneuvered away from the guardian crane's range. The battle site still crackled with lingering jutsu. The 2 massive walls obscuring the crane and Oppo's view, leaving it unaware that its adversaries had vanished. Chapter 33, induced by ban after a while. When the earthen wall had completely vanished, the guardian crane could no longer see Lu Bu and Oppo's figure. He immediately realized that he had been played by this little demon and was instantly consumed by rage. Ah, little demon, should I ever encounter you again, I shall certainly devour you whole. This furious roar was loud enough that even the distant Lu Bu could hear it, yet his expression remained impassive. Suddenly confronted by a beast that began to attack him, although he was confident in his ability to defeat it, he understood that there would be some cost to himself. Such a purposeless battle held no merit, winning would yield no advantage. It would be wiser to depart and continue his journey, hastening his exit from the desert. Unperturbed by the needless skirmish, Lu Bu rejoined by Ma and the others, setting off once more. After half a day and Oppo's travel, they finally beheld a small oasis, and joy lit their faces as they hurried toward the verdant patch. This oasis was roughly the size of a quaint tavern, featuring a clear waterhole at its center. Though surrounded by sand, the area was dotted with green plants, a testament to the vitality within. Gurgle, gurgle. The group began to retrieve their water containers, filling them up before taking large, refreshing gulps. Ah, what bliss, I was parched to the bone. They drank heartily. And even Lu Bu indulged in a few deep swigs, feeling the heat within him subside slightly. Once everyone had filled their containers, they swiftly set up camp for the night, intending to depart at dawn in hopes of reaching the Sand City as soon as possible. The group busied themselves. After several days of travel and a recent battle, Lu Bu felt a tinge of fatigue. Once the camp was established, they prepared a simple meal, consuming it quickly before retreating to their respective tents to rest. The night passed in silence. The moon hung high, its silvery light gradually dimming until the night transitioned into dawn. A golden ray of sunlight pierced the horizon, eclipsing the moonlight. The sun in the east rose slowly, illuminating the vast earth. Sighing, Lu Bu stepped out of his tent, feeling rejuvenated by the sight of the rising sun. He found himself longing for home, pondering the state of the Uchiha clan during his absence. Had Madara and Izuna managed to handle family matters appropriately? Were the clan members safe and sound? In the Uchiha territory, Madara was in a shadowy room, conversing with an invisible figure. Madara, do you wish to end this wretched world? Who are you? And what is your purpose in seeking me? I am Korezetsu, your darker side. You are I, and I am you. Do you take me for a fool? Speak your intentions clearly, or I shall take my leave. Madara's heart fluttered. This elusive figure had yet to reveal himself, leading him to question whether he was experiencing an illusion. Were it not for the persistent voice engaging him, he might have doubted his sanity. This presence seemed to know his thoughts and tempt him with whispers. Madara, you must confront your darkness. We share no conflict. I merely wish to assist you in becoming stronger. Your aspirations require formidable strength to support them. In time, you shall understand my intentions. The seductive words surged into Madara and Oppo's mind, resonating deeply within him. As the head of the clan, he sought to eliminate the animosity with Hashirama and unite to establish his own ninja village. Without overwhelming power, such ambitions were unattainable. How can you make me stronger? Precisely. Madara, we are one. Your triumph is my triumph. For the Uchiha, the quickest way to enhance one's strength is through experiencing the pain of losing a loved one, enabling swifter growth. It has been said that forcibly evolving the Sharingan is the least honorable method. You have indeed presented me with a viable strategy. You refer to Uchiha Rybu, do you not? He is different. Your mental fortitude pales in comparison. To grow rapidly, you must resort to this method. Do you wish to remain a mere shadow to Rybu? Kurizetsu and Appo's words struck deeply. For it would be self-deception to claim that Madara did not yearn to overshadow Rybu. Over the years, he had watched the gap between them widen, and thoughts of surrendering the pursuit had even crossed his mind. Had he not ascended to the role of clan leader, he might have succumbed entirely. No, I, Uchiha Madara, shall be the strongest man in the ninja world, without exception. I refuse to lead a mundane life. Then why do you hesitate? Your father's death awakened your Manjiki. Your concealment is merely a means to defeat that man. Indeed, but Rybu has also awakened his Manjiki, and his prowess has grown even greater. Presently, I am not his equal. Do not forget, you have a brother. You silence. No one shall lay a finger on Izuna. Whoever dares to touch him shall face my wrath. Kurizetsu's provocation ignited Madara's fury. In terms of blood relations, Izuna was his last remaining kin. Even Rybu could not compare to Izuna's significance. Madara wished only for his brother's safety and happiness. Very well, since you are not prepared, I shall refrain from further discussion. Now that you have acclimated to the Manjiki, you may visit the Nanja shrine within the clan's territory to examine the stone tablet. It contains the methods for training the Manjiki and achieving world peace. With your current ocular power, you will be able to discern its contents. The Nanja shrine? A stone tablet? What are these things? I am unaware. Go. Once you see it, you will understand. These are secrets from centuries past. With those words, Kurizetsu vanished, leaving Madara alone in the darkness, contemplating the implications of his words. How do you know of these matters? Madara asked, his curiosity piqued, but silence greeted him. Has Kurizetsu departed? Once assured of Kurizetsu's absence, Madara left the dark room, his resolve hardening as he observed the bustling activity within the clan's territory. He vowed to lead his people towards a stable and prosperous life, ensuring that there would be no more wars, and that children could enjoy a complete childhood. Brother, where have you been? The Elder Council has been waiting for you. Today's meeting is important. I understand, Auto. I was preoccupied with some matters. Let us proceed now. Izuna observed his brother walking ahead, sensing a change in him, though he could not articulate precisely what was different. Chapter 34. The Three Great Holy Lands in the Uchiha clan territory. A flurry of youthful figures was bustling about. Meanwhile, after becoming the clan leader of the Senju clan, Hashirama entrusted all matters to Tobirama, allowing him to focus on enhancing his strength. After his death in the Buddha realm, he successfully ascended to the rank of Jonin, significantly increasing his power. However, ever since he reached this level, his training progress sharply declined, and he found himself unable to make any advancements in a short span of time. In an attempt to find a solution, Hashirama scoured the clan's library but found nothing suitable. Today, he continued his search in the repository of knowledge, pondering whether he truly had to rely solely on the slow passage of time to augment his strength. Disheartened, he recalled two figures, and instantly, his despondency dissipated. He could not afford to give up. Both he and Madara were in pursuit of that individual's footsteps, and he was determined to establish their own ninja village alongside Madara. With a frustrated punch, Hashirama struck a nearby bookshelf, sending a cloud of dust into the air. Suddenly, a piece of parchment fell before him, covered in dust. It appeared to be an ancient artifact, and as he bent down to retrieve it and blew off the dust, he was captivated by its contents. It spoke of the three great holy lands, Mayaboka Mountain, Raiwichi Cave, and Shikatsu Forest. What were these places? As he read on, he discovered that these locations were sanctuaries for the cultivation of sage arts and sage mode. However, the three great holy lands remained aloof, rarely interacting with the outside world, which led to many being unaware of their existence. Yet, the text did not specify where these three holy sites were located. How was he to seek them out? No. There must be some clues. He recalled a passage from a historical text that mentioned a peculiar phenomenon in a certain location, where entrants would inexplicably return to their original positions, as if caught in a labyrinth, and had reportedly encountered a strange creature resembling a slug. Hashirama's recent readings had not been in vain. He began to search for this historical account. One by one, he perused through the tomes, consuming considerable time, until he finally located the relevant information. The site was described as a shadowy valley at the border of the land of fire and the land of water. Given the habits of slugs, which preferred dark and humid environments, it was highly probable that such creatures thrived in that region. With a newfound sense of direction, Hashirama wasted no time and departed from the Senju clan territory, setting off in search of the border between the land of fire and the land of water. Although he had a direction, the border area was vast, making it a daunting task to find the place. Hashirama, unaware of the specifics of the sage arts and sage mode described in the text, felt an inner urge reminding him that mastering these techniques would significantly enhance his power. The circumstances of Madara and Hashirama mirrored each other, as if an unseen hand guided them. One received assistance from a mysterious figure, while the other fortuitously discovered the Holy Lands. As both individuals tirelessly pursued their paths to strength, Elbu finally emerged from the vast desert. Gazing ahead at a sprawling oasis, he realized he was near the capital of the land of wind, Shaching. Young master, we are nearing Shaching. At this pace, we should reach it by tomorrow, one of Elbu and Appo's companions remarked as they stood atop a towering sand dune, observing the lush greenery in the distance. The sight of the massive city brought joy to the group, who had journeyed long and far to arrive at their first destination. Let us hasten our pace to reach Shaching sooner. It is one of the 5 great capitals alongside our own, Inchung, Elbu replied. As they drew closer to Shaching, the number of travelers increased, with merchant caravans and even ninjas heading in the same direction. The growing crowd became a cacophony of voices, as many ordinary citizens discussed the upcoming arrival at the capital of the Land of Wind. As we approach the capital, be wary. Shaching is home to many noble families and powerful ninja clans. One must not offend them, or one might meet an untimely demise, warned a father to his son. Father, under the watchful eye of the daimyo, surely they would not dare to act so recklessly, the son replied. Son, this is your first journey with me. You are unaware of the treacherous world we inhabit. You must remain within my sight at all times, the father cautioned. Such warnings echoed throughout the crowd, with some ninjas reminding their companions not to let their guard down in Shaching, where numerous formidable ninja clans resided. While the warriors in the city might not possess the strength of the ninja clans, they were not to be trifled with by ordinary individuals. Before the rise of ninjas, warriors were the sole dominant force in the ninja world, but with the emergence of ninjas, their influence waned, though they still formed a considerable force, outnumbering the ninjas by several times. As daylight faded, many travelers began to set up camp for the night. Elbu and his companions joined the others, gathering around a crackling bonfire, where laughter and chatter filled the air. Young master, eat something. We will rest for the night, and by noon tomorrow, we should reach Shaching. One of his companions suggested. Very well, Elbu replied. Soon, the atmosphere was filled with joyous laughter as the group celebrated their impending arrival at their destination. Suddenly, a booming voice cut through the merriment. I am searching for a fugitive from the Sabaku clan. A substantial reward will be given for any information leading to their capture. Here is the likeness of the individual. The crowd was drawn to the commanding voice, and upon recognizing it belonged to the esteemed Sabaku clan, they fell silent. A member of the clan stepped forward, approaching a bonfire and presenting a drawing of the fugitive. Elbu also received a copy of the image. Upon examining the likeness, Elbu felt a sense of familiarity wash over him. Goodness, is this not a portrait of R? He exclaimed. It had not been long since there had been issued a bounty by the Sabaku clan. What trouble had he found himself in during his absence? Young master, this is... His companion began, but Elbu quickly raised his hand to silence him. Addressing the Sabaku clan member, I apologize, but we have not encountered this individual. The clan member merely nodded in acknowledgement, retrieving the portrait before moving on to the next bonfire. Chapter 35. Sand City. The Sandfall clan traversed various campfires in search of desired information, yet upon failing to acquire it, they departed promptly. Once the members of the Sandfall clan had left, a cacophony of noise erupted around them. Who is this person? How audacious to be targeted by the foremost ninja clan of the Wind Country, the Sandfall clan. Does he have a death wish? The Sandfall clan boasts an army of thousands of ninjas, with several elite shinobi among them. What audacity does this individual possess to incur their wrath? I possess some knowledge of this matter. I have heard that this individual is named Rybu, a collateral branch of the Sandfall clan who awakened the clan's bloodline limit but refused to return. He even killed a high-ranking shinobi of the Sandfall clan and subsequently employed his bloodline abilities to pilfer a considerable fortune from the clan, which led to his being hunted. Upon hearing this, Elbu was amused by Ryu's audacious exploits. Who would have thought that Ryu possessed the talent of a thief, managing to abscond with the wealth of such a significant ninja clan and escape unscathed? Imagining Ryu and Appo's serious demeanor as he requested money from him made Elbu believe that Ryu was indeed capable of such actions. My lord, it would be prudent for us to avoid any contact with Ryu. His character leaves much to be desired. You have no standing to speak. What strength do you possess to criticize a high-ranking shinobi? Bai Ma's caution was met with Elbu's merciless retort, leaving him feeling somewhat aggrieved. Observing Bai Ma and Appo's hesitance to respond, Elbu savored the thrill of his retorts. Although ninjas are often disregarded and unacknowledged by common folk and those in power, within the ninja world, an A-rank jonin commands respect and reverence from lower-ranking shinobi. Elbu and his companions did not engage in discussions about Ryu's deeds like others did. Instead, they concluded their dinner and seized the opportunity to rest, for they had much to accomplish in Sand City the following day. As night passed without incident, the dawn broke in the east once more. At this time, Elbu and his companions were already on the road, aiming to reach Sand City before noon for a well-deserved rest. As the sun ascended higher in the sky, they finally arrived at the city gates of Sand City. The walls of the city were not particularly tall, yet they were impressively thick, and the city itself was vast, comparable in size to the county towns of the Han Dynasty, though lacking the grandeur that characterized those ancient fortifications. Upon entering Sand City, they were immediately engulfed by a chorus of lively sounds. Fresh sushi, the essential food to quell hunger. Come and taste. Just out of the oven, rice balls, soft and sweet, freshly roasted scorpions, fragrant and crispy. The persistent calls of vendors evoked in Elbu a nostalgic sensation reminiscent of a time of peace. Observing the diverse throngs of people, he noted the stark contrast between the external chaos and the vibrant life within Sand City. It appeared that peace was often but a fade. Elbu and his companions took a cursory glance at the flourishing activities along the way and located an inn to settle in. Even before they fully entered Sand City, they could already sense the authority of the Sandfall clan. This centuries-old clan, akin to the Uchiha, possessed a depth of heritage that was anything but ordinary. It was no wonder that the scions of noble families in previous lives developed rapidly while those from humble origins, like themselves, faced inherent disadvantages. The clan head, Jinsha, has instructed you all from the Sandfall clan to refrain from causing unnecessary trouble. In a few days, the feudal lords from various nations will convene in the Wind Country. We hope you will not complicate matters for them. The clan understands and knows how to act accordingly. Let us wait until after the meeting to deliberate further. We trust you will keep your word. At this moment, Elbu overheard the conversation between the officials of the feudal lord's residence and the Sandfall clan. It turned out that the time for the feudal lord's meetings was approaching. The feudal lord of the Wind Country required stability within the city to avoid being ridiculed by the other lords for failing to maintain order in his own territory. The Sandfall clan, being an established family in Sand City, would not publicly embarrass the feudal lord. Any private conflicts were matters of their own and did not concern outsiders. Clan head, if these samurai were not backed by the feudal lord's residence, we would have dealt with them long ago. How dare they act so brazenly towards us? Silence. This is Sand City, our domain. In this matter, the clan head shares the same stance as the feudal lord. For now, we shall postpone the pursuit of Rybu until after the meeting. Understood, clan head. Within Sand City, a significant number of samurai began to appear, stationed at the city gates. While patrols roamed the streets, the military discipline of these samurai was evident, surpassing that of the ninja forces by a considerable margin. Though they could not match the ninjas in terms of power, a notable shortcoming. Baima, relay the message to exercise caution in Sand City. It is currently under a state of alert, as the feudal lords are convening here. Let us avoid any disturbances. Yes, my lord. Just as Elbu finished issuing his command, chaos erupted outside. Sandfall Jinsha, meet your doom. Suddenly, a series of resounding booms filled the air as a throng of samurai and ninjas converged upon a single location. Elbu hurried outside to investigate, only to find an individual soaring through the sky, hurling sand and iron at the members of the Sandfall clan. It could only be Rybu. My lord, is that not? Silence. We do not know him. Let them make their commotion. It is of no concern to us. Return inside. Elbu recognized Rybu was exacting revenge on the Sandfall clan and lost interest in further observation. Rybu had become a nuisance, and it was best to feign ignorance to avoid entanglements. While Elbu was unafraid, he had no desire to invite trouble upon himself by unwittingly becoming involved in a conflict. However, after retreating indoors, Elbu found that trouble had a way of seeking him out. Rybu, engaged in combat with the Sandfall clan, soon found himself outnumbered and began to flee. In a moment of serendipity, he spotted a familiar figure at the entrance of the inn. He swiftly evaded his pursuers and concealed himself inside, sensing a familiar chakra. Rybu darted directly into Elbu's room. Who, brother? It's me. Get out. Do you wish to bring about my demise? Do not be angry. I recently acquired a fortune. I'll share half with you and stay here for a while. Such a generous offer from you. Before Elbu could protest further, Rybu tossed a scroll his way. Is this truly for me? Once Elbu unrolled the scroll, a small pile of silver coins appeared on the floor. The sight of it left him utterly astonished. It was no less than 1,000,000 coins. Are you certain this is for me? Yes, indeed. Rest assured and accept it. Elbu, having confirmed the authenticity of the treasure, joyfully resealed the coins within the scroll and tucked it into his robe. After Rybu observed Elbu secure the wealth, he suddenly leapt outside and shouted into the sky, Do you not desire money? I have given it to Uchiha Elbu. He is currently inside the inn. If you have the courage, come and take it. Chapter 36. Lubu and Appo's desire for bloodshed. At this moment, Lubu, still bewildered within the confines of the room, struggled to comprehend the unfolding situation. He had once again been betrayed by R, nearly succumbing to a fit of rage. R, you scoundrel! How dare you deceive me? A mere opportunist. I shall make it my mission to end your life. Lubu mused on the absurdity of such a predicament befalling him. Little did he realize that R and Appo's intent was to divert the attention of others, facilitating his own escape. As for Lubu and Appo's safety, it was a jest. R was no match for him, let alone the others. Ultimately, for R, it was a mutually beneficial arrangement, having been compensated for his treachery. However, Lubu's furious outburst had inadvertently revealed his position, attracting a multitude of ninjas and samurai who encircled the inn. Who is Uchiha Lubu? Surrender the belongings of the Sandfall clan, or face our wrath. The countenance of Lubu darkened. Ever since his acquaintance with R, he had known no peace. In 2 lifetimes, he had suffered misfortune at the hands of the same individual, igniting a violent tempest within him. It was always Lu Bu who seized from others. Yet now he found himself the target of mockery. At this moment, his singular thought was a primal urge for bloodshed. Indeed, engaging in mind games is not my forte. It is time to wield the blade. You shall pay for your treachery. I shall remember this. With a grim expression, Lu Bu emerged, flanked by his loyal steed and allies. Uchiha, you belong to the Uchiha clan of the Land of Fire. Indeed, the gold is in my possession, and I have no intention of returning it. If you wish to fight, then do so without delay. I have yet to settle accounts for past grievances, and I hear your clan leader has perished. You, a mere child, dare to act so brazenly in Sand City? You seek death. Upon hearing these words, Lu Bu remained silent, yet the murderous intent in his gaze was unmistakable. Observing the throng of ninjas and samurai, numbering no less than 1,000, he raised a hand to his mouth. Let me test the mettle of your Sandfall clan. Be wary lest you perish. Jinjutsu, Kage-Kan. An invisible wave of energy surged forth as Lu Bu, without activating his Sharingan, employed his formidable mental prowess to cast the illusion. As the illusion took effect, Lu Bu produced a sealing scroll for his weaponry. Release. Grasping his weapon, Lu Bu's aura surged, his 3,000 strands of ebony hair billowing behind him. Fire release, Phoenix fire technique. Polearm technique, one strike to rule the land. Lu Bu, when he chose to strike, unleashed a flurry of 3 consecutive attacks, charging towards the ranks of his foes. Beware, this is an illusion. Break it. 3 elite ninjas, recognizing the danger, hastily dispelled the Jinjutsu. Yet before they could react further, a wave of fire release surged towards them. Wind release, great breakthrough. The 3 elite ninjas unleashed their wind techniques, dispersing the flames before them. In swift succession, an unusual weapon targeted one of the elite ninjas' necks. Boom. A cloud of smoke erupted, leaving a smear of blood on the ground. Though the elite ninja narrowly avoided a fatal blow, he sustained injuries, a gaping wound marring his neck, teetering on the brink of death. By the heavens, such speed. I nearly met my end. The elite ninja, now wary of engaging Lu Bu in close quarters, distanced himself. Although Lu Bu's strike had not found its mark, the force of it shattered the ground beneath him. The entire stone surface fractured, sending countless shards flying. My eyes, my hands, my legs. The surrounding crowd, caught unawares, suffered injuries, while Lu Bu pressed forward relentlessly. Brandishing his Fong Tian Hua Ji, he charged, easily dispatching the middle and lower ninjas and samurai. How swift. Am I dead? Is this my foot? In the blink of an eye, Lu Bu had plunged into the fray, sealing the throats of some, beheading others. As lives extinguished with the mere passage of a breeze, Lu Bu moved through the chaos like a wolf among sheep, unleashing carnage. Quick, protect the young master. It was only then that Bai Ma and his companions grasped the gravity of the situation. Lu Bu's onslaught had been so rapid that they could barely react. By the time they sprang into action, many of the front ranks had already fallen. As Bai Ma's group joined the fray, Lu Bu's momentum only intensified. In mere moments, over 100 lay slain, and the count continued to rise. Cease, Uchiha Lu Bu. Do you think the Sandfall clan is feeble? Do you wish to die? The commotion soon captured the attention of Kinsha, the clan leader, who could not stand idly by as his kin were slaughtered. Kinsha, a paragon of the Sandfall clan, although lacking the awakening of his bloodline limit, had forged his own path, merging his mental energy with chakra as a puppet master. He possessed the ability to control puppets in combat, making him a formidable presence in the shinobi world. Puppet technique, chakra thread. Kinsha's 10 fingers pointed at Lu Bu, unleashing 10 invisible threads aimed at him. What is this? Lu Bu felt an instinctual warning coursing through him, his skin tightening as he evaded in an instant. The sound of piercing echoed where he had just stood, tiny holes forming in the ground. This is chakra manifestation, such impressive control. As Lu Bu distanced himself from his previous position, the surviving ninjas and samurai retreated, leaving a sea of corpses and crimson stains upon the earth. Your prowess compels me to unleash my full strength. Mangeki, activate. Body forging technique, activate. Polearm technique, sweeping the 1,000 armies. In an instant, a tremendous surge of chakra erupted from Lu Bu, a powerful aura sending dust and sand swirling around him. He dashed towards Kinsha, cleaving through the chakra threads with a single stroke of his weapon. The 10 threads fell severed, and Lu Bu and Appo's blood-red gaze locked onto Kinsha and Appo's eyes. Jinjutsu, unmatched slaughter. Kinsha, upon meeting Lu Bu and Appo's gaze, recognized something amiss, yet before he could close his eyes, his consciousness was thrust into a battlefield. Kill! Kill! In the heart of this battlefield, 2 armies clad in distinct garb clashed violently, the cacophony of battle sending shivers through the air. Among the chaos, a figure astride a crimson steed, wielding a weapon akin to that of Uchiha Lu Bu, charged towards him. Chapter 37, The Death of Sandfall Gold Sand. State your name. I do not slay nameless individuals. Sandfall Gold Sand, unable to comprehend the words of the approaching figure, sensed malevolence in his demeanor. Recognizing the threat, he remained silent, accepting his fate. Before Gold Sand could react, the warhorse beneath the man swiftly charged toward him. In an instant, Pain coursed through Gold Sand's body, and he was hurled away. How could this be? It was too fast. He could scarcely perceive the man's movements. In that brief moment of distraction, he had been struck away by Elbu's spear. His frail body proved utterly incapable of withstanding such force. He was unworthy of dying at the hands of this man. Gold Sand still could not decipher the man and Apos' words, but the contempt etched upon his face suggested that they were far from kind. Coughing, he realized that this blow had nearly incapacitated him. The man's martial prowess was truly fearsome. As blood spilled from his lips, he assessed his opponent's abilities. Continuing in this manner would certainly lead to his demise. Summon technique, guard. Gold Sand conjured a bull-headed puppet to shield him. Summon technique, attack. He called forth a female puppet wielding twin blades. Go. The chakra threads in Gold Sand's hands quivered, animating the puppet with life. The female puppet charged at Elbu, blades raised. Is this some kind of mechanical trick? Mere theatrics. Elbu regarded the humanoid puppet with disdain, confident that he could shatter it with a single strike. He made no effort to move as the puppet approached him, arms raised high to deliver a downward slash. Gold Sand envisioned Elbu's head severed from his body, a smile spreading across his face. Bang! Gold Sand's expression froze as Elbu's halberd swept horizontally, shattering the puppet into countless fragments. Such pathetic contrivances. Since you are out of tricks, allow me to send you on your way. In truth, Gold Sand felt a sense of helplessness. As a powerful clan leader, he was now wholly outmatched by Elbu. The realization dawned upon him that he might soon meet his end, still oblivious to the nature of this place. Halberd technique, one halberd to secure the realm. Elbu paid no mind to whether Gold Sand was rooted in fear, his weapon descending mercilessly. Gold Sand and Apos' face contorted in rage, and he roared, summon technique, bind. A blue puppet appeared before him, its iron whips extending to strike Elbu. The whips danced like serpents, deftly entwining Elbu's halberd. Before Elbu could respond, a cannon emerged from the puppet's chest, aimed directly at him. Dare to underestimate me? Die. Boom. A vast cloud of smoke erupted between them, the shockwave propelling both combatants apart. Surely that did the trick. Gold Sand felt confident in his assault, believing that Elbu could not possibly survive the blast. As the smoke cleared, a figure emerged before Gold Sand, casting doubt upon his senses. Impossible. When the figure came into view, Elbu bore only a mark from the explosion, every other part of him unscathed, standing resolute and unperturbed. This strike has some merit. The jester should cease his struggles. To die by my hand is an honor. Halberd technique, one halberd to secure the realm. Elbu unleashed the technique once more, his strike carrying a weight far greater than before. The halberd descended swiftly, giving Gold Sand no time to react. No. Gold Sand gazed desperately at the grotesque weapon looming over him, letting out a piercing scream as the world fell silent. Though it seemed that a significant amount of time had passed in their battle, in the outside world, it had transpired in the blink of an eye. When Elbu and Apos' gaze returned to the surroundings, Sandfall Gold Sand stood motionless, blood oozing from his orifices, devoid of life. Bang! Sandfall Gold Sand collapsed, never to rise again. The clan leader. How could this be? The clan leader had merely stood there for a moment. How could he suddenly perish? Blood from his 7 orifices. Yet his body bore no wounds. This was an illusion. The clan leader had fallen victim to the enemy's mental trickery. As the words left his mouth, those nearby instinctively retreated 300 meters. The area around Elbu became desolate, his eyes surveying the crowd with a domineering gaze. Those who met his gaze immediately averted their eyes and bowed their heads. Will you fight or flee? Do you wish for death? Elbu's roar startled everyone present. They exchanged glances. One tremulous individual dropped their kunai and fled in terror. This flight acted as a signal, prompting the crowd to scatter. In an instant, the once crowded area was devoid of life. Even Bai Ma and his companions gazed at Elbu with fervor. Wow, the young master is even mightier than the Tajima clan leader. The clan leader of Sandfall didn't die at the hands of Tajima but fell to the young master instead. If I were a woman, I would surely marry him. Do you wish to die? Don't drag us down with you. With your looks, if you were a woman, you'd likely die alone, unwanted. Bai Ma and his companions continued their banter, but Elbu had no time for their trivialities. At this moment, Elbu and Apos' kaleidoscope vision began to fade, leaving his vision blurred once more. The sensation of slowly losing his sight was truly dreadful. Silence. Find Lido for me. This time, I shall not merely injure him. I will ensure his demise. Elbu's heart burned with fury, having been played by Lido, resulting in this unwarranted confrontation. To intimidate the onlookers, he had activated his kaleidoscope, thereby aggravating his vision issues. Elbu and Apos' anger surged, and upon hearing Bai Ma and Apos' incessant chatter, he could no longer contain himself and bellowed. The chattering group fell silent, trembling in response. Yes, young master. Even though they had no idea where Lido was, they dared not provoke Elbu further. They could only muster the courage to agree, hastily dispersing and putting on a facade of obedience. The outcome, however, lay beyond their control. The death of Sandfall Gold Sand sent shockwaves throughout the entire Sand City. It must be noted that the Sandfall clan was a century-old family, a ninja clan whose leader was an elite jonin. To perish in such a manner, especially at the hands of a mere youth, was unprecedented. For the entirety of Sand City to remain calm in the aftermath would indeed be a remarkable anomaly. Chapter 38. The Chakra of Mystical Arts. The demise of the Sandfall clan leader, Gold Sand, swiftly reached the ears of various prominent families. Regardless of their nation, the news was relayed immediately to their respective clans. It wasn't until 2 days later that all the major families across the 5 nations had received this intelligence. In the Land of Fire, both the Senju and Uchiha clans were informed of the news regarding Lu Bu. As they perused the contents sent back to their clan, they were astounded to learn of Uchiha Lu Bu and Appo's solitary defeat of the Sandfall clan leader. Madara and Tobirama exchanged incredulous glances upon reading the letter. Their cousin had indeed become formidable enough to single-handedly vanquish an elite jonin, reportedly suffering no injuries in the process, suggesting his strength had ascended to that of a Kage. Madara, if you execute my plan precisely, you shall soon surpass Uchiha Lu Bu. Kurizetsu's voice held a note of urgency. I shan't repeat myself. If you disregard my counsel, I will cease all communication with you. At that moment, no one could perceive Kurizetsu and Appo's expression, yet even upon hearing of Lu Bu and Appo's rapid growth, a sense of foreboding gripped him. If Lu Bu continued to flourish unchecked, he might soon surpass even Kurizetsu himself. Observing Madara and Appo's stubborn demeanor, Kurizetsu and Appo's countenance darkened. Were it not for the necessity of swiftly advancing you to evolve into the Rinnegan to release my mother, you would have already met your demise at my hands. If you remain unwilling, then I shall ensure you witness your brother's death before your very eyes. An insidious thought surged within Kurizetsu's mind. As for the one responsible for killing Izuna, Kurizetsu had already identified a target. The Senju clan presented itself as an excellent opportunity. Not only would it sow discord between Madara and Tobirama, but it would also catalyze Madara's growth. A twofold advantage. Kurizetsu's plan was gradually taking shape as he smirked at Madara. Prepare yourself to receive a gift from Lord Kurizetsu, Madara. Meanwhile, Tobirama was oblivious to the schemer plotting against the Senju and Uchiha clans. He was in a dim, damp space, diligently studying a unique ninjutsu. Toad Sage, I am ready, Tobirama declared. Tobirama, exercise utmost caution. Should you find yourself unable to maintain control, cry out immediately, and I shall interrupt the influx of natural energy. If you attempt to endure it, you risk becoming a mere stone statue. Tobirama had successfully located one of the 3 great sanctuaries, the Wetbone Forest, where the Toad Sage resided as the sole sage of this sacred land. The forest was populated solely by him, with the other toads being mere manifestations of his essence. Initially, the Toad Sage intended to expel this intruder from his domain, but upon sensing a unique chakra within Tobirama and Appo's being, he hesitated. This chakra exuded a familiar aura. The 3 great sanctuaries had existed since the time of Kagaya Otsutsuki, and they had encountered her and her 2 sons. The Toad Sage discerned that this peculiar chakra bore a striking resemblance to Indra's chakra, a descendant of the sage, prompting the sage to forge a beneficial bond. Having successfully admitted Tobirama into the sanctuary, the Toad Sage also facilitated the signing of a summoning contract. Today marked the moment Tobirama would learn the chakra of mystical arts. And he was well prepared. As waves of natural energy coursed through him, Tobirama experienced unprecedented comfort. Both his body and senses surged with vitality. It felt as though he had ingested a potent elixir, his entire being brimming with energy and his mind at peace. Tobirama, do not become entranced. Promptly channel and absorb this chakra, the Toad Sage reminded him. Upon receiving the sage's counsel, Tobirama ceased his reverie and began to methodically guide and absorb the energy as instructed. The surrounding natural energy surged into his body, and to the sage and Appo's relief. No mishap occurred. It was as if Tobirama was innately destined to cultivate the chakra of mystical arts, with the influx of natural energy intensifying within him. Tobirama and Appo's power magnified until he could no longer absorb any more. He finally halted, overwhelmed with exhilaration. Ah, that was truly delightful. Thank you, Toad Sage. You accomplished this in 1 session. Truly, you are the offspring of that individual. Whose descendant? Nothing of consequence. Merely know that your lineage is far from ordinary. As for the rest, you would not comprehend. Given the Toad Sage's reluctance to divulge further, Tobirama refrained from pressing the issue, understanding that inquiries would yield no answers. Toad Sage, now that I have successfully cultivated the chakra of mystical arts, I must return. There are matters within the clan that require my attention. In the future, we shall communicate through summoning techniques. Very well, your current strength is insufficient to summon my true form. This smaller manifestation shall serve as your summoning beast henceforth. The Toad Sage conjured a diminutive version of itself, yet it still loomed large in comparison to Tobirama. Thank you, Toad Sage. Please, guide me out. A hand-sized manifestation of the Toad Sage leaped onto Tobirama and Appo's shoulder. In the blink of an eye, Tobirama and Appo's surroundings began to warp, and when his vision cleared, He found himself back in the outside world. You have exited the sanctuary. Should you require anything, feel free to summon me. Indeed, Toad Sage. With a puff of smoke. The Toad Sage's manifestation vanished from Tobarama's shoulder. Uncertain of how much time had elapsed, Tobarama hoped that with Tobarama stationed at the clan, no issues would arise. Yet, unbeknownst to him, Tobarama had already dispatched individuals to search for him. After receiving intelligence regarding Uchiha Rybu, Tobarama immediately sought to inform Tobarama, only to find him absent from the clan grounds. This revelation infuriated Tobarama, for he labored tirelessly while his elder brother was nowhere to be found. Brother, should I discover that you have been gambling again, do not expect my assistance in managing clan affairs. Nonetheless, Tobarama and Appo's talent was formidable. He managed clan matters with remarkable efficiency. His own strength was steadily rising, particularly in water release, where he had begun to explore nature transformation. His exceptional management skills and talent in ninjutsu left the clan elders in awe. As Tobarama pondered these matters, a figure materialized before him. Brother, you have returned. Senju Tobarama, where have you been? Have you been gambling again? Certainly not. I was engaged in training. Brother, I have made tremendous strides in power and seem to have awakened some unique abilities that require further refinement. I shall tentatively believe you. Look at this intelligence. Tobarama handed Tobarama a scroll, and upon opening it, the joy of his recent power breakthrough dissipated. It was the news of Uchiha Rybu's solitary defeat of the Sandfall clan leader, a patriarch of an ancient clan, who had fallen at Rybu's hands. Chapter 39. The Awakening of Wood Release. It is essential to note that although Hashirama successfully cultivated the Sage Chakra, he had yet to develop various offensive techniques. While his potential had significantly increased, the enhancement in his actual strength remained modest. The outcome was evident, as Rybu had already demonstrated the ability to single-handedly defeat the leaders of prominent clans and elite jonin. This revelation left Hashirama in awe. Indeed, Uchiha Rybu's prowess was escalating at an extraordinary pace. Tobarama, you shall handle the affairs of the clan. I shall continue my training, Hashirama declared. Brother, you are the clan leader, Tobarama retorted, watching as Hashirama once again shirked his responsibilities to focus on his training, his frustration bubbling forth. However, Hashirama showed little interest in his brother's complaints, preoccupied with a singular thought, how to surpass Rybu. This time, Hashirama felt a newfound confidence. If he could comprehend the unique power awakening within him, he believed he would soar to unprecedented heights. He returned to his chamber to meditate. Synchronizing with the rhythm of the sun's ascent and descent, the vitality within him surged. So much so that even the wooden walls and floor of his room began to sprout. Branches emerged as if experiencing a rebirth, radiating vigor. Crack, crack. The sounds of the floor and walls fracturing echoed as branches burst forth, quickly maturing into saplings. As time passed, Hashirama found himself enveloped in a verdant sanctuary. Surrounded by small trees that elevated him, their leaves supporting his seated form. His body was lifted, the branches beneath him growing increasingly robust. Even as his head approached the ceiling, the growth continued unabated. As he neared the roof, the leaves around him strained skyward, ultimately breaking through, causing the ceiling to disintegrate into a cascade of wood shavings. A shaft of sunlight illuminated Hashirama, as if a divine being had descended, elevating him toward the heavens. The commotion from his dwelling attracted the attention of the Senju clan members, who gathered before his abode. Gazing in astonishment at the immense tree that lifted Hashirama into the sky, where he sat motionless with closed eyes. Is the clan leader awakening his bloodline limit? What ability is this, controlling the trees? Brother, has he become a deity capable of commanding the growth of wood? Members of the Senju clan, including Tobarama, stood in awe, their faces filled with fervor as they beheld Hashirama's celestial figure. Then, something extraordinary unfolded. The colossal tree that had previously supported Hashirama began to shrink, and he descended gracefully. The earth around him stirred, gradually returning to its former state. When Hashirama finally settled back onto the ground, the gigantic tree had vanished. An overwhelming surge of vitality erupted from within him, rejuvenating the elderly and injured clan members nearby. They suddenly felt their wounds healing visibly, while the elders regained their strength, revitalized as if in their youth. This is vitality, such powerful life force. They recognized that a formidable energy was nurturing their bodies. I have succeeded. This is the energy of the bloodline limit. Hashirama exclaimed triumphantly. What brings you all here? Why do you stare at me so? He opened his eyes to find a throng of clan members regarding him with peculiar expressions, their silence unnerving him. Please, do not look at me like that. It makes me quite uncomfortable, he pleaded, sensing the weight of their gaze. Tobarama, unable to bear it any longer, interjected, Brother, what ability have you awakened? Why did a gigantic tree rise beneath you just now? Upon hearing his brother's inquiry, Hashirama's face lit up with joy. Tobarama, I have awakened a bloodline limit, a powerful ability I call would release. ISN and AMP. Appos. It remarkable? Indeed, it is impressive, but if you would cease with that foolish expression, it would seem even more so. Tobarama, Hashirama chided, I have told you not to speak to others in such a manner, it is quite rude. Look around you, Hashirama. The destruction you and Appos, VE wrought is immense. Shuden and Appos, to you explain yourself? Only then did Hashirama realize the extent of the chaos surrounding him. His home lay in ruins, reduced to scattered wooden planks. The landscape appeared as though it had been turned upside down, with only fragments of furniture and belongings indicating that life once thrived there. My money. It's all gone. I am bankrupt. Hashirama lamented, prompting Tobirama to cover his face in despair, utterly humiliated by his brother and Appos' misfortune. Please, everyone. Leave us for a moment, Tobirama instructed. Yes, Tobirama-sama, they replied, retreating. Once alone, Tobirama observed Hashirama's peculiar behavior and sorrowful countenance, unable to contain his frustration. Hashirama. Get a grip. What on earth happened? Explain yourself. Embarrassed, Hashirama finally relayed the entire story. Upon concluding, Tobirama-kuden and Appos helped but marvel at his brother and Appos' extraordinary fortune. You mean to say your wood release is a unique ninjutsu derived from earth and water release, possessing formidable offensive, defensive, and controlling capabilities, along with instantaneous recovery? Furthermore, you have inherited several powerful techniques, though you cannot currently utilize them due to your current strength? Indeed. Isn't it wonderful? Hashirama replied, resembling an eager child seeking praise. Tobirama, holding back the urge to deliver a punch in embarrassment, sighed. Fine, I'll arrange for a new house to be built. The costs will be deducted from your salary. What? No. I am bankrupt. You cannot take my money. No negotiations. This is your doing. Playing the victim will not help you. Tobirama, please. I wish to build a house. What did you say? Chapter 40. 36ch Nin Tobirama suddenly heard an unbelievable statement. He believed he knew his elder brother quite well, yet he had never witnessed Hashirama constructing a house throughout his life. Just as Tobirama wore a look of disbelief, a scene unfolded before him that left him utterly astounded. Wood release, wooden house technique. The ground around him began to churn, and trees sprouted from the earth, transforming into planks of wood. It seemed as though a colossal hand was assembling these planks into walls, forming the framework of a house. Soon, floors, beds, tables, and chairs materialized, culminating in the appearance of a complete dwelling before Tobirama. Hashirama, you actually possess this ability. It appears that my elder brother alone could establish a construction team. Our clan and Appos' finances are secured. Tobirama and Appos' initial astonishment swiftly morphed into delight, his eyes glimmering with visions of wealth. However, Hashirama felt a shiver run down his spine, sensing an ominous premonition. The awakening of Hashirama's wood release, as well as the circumstances surrounding Madara and Rybu, remained unknown. Meanwhile, Madara was busy developing his Sharingan abilities within the clan. As for Rybu, having gained notoriety from annihilating the Sunagakure clan, he was compelled to conclude his journey in the Land of Wind and set forth towards his next destination, the Land of Earth. Upon exiting Sunagakure, on the following day, Rybu felt that the strength of Bema and his companions was woefully inadequate. They had searched extensively within Sunagakure, but could not locate the elusive Redo. The resentment Rybu harbored towards Redo remained unvented, leading him to intensify the training regimen for Bema and the others, subjecting them to grueling conditions. If any of you have not reached Ch strength before we arrive in the Land of Earth, you may as well return. Upon hearing Rybu's words, Bema and the others became solemn. They understood that their willingness to follow Rybu stemmed from his status as the strongest within their clan. Being sent back by Rybu would signify their abandonment. Even if they returned to their clan, they would be overlooked, relegated to the ranks of ordinary Uchiha ninjas with no chance of becoming powerful. Rest assured, young master, we will achieve Ch status before reaching the Land of Earth. Bema, representing the 36 clansmen, respectfully bowed to Rybu and silently commenced their training. They retrieved the sandbags they had prepared, binding 10-pound weights to their hands and feet. This was a training regimen Rybu had devised since their time in the Land of Fire, and upon reaching the Land of Wind, they were fully prepared. The weighted training aimed to enhance their physical stamina, coordination, and resilience. Initially, they had intended to swiftly exit the Land of Wind, but due to Bema and the others' training, their progress was painfully slow. Bema, come here. Young master, what is it? I have prepared the Tiangang array for you, perfectly aligned with the 36 celestial patterns. Ideally suited for your training. Take it and practice. This is an assault formation prepared for us? Bema, upon examining the complex array, was captivated. According to Rybu's annotations, if half of the 36 individuals achieved Ch status, they could collectively overpower an elite J. It was crucial to understand that J. and elite J. were not of the same caliber. The former served as the backbone of a clan or faction, while the latter represented the leaders or heads, the most formidable within a power structure. The prospect of a group of Ch collaborating to eliminate an elite J highlighted the rarity and value of such an array. Thank you, young master. We will master this Tiangang array post-haste. After acquiring the array, Bema and the others noticed a remarkable acceleration in their training speed while incorporating the formation. Recognizing its benefits, they even adopted the array and Appos' positions while meditating to refine their chakra during their nightly rest, which greatly enhanced their chakra refinement speed, further immersing them in their practice. 7 days later, with a considerable distance still to traverse before exiting the Land of Wind, they had covered less than 300 miles in that time. Walking merely 40 miles a day was excruciatingly slow for ninja standards. I've broken through to Ch Nin. Haraha. I've finally done it. One evening, one of Beima and Appo's, as companions, Uchiha Jean, jubilantly announced his breakthrough. Beima and the others, who had fought alongside Madara and Izuna, looked on with envy. Well done, Uchiha Jean. Your name shall not be forgotten. As for the rest of you who have yet to achieve Ch Nin status, do not expect me to remember your names. Rybu stated, unintentionally striking a blow to their pride, yet they accepted it. After all, Rybu was recognized as the foremost talent among the younger generation of the Uchiha clan, a genius that set the bar for others. With the pressure from Uchiha Jean's success, breakthroughs began to occur in the following days. First, Uchiha Huowu, followed by others, with 2 or 3 individuals achieving breakthroughs every couple of days. By the 10th day, the last of the 36 had also successfully reached Ch Nin, filling the group with joyous laughter. Do not celebrate too soon. Had it not been for your training, do you think I would have waited half a month? We would have already arrived in the land of Earth. Just as the group was reveling in their triumph, Rybu doused their excitement with a bucket of cold water. He understood that moderation was essential. Excess could lead to adverse effects. I have captured sand snakes and scorpions in the desert. There are quite a few. Today we feast. Prepare yourselves. Oh, thank you, young master. Although they had all experienced battles, they were still merely children around 10 years old, drawn to strength and prone to forget the harshness of discipline. Before long, the camp was filled with laughter and playful banter. Rybu, disinterested in dampening their spirits, allowed them to revel in their joy. Sitting by the campfire, he examined their current location on a map, noting that in 3 days, they would exit the territory of the Land of Wind. The border between the Land of Wind and the Land of Earth was marked by a small nation, the Land of Birds, which they had to traverse. Otherwise, alternative routes were desolate and barren. The group celebrated for an hour and a half until darkness rendered even the space a few meters ahead indistinguishable, prompting them to disperse. On the following day, they rose late, having only a meal before setting off. This time, their pace was markedly different from the sluggishness of the previous fortnight. They moved swiftly onward. Chapter 41. The Ancient Kingdom of Lulan. A day later, Rybu and his companions had sprinted an impressive 200 miles before coming to a halt. This pause was not for rest, but rather due to Rybu suddenly sensing a vast chakra presence. This chakra fluctuated between being detectable and elusive, leaving Rybu perplexed about its nature. The magnitude of this chakra surpassed even that of the one-tails he had previously encountered, prompting Rybu to call for a stop. He needed to carefully discern the source of this immense chakra, for if they were to be ambushed by this unknown entity, none of them, save Rybu, would stand a chance. Form small teams and scatter to investigate if there are any peculiarities in the surroundings. Report back immediately upon discovery. Do not act recklessly, he commanded. As the group dispersed, Rybu remained seated, focusing intently. He soon realized that the chakra seemed to shift from east to west, then suddenly appear in the south, only to vanish to the north. The distances between these fluctuations were vast, leaving Rybu bewildered. Such considerable separation could only indicate the presence of a formidable being. What could it possibly be? Master, I have made a discovery. One of his subordinates suddenly exclaimed, drawing Rybu's attention toward a dilapidated stone tablet. What does it say? He inquired, but the inscription on the tablet was too damaged to decipher. Clearly, this stone had been buried in the sands and had only recently been unearthed, with half of its structure still concealed. Continue excavating until we unveil this stone completely, Rybu instructed, summoning the others to assist in the effort. Once the tablet was fully exposed, the group exchanged glances, perplexed. The last character resembled that of a country's name. Could it be the ancient kingdom of Lulan? Are you familiar with this nation? Rybu asked, but all shook their heads in ignorance. As Rybu contemplated sending out more scouts for additional clues, the entire desert suddenly trembled. Grains of sand began to sink, and even the surrounding particles started to flow towards a specific point. Not good, it's quicksand. We must leave at once. One of his subordinates urged. Master, I fear we are trapped. Look around. Rybu lifted his gaze to survey the area, only to see a massive chasm opening beneath them, devouring the surrounding sands. Even his instantaneous movement technique would not allow him to escape the 10-mile radius. With a thunderous roar, the ground beneath them plummeted rapidly, leaving Rybu and his companions with no foothold to stabilize themselves. Darkness enveloped them as sand cascaded from above, filling their mouths and nostrils. The sensation of falling was terrifying, and the weightlessness felt interminable. With a sudden jolt, Rybu was knocked unconscious by a tremendous force. When he regained awareness, the cacophony of falling sand had ceased, and silence reigned. Suddenly, a hand emerged from the pile of sand, frantically brushing away the grains to reveal a head. Cough, cough, where am I? Baima, Jean, Huowu, are you all right? He called out. But the only response was silence. Rybu, regaining his composure, began to assess his surroundings. The dim light illuminated the sandy particles in a pale yellow hue. Cough cough who? Master, it's me, by Ma, came the first response, followed by a chorus of coughs from the others. Relieved, Elbu realized that, although his companions had fainted, they were not in mortal danger. Those who were awake, light your torches to illuminate our surroundings, he instructed. As flames flickered to life, the darkness receded, revealing the landscape. By Ma, take a head count and check for injuries, Elbu commanded. After a brief assessment, By Ma reported that all 36 members were mostly unscathed, merely suffering from minor shock. Master, this appears to be a sinkhole, but its location remains unknown. We should sense the direction of the wind to find an exit. Some of the more perceptive subordinates began to feel the airflow, knowing that where there is wind, there often lies an exit. The wind is blowing to the north, they reported. Then we shall proceed northward, Elbu decided. As they journeyed onward, the wind grew stronger. Upon reaching a corner, they spotted a beam of light ahead. There lies the exit, let us go, they urged, and as they advanced, the light became increasingly blinding. Stepping out of the darkness, they were greeted by a vast expanse of structures resembling pagodas, tapering as they rose. Yet, signs of life were conspicuously absent. Master, look. This is the ancient kingdom of Lulan, one subordinate pointed out, indicating a boundary marker that read Ancient Kingdom of Lulan in bold characters. Let us enter and explore, Elbu commanded, and they ventured into the complex, seeking any signs of life. However, the only sound that greeted them was the howling wind, devoid of any living presence. As they delved deeper into the heart of the structures, they stumbled upon a verdant area. Outsiders, please halt. The kingdom of Lulan does not welcome intruders, a voice boomed. And two figures descended from above, standing before them. These are puppets, Elbu realized, as the true masters of these constructs remained unseen. We harbor no ill intentions. We have accidentally arrived here and seek guidance on how to exit, Elbu implored. Retrace your steps to find the exit. We ask that you leave immediately. The voice replied coldly. Frowning, Elbu and his companions understood that returning the way they came was not a viable option. If returning were an option, we would not have come here. We merely wish for a direction to exit. We hope you can assist us, he requested earnestly. Refuse to leave and face death. The voice retorted impatiently, preparing for confrontation. Chapter 42. In Lushan before Elbu and his companions stood two puppets, which advanced menacingly towards them. This time, Elbu refrained from engaging directly. Instead, the 36 warriors at his side surged forward to confront the puppets. Their formation swiftly fell into place, engaging in combat with the two constructs. The craftsmanship of the puppets was commendable, their strength akin to that of elite mid-level ninjas, slightly superior to the 36. Yet the formation they formed, the Heavenly Gang Array, had already taken shape, albeit somewhat unrefined. Nevertheless, dealing with these lifeless entities posed no significant challenge. Brothers, form the Wind Rising Array. The 36 Heavenly Gang Array was a military formation designed for cooperative strikes, effectively enhancing the morale and courage of the soldiers. Among them, the Wind Rising Array was an offensive formation that, as its name suggests, was elusive and unpredictable. Its adaptability was remarkable, capable of swiftly adjusting to the battlefield and Oppos's dynamics, making it difficult for enemies to anticipate their moves. As the 36 warriors continued to shift their positions, the scene became a blur of motion, leaving the puppets bewildered and unable to determine where to strike, thus becoming targets for relentless assaults. In a sudden clash, one of the puppets suffered a blow, losing a leg, which rendered the puppet master in the shadows less effective in controlling it. A flurry of dazzling strikes resounded against the puppets. They could defend against attacks from the front, but faltered against those from the rear. They could guard their left, but were exposed on the right. Fools, you seek death. The hidden individual seethed with anger, and a cacophony of cracking sounds echoed around them. Just as the two puppets were on the verge of being dismantled, an army of puppets emerged from the surroundings, numbering at least a couple of hundred. How could he control so many puppets? Retreat, Bai Ma. Bai Ma and his companions instinctively sensed the impending danger. After grappling with the two puppets for a time, they knew they stood no chance against the overwhelming number and promptly fell back. Sir, we merely seek directions. Is such a display of force truly necessary? Humph. This is my territory in Lushan. You shall not pass. Then do not blame us for our lack of courtesy. Elbu felt a surge of irritation at the man's tone and decided to act without further delay. Before engaging, he turned to Bai Ma and the others, instructing, you handle the puppets around us. I will take care of the ones in the center. Be cautious. Understood. Elbu unrolled a scroll, liberated his weapon, and warmed up his body before charging forward. Confronting the puppet army, Elbu's strikes were straightforward and swift, devoid of unnecessary flourishes. Wherever he passed, the puppets were no match for his spear. Although the puppets were well made, their materials paled in comparison to those of the Fantian Huaji, a weapon crafted from a special metal that effectively conduced chakra. Once enveloped in chakra, the weapon became exceptionally sharp, effortlessly reducing the puppets to mere fragments. How dare these lifeless beings act so arrogantly before me? With a single thrust, Elbu dismantled one puppet, feeling dissatisfied with the sluggish pace of the battle. He swiftly unfurled the Fantian Huaji, executing a half-circle sweep. Technique, sweeping through the legions. The puppets before Elbu collapsed in a fan-like formation, and with that strike, he shattered over 20 of them, creating a vacuum around him. Activate the Overlord Body Forging Technique. In an instant, Elbu was infused with explosive power, and the Fantian Huaji let out a tremendous howl as he wielded it. One by one, the puppets began to explode, disintegrating into dust and scattering. You are far too powerful. Elbu ignored the panicked voice, moving fluidly through the battlefield, dismantling several puppets with each thrust. In a short time, the once formidable army of puppets was reduced to a mere handful. Casting a glance back at Bai Ma and his companions, he noted that only a few scattered puppets remained, posing no threat to them. Reassured, he pressed onward, attuning himself to the puppet master and Apos' chakra signature. I and Apos, B found you. Elbu detected a surge of chakra emanating from a distant building and charged toward it. Technique, one spear to establish the kingdom. Not good. I've been discovered. With a resounding crash, the structure wherein Lushan had been hiding collapsed, and a figure burst forth. Elbu pursued closely, as Lushan retreated in haste, the howling wind stinging his face. The weapon sweeping past him sent chills down his spine, and he found himself in a desperate scramble to evade Elbu and Apos' relentless assaults. Stop. I can lead you out. Too late. I'll kill you, and I have ample time to find my exit. Seeing Elbu's firm refusal, and Lushan and Apos' face turned ashen as he braced himself to evade the onslaught. Yet, in close combat, he was no match for Elbu, whose Fantian Huaji became increasingly fervent in its strikes. It seemed as if Elbu's stamina was boundless, leaving Lushan overwhelmed. Suddenly, Lushan lost his footing. Stepping into empty space, his balance faltering, and his expression shifted to one of horror. Don and Apos, T. Before he could finish, Elbu severed his head from his shoulders, leaving him with a face full of unwillingness as he slipped into unconsciousness. With such strength, you dare surround me? Utterly foolish. Elbu halted, appearing unperturbed and unbriefless, as if no battle had transpired. Within Lushan's demise, the remaining puppets in the vicinity suddenly crumpled to the ground, motionless. Clear the battlefield. Gather these intact puppets. Their materials are still valuable. Let us not waste them. Yes. After the battlefield was cleared, they ventured deeper, eager to uncover what lay within that had instilled such fear in Lushan. As they advanced, signs of human habitation gradually emerged in the lush greenery. Upon reaching the heart of this verdant expanse, a cluster of small dwellings appeared before them. Shadows flitted about, and as they approached, it became evident that these were living beings, yet their expressions were devoid of emotion, appearing utterly numb. What has happened to them? Elbu remained silent. He had witnessed such expressions in his past life. It was the look of individuals stripped of hope for the future. Like walking corpses, they survived on instinct alone. Only by rekindling their hope for life could their numbed hearts be revived. Do not provoke them. Remember, if you ever find yourselves guarding a territory, treat the people kindly. Otherwise, the scene before you may become their fate. They have lost all hope. Let us proceed and find a more coherent individual to inquire about the way forward. We cannot save these people now. We must first ascertain the situation here. Chapter 43. The dragon vein of Lulan Elbu and his companions wandered about, careful not to disturb the local inhabitants. Yet, these individuals appeared oblivious to their presence, showing no signs of acknowledgement or inquiry. Young master, is this what it means to lose hope in life? It sends chills down my spine. Remember this feeling. We are human, not beasts. Should you ever create such a scene again, I shall take your lives. Bai Ma and the others swallowed hard, immediately pledging their fear. As fellow humans, they too felt a sense of unease, akin to witnessing a rabbit being cooked after its demise. Suddenly, a voice rang out ahead, singing a tune devoid of emotion, which sounded quite peculiar. Elbu and his group hurried forward to discover a woman seated atop a platform several meters high. Her legs swung freely in the air, her face expressionless, her gaze fixed upon the crowd below. Were it not for the flicker of compassion in her eyes, one might have mistaken her for a mere automaton. Fair maiden, we have inadvertently arrived at this place. Do you know the way out? Could you guide us? Do not waste your breath. You cannot escape. And Lushan will not allow it. And Lushan? That name rings a bell. Was he not the person the young master just killed? Is the Lushan you speak of somewhat portly and a puppeteer? I have dispatched him. At this, the woman seemed to tremble, as if she had heard something unbelievable. She turned to Elbu, her eyes suddenly ablaze with unprecedented light. With eager anticipation, she inquired once more, you claim to have slain Lushan? Is this true? If the Lushan you refer to is indeed that one, then he has indeed met his end. Excellent. You have done well. Haraha. And Lushan is finally dead. Splendid. We are saved. People, and Lushan is dead, truly dead. With her proclamation, the crowd below stood frozen, then erupted into a cacophony of roars. That beast is finally dead. Finally dead. Daughter, you may close your eyes in peace. Father, our enemy is dead. He has truly perished. After their cries, the people began to weep, the sound echoing through the entire dwelling area. It seemed these souls had endured oppression for far too long and had finally been liberated. Though Elbu had taken countless lives in his past, he had never witnessed such desolation. He had never oppressed the defenseless. Despite his brutality, he maintained a moral boundary, never bullying the downtrodden. Pray tell, can anyone retrieve Lushan's corpse? I wish to confirm his death. Elbu instructed his men to return the way they came and bring back the headless body. Upon verifying Lushan's identity, the woman launched into a frenzy of punches and kicks, laughing maniacally. Then, dragging Lushan and Appo's corpse, she led the way back to the residential area, where throngs of people surged forth. They reached out to grasp the body, tearing at it, with some even resorting to consuming flesh and blood. What is this? Ma and the others, having never witnessed such a scene, began to retch. Young master, they are eating human flesh. Ugh, this is the depth of hatred. A desire to consume his flesh and drink his blood. Do not close your eyes, bear witness. With renewed retching, Ma and his companions succumbed to despair. Before long, and Lushan's remains were reduced to a mere skeleton. Some found closure, leaving this world without a second thought, while others sobbed uncontrollably, releasing years of pent-up sorrow. The woman, tears streaming down her face, turned to Elbu and his companions. Esteemed benefactors, forgive my display, and Lushan was our adversary. And I have lost my composure in your presence. It is of no consequence. I can perceive your plight. Might you enlighten us about this place and how we may exit? The woman began to recount the origins of this land. It was the site of the ancient kingdom of Lulan, which had fallen into ruin after the death of its last queen, leaving only a princess behind. This princess, named Sarah, every queen in history shared this name, had not yet ascended to the throne when Lushan invaded, slaughtering her kin and leaving her as his puppet to control the populace. It was said that within Lulan lay a chakra dragon vein, an inexhaustible source of power that Lushan sought to monopolize to achieve immortality. The oppression endured for 2 decades had led to the current state of despair. What is this chakra dragon vein, Sarah? Can you take us there? Certainly. This dragon vein is the catalyst of my nightmares. If you can take it away, it would be a blessing, for we lack the strength to protect it. Sarah, having suffered for 2 decades, longed to rid herself of the dragon vein. She revealed its existence in hopes that these individuals might liberate it. Leading Elbu and his companions to the dragon vein, a wave of immense chakra washed over them. Before them lay a colossal orb, pulsating with streams of liquid chakra. Elbu and his companions' eyes gleamed with greed, their bodies thrumming with desire. Just as Elbu felt himself on the verge of succumbing to temptation, he regained his composure. Awaken! The 36 men shuddered and came to their senses. Young master, what has happened to us? Steady your hearts. Do not let greed overwhelm your thoughts, lest you become mere shells of your former selves. Sarah, this dragon vein is vast. We can only hope to absorb a fraction of its power. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to ask. We will do our utmost. Fear not. If you can absorb it all, that would be splendid. If not, take as much as you can. Consider it a token of gratitude from Lulan. Elbu expressed his thanks to Sarah before addressing Ma and the others. Prepare the Tion gang formation as you cultivate. This is our opportunity. Absorb as much as you can, setting your sights on advancing to the elite level. Yes, Ma and the others, filled with joy, understood that the scale of this dragon vein was more than sufficient for them to break through to elite status. As long as their bodies could withstand the power, it was merely a matter of time. Chapter 44. Absorbing the dragon vein after assigning tasks to Ma and the others. Elbu sought a secluded spot and sat before the dragon vein. Once seated, he began to circulate his refining technique. And wisps of white gas started to enter his body. What a ferocious power. This is vitality. The dragon vein contains life energy. And my vision is actually beginning to recover. The moment Elbu inhaled the power of the dragon vein, he felt a painful fullness within his body. Soon realizing it harbored vitality, his vision was slowly returning, filling his face with joy. No, I cannot absorb it using the refining method just yet, or my body may burst. I must first use the Overlord body forging technique to absorb it. Looking at the massive sphere before him, he understood that he could not absorb it all at once. He decided to strengthen his physique before employing the chakra refining method to enhance his chakra. Instantly, the Overlord body forging technique surged within him, drawing in thick streams of gas. Elbu's entire body began to shift from white to red, exuding heat. As the gas entered his body, Elbu's height gradually increased, his muscles swelling. His skin slowly transformed into a golden hue. If one could see inside, they would observe his bones transitioning to a jade-like color. Meanwhile, Ma and the others, having absorbed a portion of the gas, felt their bodies swell with pain, prompting them to halt. They stood still, engaging in physical training until the discomfort subsided, fully digesting before attempting to absorb another breath of gas. This cycle of relentless cultivation allowed Elbu and Ma and Appo's group to steadily grow stronger. As autumn transitioned to winter, the outside world was blanketed in white, the snow beginning to melt away. A month prior, Ma and his companions ceased their training. They could absorb no more, their bodies having reached saturation. If they continued, they risked exploding. Over 6 months, all 36 individuals had ascended to the rank of upper ninja. Even Ma and his 2 companions neared the elite upper ninja level. If not for their physical limitations, they would have already broken through. Why has the young master not awakened? It has been half a year without food or drink. Were it not for my own eyes witnessing this, I would scarcely believe it. The young master must have ascended to a realm beyond our comprehension. The group exchanged weary smiles, thoroughly disheartened by Elbu and Appo's progress. Their own attempts at absorbing the dragon vein had been sporadic. In stark contrast, Elbu had remained undisturbed. His golden aura intensifying, resembling a humanoid form of gold. The alluring golden glow emanating from him might have led Bai Ma and the others to believe he was in trouble, were it not for the radiant light. Suddenly, a resonating sound erupted from Elbu's body, akin to thunder, causing Bai Ma and the others' ears to throb painfully. Elbu's stature surged once more. At the age of 11, he had likely surpassed a height of 1.7 meters, no longer dwarfed by young adults. The areas beneath his clothing stretched as his muscles swelled, causing his garments to shrink. At this moment, the golden radiance enveloping Elbu began to dissipate, returning to a normal flesh tone. His tightly shut eyes finally opened, emitting a flash of golden light that sent chills down the spine of those who gazed upon him. At last, he had broken through to the 10th level, entering the realm of preeminent martial generals. Continuing to enhance his physique would be counterproductive. It was time to refine his chakra. This is the golden skin and jade bone, a harmonious resonance of sinew. And the thunderous roar of tigers and leopards, this legendary realm had been attained. Elbu, noticing the transformation within his body, was filled with elation. He had indeed cultivated this extraordinary state. It was a delightful surprise. He felt remarkably invigorated, having gone so long without any sense of hunger. Seizing the moment, Elbu resumed refining his chakra. As he activated the technique, even thicker streams of gas began to enter his body. This time, there was no sensation of fullness. Elbu closed his eyes once more, entering a meditative state. Behind him, the dragon vein had diminished by half, losing its former grandeur. With each breath Elbu inhaled, it shrank further. Another month passed, and the dragon vein had entirely vanished, its final trace absorbed by Elbu. Chakra surged within him, as if he had transcended a boundary. His eyesight not only fully restored, but also reached the eternal kaleidoscope level. His spiritual power and chakra soared, propelling his overall strength to a new echelon. He had stepped into the realm of shadows. Even the renowned Uzumaki clan, known for their vast chakra reserves, would feel humbled in the presence of Elbu's chakra. Upon completely absorbing the last trace of chakra, Elbu exhaled deeply. This surge in power was undeniably a boon from the dragon vein. As he felt the overwhelming strength within him, it transformed qualitatively. The immense vitality significantly enhanced his potential. This upgrade was akin to being reborn, an unforeseen event that saved him years of effort. Even his vision had been resolved. Young master, what level have you now attained? Bai Ma and the others inquired as they noted the dragon vein's complete disappearance. Upon their questioning, Elbu returned to reality, overwhelmed by an intense hunger that left him dizzy. Quick, bring me some food. I am starving. Hurry, bring me food. Elbu's words relieved Bai Ma and his companions. They had feared that Elbu had ascended to a state of immortality, existing without sustenance for over half a year. Elbu consumed a meal sufficient for 10 individuals before the dizziness finally subsided. Once he fully regained his composure, he began to assess the situation of his companions. Oh, you have all broken through to upper ninja status. Well done. But what of the dragon vein? How has it vanished? Bai Ma and the others exchanged puzzled glances, wondering if Elbu had not noticed that he had absorbed it entirely. Elbu, seeing their intent gaze, pointed to himself. All absorbed by me? They all nodded. And Elbu was astonished that such a tremendous power had been completely assimilated by him, since he had already absorbed it all. Elbu refrained from further inquiries about the matter. Observing the quiet surroundings, he began to ask about recent events. After Bai Ma and the others recounted the events of the past months, Elbu learned that over half a year had passed, and Sarah and the others had left, opting not to linger in this sorrowful place any longer. Then let us depart. We have delayed long enough. It is time for us to continue our journey. Yes, young master, we shall pack our belongings at once. Chapter 45, The Spirit Beasts. After enduring a rigorous training regimen for over half a year, Lubu finally concluded his endeavors and embarked on the journey that lay before them. The strength of the group had significantly augmented, allowing them to traverse with remarkable speed. Furthermore, the assembly of Lubu and his companions was nothing short of magnificent, as every member was a high-ranking ninja. They traveled with newfound confidence, no longer treading cautiously. By the following day, they had entered the Kingdom of Birds. The Kingdom of Birds, a diminutive nation nestled between the Wind and Earth countries, boasted a modest population and limited land area. However, true to its name, it was teeming with avian creatures, including several large clans and family spirit beasts. For instance, the crows of the Uchiha clan originated from this very land, and no other nation could rival the Kingdom of Birds in its ability to tame flying creatures. Upon learning about the spirit beasts, Lubu suddenly recalled that he had yet to form a contract with any of them. Bai Ma, does our clan possess 2 types of spirit beasts? Indeed, young master. Our Uchiha clan is blessed with 2 spirit beasts, cats and crows. both of which have extensive and formidable lineages. Do you have the contracts for the cats and crows? It seems I am due for a spirit beast contract. Young master, let us first find a place to rest, and I will summon the spirit beasts to consult their ancestors. Why must you consult their ancestors? The contract can only be established with the approval of the spirit beast clan's elder, otherwise it is unattainable. Once Baima elucidated the matter, Rybu grasped the underlying reasons. Spirit beasts were known for their affinity for strength. The more powerful the individual, the mightier the contracted beast. Moreover, each person from a clan was permitted but a single contract opportunity. Should one form a contract with a spirit beast while still weak, they would be bound to that clan without a chance for alteration. One could only cultivate their spirit beast strength or switch to another clan to contract a more powerful beast. As it happened, within their group of 36, both cats and crows were present, and Rybu was eager to see if he could contract both types to secure potent allies for himself. Upon locating an inn, Baima and another subordinate entered Rybu's chamber. Spirit summoning technique. With a decisive bite to their right thumbs, they pressed their hands to the ground, and two enormous diagrams appeared. With a resounding bang, two plumes of white smoke erupted, revealing a black cat and a black crow. Baima, what is the purpose of summoning us? Ado, Yula, this is our esteemed relative from the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Rybu. He wishes to form a contract with both of your clans. Please return and consult your elder. You are Uchiha Rybu, indeed powerful. Wait, we shall inform the elder at once. The cat and crow dissipated into white smoke and vanished. Before long, the two spirit beasts reappeared before Rybu and his companions. Uchiha Rybu, due to your considerable strength, ordinary spirit beasts are unfit for you. The elder requires you to accompany us back to our clan to seek a formidable companion. Our elder concurs with this sentiment. Very well, Yula, you may return. I will first visit Ado's clan and then proceed to yours. Once Yula transformed into a wisp of white smoke, Rybu turned to Ado and asked, how shall we travel? Ado leapt onto Rybu's shoulder, its endearing head tilted towards him. Do not resist. I shall take you there. With a bang, Rybu and Appo's S-form transformed into a wisp of white smoke, disappearing before Baima and his companion and Appo's eyes. When Rybu regained his sight, he found himself amidst towering stone structures. Cats of various sizes appeared before him, some larger, others akin to Ado's stature. Follow me, Ado instructed, leading Rybu onward while the surrounding felines regarded him with curiosity, puzzled by the presence of a human in their realm. Ado, who is this human? Do not obstruct the path. This is whom the elder wishes to meet. The questioning feline promptly stepped aside, allowing Rybu to continue following Ado deeper into the territory, where the cats grew increasingly larger. Eventually, they encountered a cat of immense proportions, nearly the size of a shikaku, alongside an even larger one, resembling a mountain. As Ado guided Rybu to the colossal feline, he knew he had found their elder. Elder, I bring Uchiha Rybu. Very well, you may leave now. Once Ado departed, the elder lowered its massive head. Regarding Rybu with its enormous eyes, Rybu finally discerned the full visage of the elder, who bore a striking resemblance to a tiger. Its two colossal, snow-white fangs protruded menacingly, akin to twin swords, sending chills down his spine. Is this not the legendary saber-toothed tiger? Is this truly a cat? It appears more akin to a monstrous beast. As Rybu processed the elder's appearance, his understanding was profoundly shaken. This was clearly a tiger. No cat could possibly reach such size. You are Uchiha Rybu, impressive strength. Chuehu, he shall be your contractor henceforth. Understood, elder. No sooner had the elder spoken than a slightly smaller feline nearby responded affirmatively. Chuehu was the most powerful spirit beast among the younger generation of the cat clan, rivaling the strength of the likes of Wentai from Mount Mayaboku and Wanshi from the Dragon Cave. In fact, due to their bloodlines, both Wentai and Wanshi harbored some trepidation towards Chuehu. Upon hearing Chuehu's name, Rybu rolled his eyes, thinking, you claim not to be a tiger yet masquerade as a cat to deceive me. This is the contract. Sign it. As the elder produced a massive scroll, it unfurled before Rybu, filled with an abundance of names, some familiar, others foreign. Once Rybu inscribed his name, the spirit contract was established. All done. The contract is complete. You may return now. Should you require anything, simply summon Chuehu. With that, the elder exhaled a breath towards Rybu, who transformed into a wisp of white smoke, vanishing from sight. When Rybu regained consciousness, he found himself back in his own chamber. Throughout the entire process, he had not uttered a single word. The contract was seamlessly established. The experience left much to be desired. However, Chuehu's prowess appeared commendable, at least on par with an elite high-ranking ninja. If it possessed any unique abilities, it could potentially rival even the strongest of leaders, making it a formidable ally in battle. Summon Yula. I shall venture to the Crow's clan next. Understood, young master. Rybu instructed his subordinate, eager to discover the powerful spirit beasts that awaited him among the crows. Chapter 46. The three-legged golden crow. When Rybu encountered Ulo once more, he found himself in a vast grove. Above, the piercing cacophony of cawing ravens filled the air. In the era of the Great Han, ravens were ominous harbingers, Unlike magpies, which herald good fortune, ravens were known to announce misfortune. Thus, perceptions varied greatly across different cultures. In the shinobi world, however, ravens symbolized truth, devoid of deception, and were considered auspicious creatures. Generally associated with the fire element, they aligned seamlessly with the Uchiha clan. As Elbu gazed at the flocks of ravens soaring overhead, some of their sizes exceeded that of ordinary ravens. While smaller specimens were predominantly black, certain larger ones sported a hint of golden sheen, exuding an air of nobility. Eventually, Ula guided Elbu to a magnificent golden crow, slightly smaller than a juvenile tiger. Ancestor, I present Uchiha Elbu, Ula announced. You are the descendant of our contracted human clan, Uchiha Elbu. I am the progenitor of the Raven clan. You may refer to me as Jin Wu or the three-legged golden crow. Wait, you are the three-legged golden crow? Elbu exclaimed, astonished. The name of the three-legged golden crow was legendary, and he had heard tales of this mythical beast during his childhood in the Great Han. He observed the crow, entirely golden, with 3 sharp claws beneath it. The feathers on its wings shimmered with dazzling golden light. Suddenly, the golden crow rose, radiating an overwhelming warmth. You have heard of the name three-legged golden crow? Indeed, from a tale. It is said that the three-legged golden crow is an ancient divine beast, a descendant of the sun, with immense fire manipulation abilities, capable of scorching mountains and boiling seas, its power rivaling that of the phoenix, the king of birds. To think there are those in the shinobi world who recognize the renown of my Raven clan. I cannot afford to flaunt the title of the three-legged golden crow. I am but a distant descendant with a diluted bloodline. Do not underestimate yourself, ancestor. Even a diluted bloodline is still the sole descendant of the golden crow in the shinobi realm. It is a rare fortune for me to encounter a member of the golden crow clan. Haraha. It has been long since I met such an amusing human. Today, I am delighted. Wu Yan, from now on, he shall be your contracted human. Yes. From behind the golden crow emerged a smaller three-legged golden crow. Its golden hue slightly dimmer, yet the heat emanating from it was even more intense, suggesting formidable fire control abilities. I am Wu Yan. I shall be your summoning beast henceforth. You may call upon me at any time. Very well, I am Uchiha Elbu. I look forward to your guidance. After a brief exchange, Elbu inscribed his name upon the contract and, with the aid of the golden crow, returned to his chamber. The day had been filled with surprises. He hadn't anticipated that the Uchiha clan possessed such formidable summoning beasts, one a descendant of the saber-toothed tiger, the other of the three-legged golden crow, each with illustrious titles. With his strength soaring and 2 powerful summoning beasts now bonded to him, Elbu felt empowered for both aerial and terrestrial combat. His journey to the land of birds had been bountiful, and the following day, in high spirits, he ventured forth with Ma and the others, exploring the land of birds for 2 days before continuing their journey. Upon exiting the territory of the land of birds, they traversed a landscape dotted with mountains and stone hills, towering peaks that seemed to stretch endlessly into the sky, and vast stretches of ochre stone hills created a magnificent, yet desolate vista. The only flaw was the scarcity of greenery. It appeared the land was inhospitable to plant life. The environment of the land of earth was not markedly better than that of the land of wind, which was characterized by endless deserts. The land of earth was dominated by mountains and stone, interspersed with patches of desert, yet the rocky terrain prevailed. As they journeyed, the villages they encountered were constructed of stone, with only a smattering of fertile black soil visible, indicating the tightness of resources and leaving vast expanses barren. Despite the land of earth being as extensive as the land of fire, its population density was sparse, with only a fraction of the land suitable for human habitation. During their 10-day trek, Elbu and his companions had encountered merely 2 impoverished villages. They noted that the inhabitants of the land of earth had darker skin, tall and lean physiques, with many sporting distinctive red noses. Their tempers tended to be volatile, often leading to physical confrontations over trivial matters. One day, after nearly a month of traversing the desolate terrain, Elbu and his companions finally arrived at a town. Constructed entirely of enormous stones, the town appeared quite formidable. This settlement, known as Shanta Town, marked the border of the land of earth. Young master, let us enter. We should find a place to rest. The environment here is hardly better than the land of wind, and we are all quite fatigued from our journey. Make way if you aren't entering. Don't block the path. A disgruntled voice called from behind. Elbu and his companions were unfazed, having grown accustomed to the brusque manner of the locals since their arrival in the land of earth. Ignoring the voice, they proceeded into Shanta Town, where all the buildings were crafted from stone, with not a single wooden structure in sight. Even the ground was paved with meticulously polished stones, creating an atmosphere of understated grandeur. They soon found an inn and settled in for rest. After enduring the elements, their lips were chapped and their condition more disheveled than even in the desert. Attention! The Two-Scale clan will hold an internal competition in Rock City in 2 months. Interested families are welcome to attend. If any outsiders can defeat the clan's prodigies, there are generous rewards to be earned. How swiftly time passes. It is once again the decade-long competition of the Two-Scale clan, a sensational event nationwide. Indeed, the Two-Scale clan is the premier ninja family of the land of earth. It is said that a prodigy has emerged within the clan, one who has awakened a unique bloodline limit known as the Two-Scale Stone River. And he has yet to reach the age of 15. A bloodline limit? A fusion of 3 attributes is a rare ability indeed. I'm astonished that such a talented individual hails from the land of Earth. Young master, should we consider attending? Of course. It is only a little over a month's journey to Rock City. We have ample time. Chapter 47. Rock City, the capital of the land of Earth. Known as Rock City, stands as the heart of this nation. The Nara clan, renowned as the foremost ninja family in the land of Earth, possesses strength just a notch below the Uchiha clan. This ancient family has a rich history, having achieved remarkable prowess in Earth-release ninjutsu. It is said that their ancestors developed an extraordinarily potent bloodline limit, although no one has awakened this ability for many years. Unexpectedly, this time, Elbu has the opportunity to witness this unique power. Initially, Elbu and his companions planned to rest in Shanta Town for a while. However, upon hearing about the upcoming grand tournament hosted by the Nara clan in 2 months, they decided against prolonging their stay. After a night's rest, they set off towards Rock City the following day. This time, Elbu and Appo's purpose was clear, and they rushed towards Rock City without pause. Along the way, they frequently encountered other ninja teams from various clans, all preparing to participate in the Nara clan's grand tournament. Elbu's intention to attend the tournament was to showcase the talents of Bai Ma and the others. As the strongest member of the Uchiha clan, he sought to establish a reputation across the nations, ensuring that those harboring animosity towards the Uchiha would think twice before acting against them. Only then could he travel with peace of mind. Otherwise, he would become a laughingstock if his family were to be raided while he was away. Bai Ma, relay the message that we must hasten to Rock City. This time, you must participate in the Nara clan's tournament and demonstrate the excellence of the Uchiha clan. Young master, as we are all Jonin now, would it not be somewhat unfair to compete against them? I wish for the world to recognize the might of the Uchiha clan. Only then can we feel secure while abroad. In the past, when your strength was lacking, I had no such intentions. Now that we have all achieved Jonin status, I have no reservations. Yes, young master, we will ensure that the clan does not suffer disgrace. After Bai Ma conveyed Elbu's command, everyone was filled with eager anticipation. The 36 of them had been holding back their excitement, as Elbu had always taken the lead, leaving them to handle the aftermath. With 36 Jonin alongside Elbu, a shadow-level ninja, they could easily overpower the Nara clan, and their formidable strength bolstered their courage. They quickened their pace, eager to reach Rock City and spread their renown throughout the ninja world. Along the journey, they paid little attention to others or the scenery, which was hardly remarkable in the land of Earth. Days and nights passed, and after more than 40 days of travel, they finally arrived at a colossal rock fortress. At last, we have reached Rock City. I must tell you, one cannot visit Rock City without indulging in its specialty, the rock grilled meat. The sizzling, oily meat is simply divine. As Elbu and his companions approached the city gates, they overheard someone enthusiastically introducing Rock City's specialties. The crowd at the gate was filled with weary travelers, and many felt their stomachs rumble at the mention of such tempting food. Are you doing this on purpose? Knowing we are starved, you speak of such delectable dishes, making our hunger even worse. Quickly, lead the way, we must appease our appetites. The rock grilled meat, a specialty of the land of Earth, attracts not only the local populace but also nobles from other lands who come to savor its distinct flavors. This delicacy is not prepared with ordinary poultry or fish, but features exotic meats such as ostrich, earth snake, rhinoceros, and earth frog. Due to the sparse vegetation in the land of Earth, common fowl are difficult to raise, leading to the rapid proliferation of these hardier creatures that thrive on the soil. Let us hurry inside. We wish to taste this rock grilled meat. Elbu patted his stomach, realizing that he had not enjoyed a proper meal in quite some time. Now that they had reached their destination, he was determined to feast heartily. Let us find an inn where we can dine well. As they entered Rock City, they were greeted by a bustling atmosphere filled with people everywhere. This lively scene was something Elbu had not witnessed in many years, as countless towns and cities had fallen into desolation due to years of conflict. Rock grilled meat, a unique delicacy of Rock City. Come and taste it. Vendors called out, ensuring that every establishment on the street offered this specialty, promising that everyone could enjoy the flavors of the land of Earth. Elbu and his companions followed the throngs of people, searching for a suitable inn. Before they could finalize their choice, they were drawn to the enticing calls of the vendors guiding visitors to their establishments. Finding an inn with available seating, they claimed 7 tables for their group. When the rock grilled meat was finally served, the sight of the large, flat stone laden with succulent meat chunks was irresistible. The sizzling sound of the hot stone searing the meat was mouth-watering, and soon an array of dishes accompanied the main course, including seasonal fruits to balance the richness of the meat. As drinks and fruit beverages were served, the group could hardly contain their impatience and began to devour the food voraciously. Delicious. The flavor of the meat is exquisite, with hints of fruitiness. The crispy exterior, combined with the rich aroma of the rendered fat, is simply delectable. Who would have thought you were such a foodie? Your descriptions of the food are quite apt. You see, in this life, the pleasures of eating and drinking are paramount. As long as the food is delightful, all worries fade away. Laughter erupted at Uchiha Jean's words. And Elbu, for once, refrained from interrupting their merriment. The atmosphere at the table was a delightful change, filled with laughter and camaraderie as they enjoyed their meal. After 2 full hours of feasting, the empty plates began to pile up like a mountain. The group was so satisfied that, had it not been for their full stomachs, they would have continued to indulge further. Night falls, let us find a place to rest. Tomorrow, we shall inquire about the specific timing of the Nara clan's tournament to make arrangements. Very well, young master, I shall find us lodging. Chapter 48. Susanoo. After everyone had their fill, they found an inn and began to settle in. The journey had been arduous, and after a hearty meal, fatigue began to envelop them. Soon, they drifted off into a deep slumber, each wearing a smile, occasionally licking their lips as if savoring delightful delicacies in their dreams. As the dim night gave way to the dawn, a faint light gradually illuminated the surroundings, revealing a clearer view. With the sun's radiant beams once again gracing the earth, the lively atmosphere of the town began to re-emerge. Ah, it has been ages since I slept so soundly. With the grand tournament of the Two Scales clan still some time away, I should contemplate the culmination of my ocular prowess. Ever since his eyes evolved into the eternal Mangeki Sharingan, Elbu had yet to test the abilities of Susanoo. According to the clan's ancient texts, Susanoo was a forbidden power of the Uchiha, a divine force capable of summoning a deity's avatar, allowing one to stand against nations. Now that Elbu's ocular strength had significantly increased, he was eager to witness the majesty of Susanoo. As Elbu focused his spiritual energy into his eyes, the once black irises began to glow crimson, and the tomo materialized, rapidly spinning and intertwining to form a large windmill shape. A tremendous surge of ocular power surged forth, emanating from Elbu's core, creating a shockwave that rippled through the air. A crackling sound echoed as invisible flames began to scorch the atmosphere. Gradually, a massive red skeletal frame emerged, encasing Elbu's figure. Oh, the skeleton is too vast, it might shatter the room. Restrain. A foreboding sensation coursed through him. The overwhelming aura was palpable. Is it the end of the world? This discomfort. Is a formidable ninja releasing their presence? Just as Elbu was about to unleash the embodiment of Susanoo, he nearly broke the confines of the room, awakening others within the inn. Sensing the disturbance, Elbu quickly reined in his power. It seems this is not the place for such a demonstration. We must venture outside. My lord. There is a powerful ninja within the inn. The aura is formidable. It is I. I was merely about to test a new ability. I need a few of you to accompany me outside. With that, Elbu led the way, his anticipation piqued by the towering skeletal form he had glimpsed. The companions exchanged glances, hastily designating one to remain behind to prevent chaos, before rushing to keep pace with Elbu. Once they exited the city of Iwa, they found a spacious area, and Elbu could no longer contain his excitement. Boom. This time, Elbu unleashed his full might, and the crimson skeleton reappeared, forming a humanoid ribcage and arms, lacking a head and legs, encasing Elbu completely. A thin layer of chakra enveloped the skeletal frame, sticky like cloth wrapping around the red bones. Strike me. Test the defense. By Ma threw a kunai, which was effortlessly deflected, causing no disturbance. Fire release. Great fireball technique. A massive fireball erupted from Bai Ma's mouth, colliding with the red skeleton. Dust billowed, obscuring the figure, but when it settled, the skeletal form remained unscathed. Let's try an A-rank ninjutsu. Fire release. Great fire destruction. A series of explosive sounds resonated before the skeleton, causing ripples in the chakra surrounding it. Impressive defense. It seems I can further enhance this skeleton. Let us discover its limits. Elbu realized that the skeletal defense could withstand A-rank ninjutsu with ease. Determined, he channeled even more ocular power. The skeleton expanded, revealing the upper body's bones. Even the head started to materialize, yet the legs remained absent. How grotesque. After all this effort, I have summoned merely a skeleton. Is the complete form truly a human visage? With a surge of determination, Elbu decided to push further. He poured all his ocular energy into his eyes, and the skeletal form began to morph, flesh sprouting forth until a complete humanoid figure emerged, albeit with hollow eyes and an incomplete face. Though the figure was whole, it appeared stark and devoid of beauty. Alas, chakra is depleting rapidly. This state is evidently the limit, and it cannot be sustained for long. Bai Ma and the others gaped at the ever-expanding skeletal figure, recognizing its formidable defense. As members of the Uchiha clan, they understood the significance of this manifestation. Elbu's successful summoning of Susanoo indicated that he had ascended to the pinnacle of the Uchiha lineage, becoming a figure they would now look up to. Susanoo. This is the aspiration of every Uchiha, and our lord has achieved it. They realized that Elbu's success demanded a shift in their address. He must now be referred to as Lord, a title reserved for the powerful. Let us return. The experiment has yielded results. We must ascertain the date of the grand tournament of the Two Scales clan. Yes, my lord. Please, continue to call me young master. It sounds more fitting. They exchanged glances, promptly complying. Upon returning to Iwa, Elbu and Appos, as subordinates had already gleaned the date for the tournament. It was set for 20 days hence, during which various ninja clans would gather, including the Uchiha and Senju clans from the Land of Fire. This event served as a grand showcase of strength among the noble houses, an opportunity to flaunt their might and forge alliances. Rybu and his companions awaited the day with bated breath, eager to reunite with their clan after nearly a year of travel, and to inquire about the current state of affairs within their clan. The upcoming tournament would serve as a perfect occasion to both gather information and display the prowess of the Uchiha. Days passed in anticipation until finally, 20 days later, they arrived at the grounds of the Two Scales clan. A vast arena was set up, adorned with nearly 10,000 seats, with 3 large open spaces separated by low earthen walls. Chapter 49, The Great Competition of the Two Scales clan at the forefront. A member of the Two Scales clan is elucidating the rules of the grand competition. An open space serves as the battleground for this esteemed clan, while 2 adjacent arenas are designated for other participating families. All 3 arenas will progress simultaneously, with the champions from each facing off to determine the ultimate victor. The first place will be generously rewarded not only with a substantial sum of 1 million silver coins, but also with 1 S-class ninjutsu and 2 A-class ninjutsu. Such rewards entice even the most prominent families, as possessing an S-class ninjutsu can elevate a clan's standing in the world of ninjas. The 2 A-class ninjutsu incite fervor among the wandering ninjas present, who, due to their lack of familial support, possess varied levels of skill. The wandering ninjas, often seen as the underdogs of the ninja realm, have limited access to ninjutsu. Currently, C-class ninjutsu is readily available on the market, accessible to anyone with a bit of wealth. B-class techniques, however, are generally held by smaller factions or clans, making them scarce in circulation. A-class techniques are typically exclusive to larger factions or mid-sized ninja families, while S-class ninjutsu is a rarity found only within ancient and powerful clans that have thrived for over a century. As for higher-tier secret arts and forbidden techniques that surpass S-class, they are exclusively possessed by the foremost ninja clans among the 5 great nations. The hierarchy of these families corresponds directly to the levels of their ninjas. Without reaching a certain threshold, one would hardly encounter such opportunities. In this grand competition, the minimum requirement for participants is the strength of an elite chunin. Nonetheless, those bold enough to register are predominantly jounin level, as only above this rank does one earn the respect of others. Chunin and jinin are often regarded as mere fodder, inconsequential in the grand scheme. The competitors in this event are primarily from the large families of the 5 great nations. Clans such as Nara, Yamanaka, Akimichi, Hitaki, Sarutobi, and Shimura are present, while smaller families can only spectate, lacking the qualification to compete. Ladies and gentlemen, the time has come. The grand competition of the Two Scales clan is officially underway. We invite all participants to enter and draw their numbers. The leaders of the Uchiha and Senju clans for this event are none other than Madara and Hashirama. Upon entering the arena, Rybu spots them and exchanges a few words, agreeing to gather after the competition concludes. For this day's contest, Rybu has enlisted all of his companions, including Baima. The number of participants from their team rivals that of 3 or 4 prominent families combined. However, Rybu himself has no interest in competing. Having reached his current level of strength, he finds no challenge in elite jounin, let alone the younger generation who have just ascended to this rank. Engaging them would be mundane. He'd rather observe their battles as if attending a performance. As the first round of elimination begins, 330 ninjas engage in a chaotic free-for-all, with no restrictions on rules or methods, aiming to secure a place among the top 100 victors. Contrary to expectations, the contestants do not face off in pairs. Rather, the battle devolves into an all-out melee, where survival alone denotes success. This presents an intriguing opportunity for Baima and his companions. Upon hearing the rules of the first round, the other participants frown in concern. Only Rybu watches with keen interest, aware that this is the largest gathering of contestants from various clans. Among them, Baima's group stands out as they number 36, the most substantial single force present. Furthermore, they excel in combined techniques, making their advancement in the first round almost assured. As the referee announces the commencement of the competition, all ninjas begin to seek out allies. Members of the Uchiha clan congregate, many of them recognizing Baima's group. Thus, their alliance expands to 48 individuals, drawing significant attention in the arena. Esteemed colleagues, the Uchiha clan poses the greatest obstacle. Shall we unite and eliminate them first? Agreed. Suddenly, the dynamics shift dramatically, with nearly 300 participants uniting against the Uchiha. Madara, it appears your clan may be the first to face elimination. What a pity, a voice mocks. A horde of vermin. Numbers do not equate to strength, Madara retorts, his youth belied by his audacious demeanor. Should you wish, we can settle this after the competition. The elder from the Yue clan hesitates, recognizing the formidable power of Madara, who commands respect at such a young age. With the formidable Uchiha Rybu rumored to have emerged from the Land of Wind, the elder fears a confrontation with Madara could lead to dire consequences. At that moment, the leaders of other clans realize a troubling fact. They had previously understood that the Uchiha clan had only 12 participants. Now, how have they swelled to 48? As the realization dawns upon them, Their expressions shift to alarm. Could it be that Uchiha Elbu has infiltrated our ranks with his clan members? Who else could it be? Are these all young prodigies of the Uchiha? Elbu, overhearing this discussion, smiles knowingly, no longer concealing his presence. By Ma, should you falter in this round, I expect you all to return and tend to the pigs. Yes, young master. He is indeed Uchiha Elbu, famed for single-handedly defeating Jounin at the age of 7, attaining clan leader status by 10, and achieving notable victories by the age of 11. Ah. So the illustrious Uchiha Elbu has graced our Two Scales Clan's grand competition. How splendid it is for our clan. As Elbu rises, he strides forward, approaching the specially prepared seat at the front row for the Two Scales clan. Chapter 50. The 36 Celestial Stars. Elbu did not take a seat immediately. Instead, he nodded toward the chieftain of the Two Scales clan and turned his gaze upon the elder leader of the Night Moon clan. I have heard you wish to witness the folly of my Uchiha clan. Is that correct? At that moment, the elder of the Night Moon clan felt a deafening sound echo in his ears. The final syllable of correct resonated repeatedly, rendering him momentarily deaf. An eerie silence enveloped the gathering, with all eyes fixed upon the elder of the Night Moon clan. He was seated, trembling uncontrollably, too fearful to meet Elbu's gaze. His complexion was ashen, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead, each drop audible as it fell. Answer me. Elbu's voice reverberated once more, causing the elder's heart to momentarily cease its rhythm. Instinctively, he stammered, and no. I dare not. Humph. Should there be a next time, beware that I may end your life, Elbu declared, dismissively waving his hand before taking his seat with commanding presence. The atmosphere grew eerily still as all present marveled at the audacious figure before them. The mere utterance of 2 sentences had compelled the elder of the Night Moon clan to bow his head, a testament to the formidable aura of Uchiha Elbu. It was evident that the elder was not as powerful as the chieftain of the Sandwater clan. It was no wonder he dared not provoke Elbu, lest he wished for his own demise. Such was the prowess of the Uchiha clan's prodigy, a force to be reckoned with. Ahem, the competition has commenced. Why do you remain idle? Begin the battle, proclaimed the chieftain of the Two Scales clan, shattering the tense atmosphere and redirecting the attention of the crowd. The contestants in the arena regained their focus, realizing this was no time for distraction. You 12 shall provide support. We 36 will engage them head-on. Let us ensure our young master is not embarrassed, for none shall save you otherwise. Understood, Captain. Let us form the formation. Wind Surge formation, activate. The 36 participants dispersed, taking their positions, appearing scattered, yet concealing a remarkable synergy. Be cautious. This must be a formation. We shall strike together and repel them. Fire release, fireball technique. Water release, water surge wave. Wind release, wind blade. Earth release, heart decapitation technique. Lightning release, false darkness. A plethora of ninjutsu erupted before by Ma and his companions, creating a chaotic spectacle. Yet, the 36 individuals remained unfazed, their expressions calm as they observed the incoming techniques. Sharingan, activate. As a hum filled the air, 36 pairs of Sharingan, each bearing 2 or more tomo, illuminated the battlefield in a crimson hue. Among them, Bai Ma, Huowu, and Zhan were distinguished with their 3 tomo Sharingan. Genjutsu defense, activate. Suddenly, an invisible wave swept toward the 36, halting the myriad of techniques a mere 10 meters from them, preventing further advance. The Genjutsu defense, a fundamental secret technique of the Uchiha clan Sharingan, served solely to protect against mental attacks while disrupting the opponent's line of sight. Individually, its effectiveness would be limited, but combined in formation, the 36 moved as one. This defensive technique, enhanced by the formation, was exponentially amplified. Genjutsu, Shackles technique, activate. Formation, change. The 36 executed the same ninjutsu, yielding a dazzling effect. The over 300 opponents were momentarily immobilized, unable to move. Seizing this opportunity, Bai Ma and his allies restructured their formation, dazzlingly flickering about. Fire release, spark technique. In an instant, tiny sparks ignited on the fingertips of all. As the 36 directed their fingers toward the throng of over 300, the sparks ignited the clothing of their adversaries. Yet, this seemingly trivial flame left many bewildered. This inflicts minimal damage. Wind release, wind blade. Bai Ma spoke once more, and the 36 began to unleash the wind release. The leaders of the other clans rose to their feet, recognizing the combined ninjutsu and coordinated assault. Boom. The sparks on the opponent's clothing rapidly expanded, engulfing them in flames. An intense heat wave swept over the group, the searing sensation restoring their physical control. Damn it, we're hit. Quickly extinguish the flames. Puffs of smoke erupted from where the over 300 stood. While the damage was not lethal, merely singeing their skin, the sight was utterly disheveled. They appeared as a band of beggars, charred and tattered. These individuals cannot unleash their full potential. Cease this farce and bring it to a swift conclusion. Suddenly, Elbu's voice resonated, his gaze fixed on the extravagant techniques that he deemed a waste of chakra. He urged them to hasten the end of the conflict. Change formation, tiger wing formation. Fire release, phoenix fire technique. At Elbu's command, the 36, now vigilant, initiated a collective offensive ninjutsu. A barrage of small fireballs erupted from their mouths, enhanced by the tiger wing formation. The small fireballs transformed into larger ones, hurtling toward the clustered throng of over 300 who, due to spatial constraints, could not disperse. Only a few adept in earth release and water release began their defenses. Earth release, earth flow wall. Water release, water surge wave. Walls of earth surged from the ground, shielding the group, while torrents of water surged forth to counter the fireballs. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Genjutsu, Shackles technique. Move, slash. Once again, the 36 unleashed their genjutsu, immobilizing their foes. They swiftly advanced upon the over 300, delivering blows that sent them tumbling from the arena. Only 48 Uchiha ninjas remained standing in the center, while the defeated over 300 regained control of their bodies. Feeling utterly humiliated, this battle had been dominated by the Uchiha clan, rendering their opponents incapable of fighting at full strength. Time and again, the Uchiha had controlled the tide of battle, leading to their elimination. It could be said that the over 300 sustained minimal physical harm. Yet their dignity was utterly shattered. Sigh, Lord Elbu, your Uchiha clan has all advanced. Let the remaining 52 slots be contested anew among these 282. Agreed. While this battle lacked the fervor of visceral combat, it showcased the prowess of the Uchiha clan's younger generation, who could triumph over their foes unscathed. They effectively restrained their enemies, ensuring that the outcome of life and death rested entirely in their hands. Lord Elbu, might I inquire the name of this formation? The 36 Celestial Stars Formation. Chapter 51. Dust release. With the absence of the Uchiha clan, the remaining 200 participants embarked on a new round of elimination matches. The battles among these 200 were significantly more captivating than the previous ones. Various ninjutsu soared through the arena, particularly showcased by the members of the Nara clan, including Shirhei Nara. Previously overshadowed by the Uchiha clan's overwhelming dominance, he had been unable to reveal his own bloodline abilities, resulting in a humiliating defeat for this prodigy of his clan. Cursed be the Uchiha clan, they have stolen all our glory. Observing the fierce combat among the 200, Shirhei regarded them with disdain. This bout illuminated the stark disparity between them and the Uchiha clan. Nonetheless, bloodline ninjas indeed possess the right to belittle ordinary ninjas. Typically, the strength of ordinary ninjas pales in comparison to their expectations, rendering them little more than formidable insects in the eyes of bloodline warriors. Those who achieve the prowess of a clan leader are exceedingly rare. In the perspectives of these prominent families, only the leaders of significant clans from the 5 great nations are deemed to possess true clan leader-level strength, while leaders of smaller clans are hardly worthy of comparison. As a bloodline ninja himself, Shirhei had awakened the Dust Release, a formidable technique born from the fusion of wind, fire, and earth chakra. This mastery transcends the conventional boundaries of bloodline abilities, allowing the user to disintegrate foes into atoms, exhibiting immense destructive potential. Furthermore, it can create barriers that gradually decompose adversaries trapped within. Its rarity surpasses even that of the Uchiha clan's Sharingan. However, due to its scarcity, the likelihood of awakening it is exceedingly slim. The complexity of mastering this technique exceeds that of typical bloodline limits, making its cultivation exceptionally arduous. Without a fundamental understanding of the 3 elemental attributes, one cannot even hope to practice the accompanying techniques of Dust Release. Currently, Shirhei, with his limited mastery of the Dust Release, could only perform the technique known as Dust Release, Original World Separation. Once executed, this technique would leave him defenseless, representing his ultimate trump card. Upon activation, a cylindrical barrier would form in his hands, capable of being projected towards his opponents, transforming them into atomic dust and triggering a vast explosion at the point of impact. The power of this attack is formidable, rivaling even the Susanoo of the Uchiha clan. Additionally, an enticing aspect of Dust Release is that it does not require a hereditary bloodline. It can be cultivated through training, albeit with a difficulty level comparable to creating a new bloodline limit. Observing the ongoing skirmishes, Shirhei lost interest in continuing the matches. The Uchiha clan had overshadowed his clan's reputation, and no matter how brilliantly he performed, it could not eclipse their brilliance. It would be more prudent to eliminate all opponents at once, swiftly concluding the battle to progress to the next round. Dust Release, Original World Separation. A radiant white light emerged from Shirhei's hands, forming a cylindrical barrier that shot towards the crowd of over 200. As he moved his hands, he traced a large circle around them. The white light consumed the ground in its path, accompanied by explosive sounds echoing around the participants. You need not continue fighting. All of you are eliminated. Should there be any dissent, challenge me. The onlookers, witnessing the luminous energy emanating from his hands and the devastation around them, gulped nervously, surrendering their weapons with expressions of defeat. We concede. This first round of eliminations was fraught with twists and turns, initially intended for 100 spots. It was ultimately reduced to just 49 due to the Uchiha clan and Shirhei's actions. The remaining participants were all eliminated, leaving even the leader of the Nara clan, Shiryen, exasperated. What was meant to be a grand competition had been thrown into disarray by the Uchiha clan and his son. Shiryan understood Shirhei's motives. What should have been a celebration for their clan had been overshadowed completely by the Uchiha. Having lost face, Shirhei could no longer afford to proceed methodically through the first round and decisively eliminated all contenders. Given the vast disparity in strength between the other ninjas and the Uchiha clan along with Shirhei, the first round concluded and the second round was cancelled. Swiftly transitioning to the third round, where the Uchiha clan would select their strongest member to compete against Shirhei for the top spot. Ban Lu Bu, do you have any objections? My cousin has the most subordinates. Let him decide. Ban, with only 12 participants from his clan, yielded to Lu Bu's judgment. Bema, you shall take the field. Showcase your strength. The outcome is of no consequence. Understood. Lu Bu promptly sent Bema into the arena. Despite Shirhei's impressive dust release, it appeared he had yet to master this bloodline technique fully, giving Bema a substantial chance of victory. Very well, we will take a half-hour break. Bema of the Uchiha clan shall face Shirhei Nara. You both prepare. Lu Bu's words drew a bemused glance from Shiryan, noting the unusual half-hour intermission before a final match. It seemed a ploy to allow his son time to recuperate and enter the fray at full strength. Indeed, the leaders of these prestigious clans were cunning individuals, adept at both eloquence and manipulation, maintaining a facade of harmony amidst their scheming. As the half-hour approached, familiar faces gathered to converse and pass the time. At this moment, Ban and Hashirama also approached Lu Bu, marveling at his heightened stature. Cousin, it has been a year since we last met. Not only has your strength grown, but you have also gained considerable height. When do you plan to return to the clan lands? Are you too ready to implement your ambitions? Do you require my presence to oversee matters? Lu Bu, the Senju clan is prepared, however. Ban has certain reservations and seeks your support. What reservations? Pray share them. Ban proceeded to disclose their intentions. The two aim to dissolve the animosity between their clans and forge an alliance, spearheading the integration of the Hyuga, Uzumaki, and several smaller clans to establish a unified ninja village. However, they encountered significant challenges in the initial step of reconciling their long-standing enmity, which had persisted for generations. Deeply entrenched and difficult to eradicate. Yet, Hashirama's bold and ruthless approach left Ban in a quandary. Hashirama proposed that if the problem could not be resolved, they should remove those perpetuating the conflict. Chapter 52. The rift. Since both clans harbor individuals unwilling to reconcile, let those individuals vanish. It shall not be the hands of their kin that strike them down. Rather, the two clans will orchestrate a war to ensure their demise on the battlefield. This will unify the voices of the families, paving the way for an alliance and the initiation of the subsequent plan. In essence, it is a mutual arrangement to eliminate these obstinate souls through clandestine assaults on the battlefield. Subsequently, the two shall present themselves to declare the reconciliation and alliance of the clans, while also drawing in other families. Madara, reform demands sacrifice. This is not a mere child's play. The Uchiha clan can withstand losses of such individuals. Remember, compassion has no place in warfare, and righteousness does not govern wealth. However, should you find yourself incapable of enacting this plan, cousin, I can intervene to suppress these dissidents, thus sparing your hands from the blood of our kin. Would you welcome my involvement? Elbu's words sent a shiver through Madara, who, unbeknownst to him, had begun to resist Elbu's influence. Ever since Tajima's death, their previously harmonious relationship had soured. Now, when Elbu spoke, Madara instinctively wished to reject his intervention. Cousin, it is unnecessary. I comprehend what must be done. The tournament is about to commence. Let us proceed. Elbu observed Madara's departure, realizing that he had opted not to allow Elbu's interference. At that moment, Elbu understood that a fissure had emerged in their relationship. Even Elbu, accustomed to such scenarios, felt a pang of disappointment at how their bond had deteriorated. Acknowledging their impending divergence, he resolved to regard the clan members they sacrificed as embers for the Uchiha lineage. Hiromi, Katsu, come with me. I have matters to discuss. Once Elbu had finished conferring with the two, he returned to his seat with an expression of calm. Meanwhile, 30 of his 36 subordinates had vanished, leaving only a handful standing behind him. Half an hour had passed, and all had returned to their seats. Uchiha Hakuma and the two members of the Nitin clan stood in the arena. Uchiha Hakuma, in this battle, I shall demonstrate the meaning of bloodline elimination. Youngster, temper your fervor. I have already witnessed your capabilities. You can only execute that one strike for now. Aim carefully. Fool, you are not my senior. Prepare yourself. Earth style, hell swamp. Earth style, rock collapse. In an instant, a swamp began to form beneath Hakuma's feet. As the environment shifted, rocky cliffs began to crumble towards him. Lightning style, earth walk. Hakuma did not retreat despite the swamp forming beneath him. Instead, he unleashed lightning style. Bolts of lightning erupted at his feet, disrupting the swamp's formation and spreading to the encroaching cliffs, which halted their collapse. Jinjutsu, binding technique. That same trick is ineffective against me. Do you think closing your eyes will render you immune? Fire style, phoenix fire technique. Hakuma wasted no time, casting Jinjutsu followed by a fire style technique. As Hakuma's mental energy enveloped the Nitin clan member, it began to affect his senses. Even with his eyes shut, the environment within his mind began to shift. Upon hearing Hakuma unleash fire style once more, the Nitin member dared not keep his eyes closed. Lowering his head, he shouted towards the searing direction before him. Dust style, original world separation technique. Hakuma watched as a beam of white light shot forth from the Nitin member, disintegrating the fireballs in its path without leaving even a spark or plume of smoke. Had Hakuma not evaded in time, he would have surely been obliterated. With the Nitin member's dust style, the Genjutsu was dispelled, causing no hindrance to him. I have finally forced you to reveal this technique. Now, what will you use to defend yourself? At that moment, Hakuma created a shadow clone, both standing poised as they began to form hand seals aimed at the Nitin member. Fire style, Great Fire Annihilation. Wind style, Wind Blade. Hakuma and his clone executed their respective ninjutsu, combining their elemental powers. Flames surged anew, and the Nitin member felt an oppressive heat before the attacks even reached him. Water style, Water Dragon Bullet. Gritting his teeth, the Nitin member summoned the scant chakra remaining within him to unleash a water-style technique. As the water barrier formed, the temperature before him began to decrease. Have you forgotten? A Jonin does not solely master ninjutsu, they are also proficient in taijutsu. Prepare to fall. Boom. A voice resonated from behind the Nitin member. And before he could evade, a tremendous force struck him from behind. He was sent flying, unable to maintain his balance. Stone River. As the Nitin clan leader witnessed his son being kicked away, he rushed forward to catch him before he fell headfirst. Though not lethal, the position would bring his son great embarrassment. Father, I have been defeated. The leader gazed at his son, whose eyes were devoid of life, and sighed inwardly. No harm done. It is merely a contest. Dedicate yourself to training and reclaim your honor. The tournament concluded, with Uchiha Hakuma declared the victor. Rewards would be distributed shortly, and all were invited to the front hall for refreshments before departing. As the assembly observed the outcome, they rose to leave, acutely aware of the significance of the event. The Nitin clan had been outperformed by the Uchiha, and anger simmered within them. No one wished to be insensitive at such a moment, and thus they departed the Nitin clan's grounds in haste, leaving only the Uchiha seated in silence. Madara, Elbu, do you have further matters to address? The Nitin clan leader inquired, uncertain about the rewards. Cough, cough, you understand. Elbu, somewhat sheepishly, reminded the leader. Instantly, the leader's face darkened as he glared at Elbu, who maintained a calm smile throughout. Should you not hasten to present Elbu with his rewards? You incompetent fools. The leader felt a surge of anger, contemplating the possibility of eliminating Elbu on the spot. Yet he recognized Elbu's formidable strength and his own lack of confidence in overcoming him. Determined to reclaim the shame he felt today, the leader vowed that the Uchiha clan would eventually pay for this humiliation. Once Elbu received the rewards, he swiftly departed the Nitin clan's territory with Madara and Hakuma in tow. The Nitin clan's tournament had resulted in a grievous loss, not only in prestige but also in valuable resources. While 1,000,000 Ryo was manageable, the loss of an S-rank ninjutsu and 2 A-rank ninjutsu was worth far more than that. Chapter 53. The power of Elbu. After Elbu and his companions exited the territory of the 2-day scale clan, they casually tossed the rewards to Baima. Outside, Senju Hashirama awaited, and upon seeing Elbu and Madara emerge together, he hurried over. Elbu, your subordinates possess extraordinary talent. All of them are elite jonin with remarkable skills. If you have something to discuss, please speak plainly without circling around. Hashirama and Madara exchanged glances before speaking in unison. We wish to ascertain our gap in strength compared to you, Elbu. Please enlighten us. Over the past year, not only had Elbu's power surged, but both Hashirama and Madara had also made significant advancements. Hashirama had successfully awakened would release and even developed numerous techniques, surpassing the power of Senju Tobarama. Moreover, due to his Sage Mode awakening, Hashirama was currently working on Sage Transformation, though the complexity of this mode posed considerable challenges, and he had yet to master it completely. Madara, under the guidance of Kurizetsu, had not yet evolved his Manjiki Sharingan into the eternal Manjiki Sharingan, but he had already mastered the first form of Susanoo. However, his eyesight was rapidly deteriorating, and as of today, his vision had become somewhat blurry. For both Madara and Hashirama, they had attained the strength to contend with clan leaders. Yet they were acutely aware that they were still no match for Elbu. Their pressing desire to understand the extent of the disparity between them and Elbu had prompted their earlier remarks. Come with me. Baima, you as well, Elbu said, realizing that without a proper confrontation, neither would leave easily, thus acquiescing to their wishes. The group made their way towards the outskirts of Awagakure. Once they passed through the city gates, Elbu swiftly darted forward. Let us see how fast you are. Keep up. Upon hearing this, the two swiftly followed, transforming into 3 fleeting shadows racing ahead. This proved challenging for Baima and his 6 companions, whose Jonin-level abilities paled in comparison to the trio. Before they could fully grasp Elbu's form, the 3 had vanished from sight, leaving the 6 to pursue fervently, barely able to discern the general direction. A white figure flickered along the mountain path, flanked by red and green shadows. After running for an hour, they had distanced themselves from Awagakure by approximately 300 miles. Elbu halted abruptly, and the echoes of his swift movements lingered, creating an illusion due to his incredible speed. As the illusions dissipated, a red and a green figure materialized before him. Impressive, your strength has grown significantly. Unleash your full potential. I wish to witness your progress. Meijiki Susanoo would release. Birth of the Woodland Realm. Without hesitation, Madara and Hashirama unleashed their full power. Oh, you can already manifest the first form of Susanoo? Quite commendable. This would release technique is unfamiliar to me. Transforming barren lands into forests is remarkable. Now, allow me to be serious. Third form, flesh form, arise. A colossal skeleton erupted from the ground, gradually enveloped in flesh and encased in a layer of chakra. In the blink of an eye, a giant stood before Madara and Hashirama, the immense chakra emanating from it creating a powerful wind that rustled their garments, as if their attire could barely withstand the force. Engage. What are you hesitating for? You won't be able to maintain this state for long. Why delay? Elbu stated, perceptively assessing their condition, tightening their resolve as they recognized his acute awareness of their status, elevating their estimation of his prowess once again. Fire release, fire dragon bullet. Secret technique, mighty fist. Whether it was a continuation of the synergy between Tajima and Tobirama, their attacks were flawlessly coordinated. As Hashirama's mighty fist struck down, the surrounding trees began to grow wildly, intertwining towards Elbu, while Madara's fire techniques seemed comparatively subdued. In contrast to Madara's efforts, Hashirama's display was strikingly brilliant. His explosive might, combined with the entanglement of wood release, began to confine Elbu's evasion space, merging control, defense, and offense seamlessly. Elbu could feel the vigorous vitality within Hashirama, suggesting an impressive recovery capability. Hashirama, having awakened wood release, was essentially a flawless and comprehensive ninja. As Madara's attack landed on Elbu's Susanoo, it caused little disturbance. However, Hashirama's wood release, entangling the Susanoo, began to siphon Elbu's chakra. Yet, the amount drawn from Elbu's vast reserves was merely a drop in the ocean. Seeing Elbu ensnared by the wood release, Hashirama swiftly lunged, delivering a punch towards the Susanoo. The impact was immense. A colossal fist collided with Hashirama and Appo's seemingly unremarkable strike. The ground around them caved in, and debris was sent soaring, transforming into a cloud of dust that obscured their figures. Suddenly, Madara spotted a figure soaring from the dust. Adjusting midair, Hashirama landed heavily on the ground, creating deep furrows in the earth. Cough, cough, so strong. Madara finally discerned Hashirama's condition. His right sleeve was completely shredded, and his arm bore numerous lacerations, hanging limply as blood dripped continuously. As the dust settled, Elbu's massive figure appeared before them, and scathed. Crack, crack. Elbu commanded his Susanoo to advance, causing the entangled branches to snap apart. Madara. Hashirama's furious shout snapped Madara from his reverie. Regaining focus, Madara unleashed his Susanoo, blood streaming from his eyes as he forced it into its second form, charging toward Elbu with a skeletal figure half his height. Madara, your strength has fallen behind. Even Hashirama has surpassed you. The second form poses no challenge for me. Before Madara could reach Elbu, he was sent flying by a kick from Elbu's Susanoo. The Susanoo and Appo's form faltered, and as Madara soared through the air, it dissipated, crashing heavily to the ground. Chapter 54. The reluctance of Madara outside the city of Awagakure. The sound of a fierce battle resonated, echoing ominously within the walls. What was happening? Where did this conflict arise? Countless ninjas rushed forth from the city, their gazes fixed upon the source of the explosive sounds. Father, there are powerful warriors engaged in combat. Indeed, come, let me show you the might of the strong. After a moment of contemplation, Sharingan discerned the identity of the combatants. He turned to his son, eager to unveil the spectacle of strength to him. As Sharingan and Shurha dashed out of the city, a multitude of ninjas followed suit. For encounters between formidable warriors were rare and precious. What a splendid opportunity it would be for them to witness such a confrontation. The insights gained could potentially enhance their own abilities immensely. Thus, over 1,000 ninjas hastened towards the direction of the trio, Lu Bu and his companions. Meanwhile, the others, being mere genin, obediently returned to the city. Their reluctance stemmed not from a lack of desire to witness the clash, but rather from their inferior ranks, knowing that the residual forces of such a battle could very well spell their demise. Upon reaching the battleground, they beheld a scene of utter devastation. A towering figure stood amidst the chaos, while Senju Hashirama clutched his hand to his mouth, blood trickling from his lips. At that moment, Uchiha Madara descended from the sky, crashing to the ground, blood staining his visage. Madara, his eyes vacant, gazed at the heavens as Lu Bu's words echoed in his mind. Your strength has waned. Even Hashirama has surpassed you. Why? Cousin, your power eclipses mine. I can accept that. But why has Hashirama also surpassed me? Why? At that moment, a voice resonated within Madara's mind. Only the eyes of Izuna can grant you true strength. preventing your blindness and allowing you to contend with Uchiha Rybu. This is the fate of our clan. Confront reality. No. A fierce, unwilling roar drew the attention of the onlookers. Madara's body erupted with a tremendous chakra, conjuring a colossal figure that mirrored Rybu's. However, Madara's appearance was grotesque, his face obscured by blood and grime. His eyes, filled with wrath, fixated on Rybu, causing the latter to frown. Foolishness. In a contest, you squander your potential, recklessly unleashing your third form? Do you wish for death? Haha. Cousin. You have always held yourself in high regard. Why is it that your power has surged so rapidly, now even surpassing Hashirama? What gives you the right? Madara. Silence. Hashirama, having overheard, opened his mouth to speak, but was mercilessly interrupted by Madara. Rybu regarded Madara with disappointment, astonished that he refused to acknowledge his own weakness, instead blaming the rise of his opponents. Absurd. If you are weak, then strive to improve. Complaining is the mark of a coward. You cannot even maintain your resolve to grow stronger. How can you ever hope to be a formidable warrior? Ryubu's words struck Madara like a blow, inciting a furious outburst. How dare you lecture me? Why do you presume to instruct me? Ryubu's retort ignited Madara's fury further. Stubborn fool. I shall impart a lesson to you. Acknowledging one's weakness is not shameful. It is through overcoming adversity that one becomes a true man. Forcing a breakthrough without solid foundations is sheer folly. Disperse. In a genuine fit of rage, Rybu advanced, seizing Madara and Appo's Susanoo and delivering a powerful kick that sent it crashing to the ground. He unleashed a barrage of strikes upon Madara's Susanoo, denying him any chance of retaliation, ultimately shattering it completely. With a resounding impact, Rybu obliterated Madara's colossal form before the terrified eyes of the crowd. A massive fist loomed before Madara, who was now weeping blood, gasping as he stared at the fist in horror. Weakness demands that you strive to grow stronger. Blaming fate is the hallmark of a coward. You cannot even hold firm to your conviction to become stronger. How can you ever expect to emerge as a powerful being? Madara was thoroughly awakened by Ryubu's onslaught. Witnessing Hashirama and Ryubu's superiority stirred a tumultuous feeling of resentment within him, nearly causing him to lose his sense of self as he began to question his own path, harboring resentment towards both Hashirama and Ryubu. Moreover, Ryubu's assault evoked a sense of impending doom, snapping him into clarity. Madara, I am disappointed in you. Thank you for the wake-up call. Or I fear I would have been lost. Why are you so impatient for power? Have you truly been blinded by ambition? Upon your return, entrust everything to Izuna. Your physical skills have become rusty. You possess no means of defense. Retreat and diligently train. Madara, your heart is in turmoil. Do not forget our shared dream. In 2 or 3 years, I hope to see you standing steadfastly by my side. As Ryubu and Hashirama's words reverberated, Madara trembled. Reflecting upon his past, and recognizing the influence of a certain voice, he recalled Black Zetsu incessantly whispering in his ear, urging him to seize Izuna's eyes to augment his own power. In contrast, his cousin had consistently excelled without ever resorting to stealing anyone's eyes, remaining formidable nonetheless. It was evident that while Ryubu had not relied upon his bloodline, he had fortified his foundation, allowing his bloodline to serve as an enhancement rather than a crutch. Cousin, next time I shall surely defeat you in Hashirama. Do not grow complacent. Haha. Very well, I shall await your challenge. This is the true spirit of my cousin. Ryubu. Now, you may return. As Ryubu's voice faded, many in the vicinity exchanged glances, their expressions growing increasingly hostile towards Madara and Hashirama. These individuals were elders and clansmen from other families, having witnessed Ryubu's might firsthand. They dared not display any overt hostility. Yet the sight of the injured Madara and Hashirama ignited a sense of opportunity within them. The Land of Fire had already birthed a fearsome warrior. A second or third must not arise. If this continued, other nations would forever remain subjugated under the heel of the Land of Fire. After a silent exchange, these individuals discreetly retreated, disappearing into the crowd. As the battle concluded, the surrounding onlookers gradually dispersed, leaving Madara and Hashirama to part ways. Little did they know, an even greater crisis awaited them, one that would nearly claim their lives. The departure of the crowd left behind a ravaged battlefield, where nature and Appo's forces slowly began to mend the torn earth. As day turned to night, the land gradually healed, with damaged trees slowly regaining their vitality. Only those who had witnessed the devastation that day would forever remember the name of the one who had fought here. Chapter 55, Deadly Pursuit. At the intersection of the Land of Earth and the Land of Fire, 2 teams were hastening towards the Land of Fire. The leaders, both appearing somewhat weary, bore several injuries that had yet to heal. Madara and Hashirama were conversing on their journey when the sudden crack of a dry branch echoed through the air. Who? Ah, since we've been discovered. Let us take action. Kill. Upon hearing the intruder and Appo's words, Madara and Hashirama swiftly distanced themselves from one another, adopting defensive stances. 60 figures, adorned with animal masks, emerged around them, encircling Madara and Hashirama's group of 20. Without granting them a moment to prepare, they charged forward. In the blink of an eye, Madara and Hashirama's team suffered casualties. These 60 individuals were all elite shinobi, launching lethal attacks right from the start, resulting in the immediate death of 5 of their comrades. The remaining handful quickly regrouped and began to retaliate. Madara and Hashirama, however, were the primary targets, with a full 20 adversaries converging on them, attacking mercilessly. Bastards! Who are you to dare ambush the Uchiha and Senju clans? Hiki, we are here to kill you. Among the 20 attackers were 3 elite shinobi, while the rest were of upper-tier strength. This formidable assembly left Madara and Hashirama feeling grave, realizing that such a lavish force was assembled solely for their elimination, an indication of the esteem in which they were held. Hashirama. Wood release. Birth of the World Tree, let's go. Aware that they were outmatched and still nursing their injuries, Madara and Hashirama understood that lingering would likely lead to their demise. Seizing the opportunity, Hashirama unleashed a wood release technique to obscure the enemy's vision, allowing both to make their escape. Not good, they are trying to flee. Block their path. Protect the clan leader and hold them off. The adversaries quickly recognized Madara and Hashirama and Appo's escape attempt, prompting the Senju and Uchiha forces to detain several pursuers. However, their numbers were insufficient, and only a fraction could be held back, leaving the remainder to fend for themselves. In an instant, 30 pursuers split off to chase Madara and Hashirama, while the others continued to besiege the Senju and Uchiha clans, with a small group clearing away the remnants of Hashirama's wood release. Within the forest, 2 figures darted about, their forms battered and their garments tattered. They appeared disheveled, their chests heaving as if their hearts might leap from their bodies. Madara, how are you holding up? I can still persist. Keep running. These people are well prepared. If it weren't for our injuries, we would surely have vanquished them. This was the most harrowing predicament they had faced since assuming their roles as clan leaders. Their strength barely crossing into the elite shinobi tier. Coupled with their grueling battle against Rybu, both had sustained severe injuries, leaving them vulnerable to this ambush. 2 of you, stop your futile struggles. You shall not escape today. Prepare to meet your end. Dust release, outer path, destruction technique. Not good, it's them. Quickly, evade. As the dust release was unleashed, the assailants revealed their presence, unleashing their own lethal techniques. Waves of wind, lightning, earth, and water release cascaded towards them. In that moment, Madara and Hashirama understood that these individuals hailed from the 4 great ninja clans. Upon receiving news of their injuries, these clans had swiftly coordinated a pursuit. Led by the 4 prominent ninja clans and supported by several large families, they had gathered 60 elite shinobi, lying in wait at the critical juncture between the 2 lands to eliminate the young clan leaders of the Land of Fire. The 3 elite shinobi leading the charge were elders from the Sand, 2 Scales, and Night Moon clans, each only slightly less powerful than their own clan leaders, indicating the utmost seriousness of their intent. With no way to escape, we shall fight with all we have. Sharingan, Susanoo, second form, activate. Realizing that escape was futile, Madara resolved to unleash the second form of Susanoo without further hesitation. His vision had already begun to blur, and this activation would likely compound that issue. Yet, he knew that if he did not break through the encirclement, his life would be forfeit, leaving no room for hesitation. Wood release, cutting technique. A different voice echoed as countless trees sprouted from the ground, like wooden stakes thrusting upwards. This sudden development caught their pursuers unprepared. Several were impaled by the sharp wood. Meanwhile, Madara's Susanoo endured the brunt of the Stone River's dust release, severing its left arm with a blinding flash. The damage to Susanoo sent a jolt of pain through Madara's mind, causing blood to pour from his eyes. Fire release, great fire annihilation. With the enhancement from Susanoo and Madara's desperate efforts, the power of the great fire annihilation surged. Fireballs erupted from Madara's mouth, raining down upon the adversaries like a fiery deluge. Quick, evade. That is a high-level fire release technique. The 3 leaders, witnessing Madara's fierce counterattack, were taken aback and urgently warned their comrades to dodge. However, such a widespread assault was not easily avoided. 4 or 5 were caught off guard by the fireballs. Once struck, the flames engulfed their bodies, and no amount of frantic padding could quell the inferno. In mere moments, those unfortunate souls became charred remains, exuding the aroma of roasted flesh. Secret technique, Mighty Fist. As the attention of their pursuers was drawn to Madara, Hashirama seized the moment to deliver a powerful blow, shattering the ground around them. Large chunks of earth hurtled towards the assailants. Hashirama's strike successfully disrupted the assault, allowing him to retreat to Madara's side. Let us go. Taking advantage of the chaos, the 2 slipped through the encirclement and sprinted away. Damn it, pursue them. We cannot allow them to escape. At this point, nearly 10 of the 30 pursuers had met their end. The leading trio, witnessing their fallen comrades, felt their hearts tighten. Should they fail to eliminate Madara and Hashirama today, the repercussions would be dire, and they would return with significant losses. Cough. Ugh. In the midst of their desperate flight, Madara and Hashirama felt their injuries erupt, both expelling copious amounts of blood. Their faces paled to an ashen hue, devoid of color, yet they dared not halt, gritting their teeth and continuing to run. As their vision grew increasingly blurred, Madara could only make out vague shapes, unable to discern details. Fortunately, Hashirama's grip on Madara prevented him from veering off course and into further peril. Who are you? Brother. Brother. What has happened to you? How did you sustain such grave injuries? This was the last question they heard before both succumbed to unconsciousness. Chapter 56, Blindness. Madara experienced a protracted dream in which he wreaked havoc and emerged as the most formidable man in the ninja world. Countless individuals fell to their knees before him, their very names invoking dread. Yet, as he reveled in this moment of glory, an unexpected figure materialized before him. Madara, your cousin has come to guide your training. It's time to settle the tuition. No, do not approach. You shall not seize my wealth. Brother, you are awake. You were having a nightmare. Madara's sudden roar startled Izuna, who saw him sitting up in bed, panting heavily, as if he had encountered something terrifying. Izuna, light the candle. It is so dark I can scarcely see. At this, Izuna trembled and regarded Madara with disbelief. He extended a quivering hand before Madara, waving it briefly. Yet Madara's eyes remained unmoving, as though he were blind to his very presence. Brother, your eyes. In that moment, Madara grasped the reality of his situation, freezing in place. He waved his hand before his eyes, feeling only a gentle breeze pass by, yet perceiving nothing. Even the mental energy he poured into his eyes yielded no response. It dawned on him that he was indeed blind, and a look of despair washed over his face. Haraha, I never imagined the clan leader would become a blind man. Haraha, brother. Izuna felt a pang of sorrow for his brother and Appo's plight. Yet he was at a loss for words, unsure how to console him. The words he longed to express felt trapped. For those who have lost their sight are often sensitive to such matters. Striking at Madara and Appo's vulnerabilities could further diminish his will to live. Izuna, it matters not. My cousin speaks the truth. I have indeed relied too heavily on the Sharingan, neglecting my fundamental skills. This blindness may allow me to focus more intently on strengthening my foundations. Izuna was taken aback by Madara's unexpected acceptance of his fate and his plans for the future. A surge of joy filled him. Brother, although you cannot see for now, we can still perceive the world through chakra. I will certainly find a way for you to see again. Yet, deep within, Madara was aware of the means to restore his sight. But he was unwilling to burden Izuna with the cost or let him know the truth. As he adjusted to his blindness, Madara began to experience the inconveniences of life. Dressing, eating, walking, and even using the restroom now required assistance. This realization fortified his resolve to break free from his reliance on the Sharingan, and even on his eyes. He began to hone his sensory abilities, striving to restore his daily life to a semblance of normalcy. Initially, while dressing alone, he could not discern the front from the back of his clothing, resulting in a disheveled appearance. When it came to eating, he struggled to grasp his food with chopsticks, often plunging his hand into the soup, scalding himself in the process. As he walked, he frequently stumbled and collided with walls or trees. The most perilous moments occurred in the restroom, where, without guidance, he nearly fell into a pit, risking his dignity. Madara adapted to life at home for a month. Making only slight improvements, the path to complete independence would require much more time. However, another matter soon arose, leaving him no time for contemplation. News of his blindness reached the ears of the clan elders. Upon hearing it, they were immediately filled with concern. No household can remain without a leader. Madara had been absent for a month since his return, and as the head of the family, he was responsible for many affairs. The clan could not remain ungoverned for long, lest unrest ensue. Furthermore, with Madara now blind, the elders decided it was time to appoint a new leader. As Madara continued his training at home, a cacophony of voices intruded upon his solitude. My brother cannot receive visitors at this time. Please leave. Izuna, inform the clan leader that Lord Rybu must return to assume the role of leader. This is a time of great uncertainty for our Uchiha clan. We cannot afford to be careless. What do you mean? Are you attempting a coup? Izuna, we act for the good of the clan. Madara is completely blind. How can he still fulfill his role as clan leader? Do not act irrationally. Brother, he is merely temporarily. Izuna, let them in. Izuna, infuriated and defending Madara, was interrupted by a voice. She shot an irritated glance at the elders before stepping aside to allow them entry. As the elders entered the room, they were met with the sight of the young figure, a look of pity upon their faces. Madara, do not hold it against us. All we do is for the sake of the clan. We apologize for any distress this may cause you. Esteemed clan uncles, I understand your intentions. But could you grant me 3 months? If, after 3 months, I am still unable to manage clan affairs, you may appoint someone else. The elders regarded the resolute Uchiha Madara, their words faltering. While they had initially favored Rybu, Madara had indeed managed the clan with remarkable efficiency during his tenure. There had been no significant upheaval, and aside from Rybu, he was one of only 2 true powerhouses in the clan. They did not wish to replace him so readily, especially given his youth and potential. However, seeing Madara's unwavering determination, they were reluctant to witness his downfall. Exchanging glances, they nodded in agreement. They could afford to wait 3 months. Very well, Madara. We shall wait 3 months. If you are unable to, then we shall have no choice but to elect a new clan leader. Do not blame us for being unfeeling at that time. With that, the elders departed. eager to leave the tense atmosphere behind. Once they were gone, Izuna vented her frustrations. Those scoundrels. When you rose to power, they were all politeness and flattery. But as soon as trouble arose, they were ready to trample you down, mere sycophants. Enough, Izuna. I anticipated this outcome. At most, I have 3 months. Even if my eyes do not recover, I shall remain the Uchiha clan leader, for I am Uchiha Madara. Yes, that is the spirit. Confidence in oneself. Izuna witnessed her brother and aunt, Appo's grandiose spirit rekindled. Brother, I believe in you. You will surely succeed. Madara, upon hearing Izuna and aunt, Appo's words, recalled Lu Bu's stirring declaration. To acknowledge one's weakness is not a disgrace. To rise against adversity is the mark of a true man. Cousin, when I stand before you once more, you shall be astounded. Indeed, my strength is not dictated by mere eyesight, but by the name I bear, Uchiha Madara. Chapter 57. Retribution. At this moment, within the territory of the Two Scales clan, representatives from the 4 great ninja clans gathered in one place. Their mission had ended in failure. At the crucial moment of ambushing Madara and Hashirama, they were thwarted by the timely arrival of Senju Tobarama and Uchiha Izuna. Their efforts had been in vain, leaving them perplexed as to how the 2 clans could arrive just in time for rescue. This was a matter known only to a select few, and they could not fathom the mystery behind it. Suddenly, one individual slammed his fist onto the table, causing the cups to topple and tea to spill everywhere. Even the water splashed onto the sleeves of those present, but no one paid any mind. Their gazes directed towards the enraged person. They were so close to success. Damn it all. Enough. The situation is irretrievable. What good is it to dwell on it? What we must now concern ourselves with is how Uchiha Lu Bu will react upon learning of this matter. What is there to fear? Does he dare to attack our clan's territory? If he dares to come, we shall ensure he returns empty-handed. This sentiment resonated with the others, who nodded in agreement. Indeed, no matter how powerful one might be, they would not dare to confront a large ninja clan alone. At most, they would force them to bow and apologize. If it came to a fight to the death, no one would emerge unscathed. Meanwhile, Lu Bu, wandering through the rock village of the Earth Country, remained unaware of the ambush on Madara and Hashirama. Since parting ways with the 2, he had devoted his days to training and exploring the scenic wonders of the Earth Country. Among its various locales, the rock village offered numerous breathtaking sights. The assortment of peculiar delicacies tantalized Lu Bu's taste buds, leading him to lose track of time. At that moment, he was in a small eatery, savoring roasted rock frogs. The tender texture and spicy flavor were simply irresistible, causing his mouth to water uncontrollably. Especially the frog legs, though they were only the size of a finger. When placed in his mouth, the meat separated easily from the bone. The rich aroma of the meat and spice left his tongue in a frenzy, almost as if warning him to behave, lest he end up devouring his own tongue. Ah, what a comfortable life this is. Just then, a figure rushed in, interrupting Lu Bu's moment of bliss. Master, something has happened. Lu Bu paused, turning to the newcomer. By Ma, unless you have something of utmost importance to say, beware lest I roast you. Master, the clan leader and Senju Hashirama were ambushed on their way back, sustaining severe injuries and going blind. Upon hearing this, Lu Bu dropped the rock frog he had been holding and stood up abruptly. What happened? Do we know who did this? How is Madara? After learning of this, I contacted our clan using a summoning beast. It was the 4 great ninja clans that attacked. The clan leader and aunt, Appo's life is not in danger, but he has indeed lost his sight. Very well, it appears these people do not regard me at all. Gather the other 5, we shall convene at the inn. With his appetite lost, Lu Bu made his way to the inn, awaiting the arrival of Bai Ma and the others. Once at the inn, his mind raced with thoughts of the incident. If he remained passive, other clans would undoubtedly grow more audacious. Ideas began to form. If that was the case, let them contemplate whether they could withstand his wrath before making their move. As he pondered, the sound of footsteps echoed from outside. Master, I have gathered everyone. Please give your orders. Good. Bai Ma, your abilities are now sufficient to lead. Take those 5 with you to the Sand Waterfall clan in the Wind Country. Block their entrance and eliminate anyone who emerges for 10 days. Remember, be sure to proclaim the name of Uchiha. Yes, master. And what about you? I shall visit the Two Scales clan. As for the other clans, we shall deal with them after we leave the Earth Country. I will wait for your return here in the Rock Village. Understood. I shall depart at once and strive to return swiftly. After Bai Ma and the others left, Lu Bu waited in the inn for 10 days, calculating that they should have reached the Sand City by now. No longer willing to wait, he set off towards the Two Scales clan. As Lu Bu walked, his pace was measured, but with each step, his presence grew more formidable, drawing the attention of those around him. It was not until he neared the territory of the Two Scales clan that the observers realized he seemed intent on confrontation. ISN and Appos. That Uchiha Lu Bu? Is he heading to the Two Scales clan? Didn't the great competition conclude long ago? What could he possibly want? You may not know, but I heard that Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama were ambushed on their return, apparently orchestrated by the 4 great ninja clans. He is surely seeking revenge. Is he going alone? That is rather dismissive of the Two Scales clan. Do not underestimate him. The former leader of the Sand Waterfall clan perished at his hands. This time, the outcome is uncertain. Gasps of surprise echoed among the crowd. To have slain the leader of a prominent clan at such a young age was indeed remarkable. Rybu remained unfazed by the murmurs around him, continuing his determined stride. When he was a mere 10 steps from the entrance of the Two Scales clan, his aura surged violently with each step he took. Finally, he halted, his presence swelling to an overwhelming intensity, causing the fabric of his garments to billow. Sharingan, come forth. Come out, come out. Rybu and Appo's booming voice reverberated, echoing throughout the territory of the Two Scales clan. In an instant, figures appeared at the entrance, the area bustling with members of the Two Scales clan. Lord Rybu, to what do we owe the pleasure of your visit today? Enough of the pleasantries. You dared to ambush the leader of the Uchiha clan. If you do not provide me with a satisfactory explanation today, do not expect to leave unscathed. Rybu, what evidence do you possess to claim we were responsible for the ambush? Do not attempt to slander us without proof. My words are evidence enough. What can you do about it? As Rybu spoke, his eyes began to rotate, and a colossal figure rose from the ground, towering over Sharingan and the others. Instantly, the crowd and Sharingan retreated instinctively, their faces etched with terror as they beheld the immense silhouette before them, swallowing hard. Sharingan regarded the figure with a serious expression, internally speculating whether he could withstand this divine force. Rybu, do not be so arrogant. Words alone hold no weight. Do not push your luck. Observing the expressions of those around him, Rybu smiled disdainfully, raising his right hand to summon his famed weapon, the Feng Tian Huaji. What of it? Since we cannot reach an understanding through words, let us clarify matters through action. With that, he declared, the spear technique, one strike to determine the fate of the realm. Chapter 58, the tyrannical Rybu, do you dare? As Sharingan and the others observed Rybu and Appo's impulsive aggression, their fury ignited. Before they could utter another word of persuasion, Rybu and Appo's strike had already descended upon them. Look out! Protect our kin. With a thunderous crash, the once magnificent gates of their clan's stronghold were obliterated, reduced to mere fragments scattered across the ground. The sight sent the members of the Liang Tianshan clan into a frenzy, their eyes wide with rage as they unsheathed their weapons and charged at Rybu. From his elevated position, Rybu regarded the chaotic throng of the Liang Tianshan clan with utter disdain, brandishing his Feng Tian Huaji with ferocity. The immense size of his Susanoo produced a resounding sonic boom as he swung the halberd. Stop! Sharingan's voice rang out, desperate and pleading, as he witnessed the sheer terror of Rybu's impending blow, hoping for mercy. Yet, Rybu showed no signs of hesitation, the polearm arcing towards the crowd before him. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, the air was filled with blood mist, as if a celestial maiden had scattered flowers across the battlefield. Blood rained down at the entrance of the Liang Tianshan stronghold, drenching Sharingan and the others in its grim essence. Ah, Rybu, you dare slay my kin. You shall pay dearly for this. Dust escape, origin realm separation technique. A piercing scream emanated from behind Sharingan, as a beam of white light shot towards Rybu's Susanoo. Rybu sensed a flicker of peril, his chakra instantly enveloping the Feng Tian Huaji. He raised the halberd defensively before him, allowing the white light to dissipate against the thin veil of chakra, unable to penetrate its protective shroud. This ability possesses merit, but your prowess is woefully inadequate to harness the full potential of this bloodline technique. I will kill you. I will kill you. Rybu's irritation grew as he observed Uchiha incessantly firing beams of white light, his patience wearing thin. Since he wished for death, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Deflecting the onslaught of white beams, Rybu stepped forward, positioning himself directly before Uchiha, and swung the Feng Tian Huaji horizontally in his direction. Uchiha dodged. Caught off guard by Rybu's swift movement, Uchiha could not react in time. A colossal shadow struck him, sending him hurtling through the air, leaving his fate uncertain. Before Sharingan could rush to his aid, he watched in horror as his son was flung away by a single strike, teetering on the brink of life and death. Rybu, I shall fight you to the death. Earth escape, Earth Dragon Bullet. Earth escape, Mountain Earth technique. As Sharingan's incantation concluded, two enormous mountains materialized, crushing towards Rybu. He braced himself and halted their advance with ease. Before he could retaliate against the encroaching mountains, a colossal earth dragon surged forth, colliding directly with Rybu. Boom. A cloud of dust erupted, and all eyes were fixated on the chaos. When the dust finally cleared, Rybu emerged unscathed before the onlookers. Sharingan, is this your true power? It seems you ought to appoint a new clan leader. With a swift motion, Rybu drew forth a scroll, revealing 3 iron rods that he hurled into the ground, forming a massive triangular barrier encasing Sharingan and his companions. Rybu raised his left hand, forming a hand seal, and bellowed, lightning release, lightning binding. Sharingan's body jolted as he shouted, dodge. Yet their movements were no match for the speed of lightning. A massive bolt struck one of the iron rods, rapidly connecting to the others and establishing a formidable triangular barrier. ZZZZ. The crackling of electricity surrounded them as Sharingan attempted to escape, only to be rebuffed by the electric barrier. The triangular shield fully formed above them, enveloping the group. Lightning struck down upon the members of the Liang Tianqian clan, reducing them to charred remnants, their cries of agony echoing through the air. Earth escape, earth flow wall. Undeterred, Sharingan attempted to utilize ninjutsu to shield against the lightning, but he could defend against the onslaught in front of him, not the barrage from above. Before he could take further action, a bolt of lightning struck him, rendering his body numb and uncontrollable. He could only watch helplessly as his kin fell one by one before him. Stop, Elbu. What do you want? Humph. Unless you pay a heavy price. You shall never learn your lesson. Your life shall serve as recompense for my clan. Lightning release, lightning dragon tornado. Within the triangular barrier, a tempest of electrical fury formed, rendering everyone paralyzed and unable to escape. They could only behold the impending onslaught as the lightning tornado advanced toward them, their pleas falling on deaf ears. No. No. Save me. Clan leader, I do not wish to die. The initial crackling of electricity was soon replaced by a deafening explosion as the members of the Liang Tianqian clan were engulfed in the lightning storm. Only Sharingan remained, desperately clinging to life, his body frozen in paralysis from the relentless strikes above. Had it not been for the constant barrage of lightning, he would have long since risked everything to shatter the barrier. It is your time. Do you have any final words? Please, spare my remaining kin and my son. Very well, your son shall serve as a worthy opponent for Ban. I shall not let him perish just yet. Depart in peace. Receiving Elbu and Appo's response, Sharingan relinquished all hope, closing his eyes and awaiting the arrival of death. Yet behind him, a forlorn figure limped into view beyond the triangular barrier. No, father. I beg you, spare my father. Shurha, do not come closer. Flee, live on, and do so well. Boom. Sharingan was utterly consumed by the lightning tornado, his body spinning uncontrollably as bolts of electricity rained down upon him. In mere moments, he vanished from sight. Shurha stood rooted in place, staring blankly at the fading silhouette. Rendered speechless, he remained frozen in despair until the storm subsided and the triangular barrier dissipated. Only then did Shurha regain his senses, tears streaming down his face as he gazed mournfully at Elbu. Why? Let me tell you why. In this world, strength reigns supreme. Weakness is a sin. Strive to enhance your power. If one day you surpass me, you may yet live. Otherwise, consider an early demise. Chapter 59. The turmoil in the ninja world at this moment, in the land of wind, at the entrance of the Sandfall clan's territory. 6 figures stood resolutely before the gates. Scattered around them were more than a dozen lifeless bodies. Numerous members of the Sandfall clan gathered at the entrance, paralyzed by fear and reluctant to step outside. The newly appointed clan leader, Sandfall Sandiron, wore a stern expression as he observed the 6 Uchiha clansmen before him. A faint trace of blood lingered at the corner of Sandiron and Appo's mouth, remnants of a recent skirmish with the 6 combatants. Initially, the Sandfall clan underestimated their adversaries, not anticipating the formidable synergy of their combined techniques. The Uchiha were unfazed by sheer numbers, and even Sandiron himself fell victim to a moment and Appo's inattention, struck back into the clan's domain by the White Horse, one of the assailants. Sandiron regarded these 6 individuals in silence, but their presence compelled him to act against the clan members who had just emerged from the territory. Some, bewildered by the unfolding events, dared to inquire about the intruder's intentions. What do you intend to accomplish? One of them ventured. The White Horse turned to regard Sandiron, declaring, Lord Rybu has commanded us to blockade the Sandfall clan's gates for 10 days. Anyone who attempts to leave shall perish. As a lesson for those who dared to attack our clan leader. His words ignited a wave of disbelief among the onlookers. They could have accepted it if Lord Uchiha Rybu himself had come to besiege their territory. But to have merely 6 of his clansmen audaciously obstructing their gates was beyond comprehension. The fact that the Sandfall clan, including its leader, had suffered at the hands of these 6 only intensified their realization of the Uchiha's overwhelming power. You are crossing the line. Where is Uchiha Rybu? Let him speak for himself. Sandiron retorted, his face flushed with indignation. Do not test our patience. Lord Rybu is not with us. He is likely busy claiming heads in the Two Scales clan. You should consider yourselves fortunate that only 6 of us have come here. Otherwise, your losses would be far greater. Remain within your home for 10 days if you wish to live. Sandiron and Appo's complexion darkened at this proclamation. As a ninja clan, retreating into their territory for 10 days might preserve their lives, but it would undoubtedly tarnish the Sandfall clan's reputation, reducing them to a laughingstock within the land of wind. Having recently assumed leadership, he lacked the strength of his predecessor, placing him in a precarious position. What must we do for you to withdraw? He implored. Oh, it seems you still do not comprehend. Lord Rybu has decreed 10 days. No more, no less. If you wish to avoid death, return to your abode at once. The White Horse replied with an air of authority. Faced with the unyielding dominance of the Uchiha, Sandiron seethed with frustration, yet dared not retaliate. He feared that driving these 6 away would incite Rybu and Appo's wrath, potentially leading to catastrophic consequences for the Sandfall clan. Close the clan gates. We shall retreat, he commanded. Do you not understand my words? The white horse scoffed. The members of the Sandfall clan fell silent, casting resentful glances at the 6 Uchiha before withdrawing into their territory. The gates slowly creaked shut, sealing them inside. The white horse cast a deep, appraising look at Sandiron, surprised by the latter and Appo's restraint. Thus, the 6 Uchiha maintained their blockade at the Sandfall clan's gates for a full 10 days. During this time, the news spread rapidly throughout the ninja world, reaching all prominent clans. Soon thereafter, Uchiha Rybu personally descended upon the Two Scales clan, summarily executing its leader, Stone Rock. The chaos left the majority of the Two Scales clan and Appo's members dead or wounded, sparing only Stone River and a few survivors. This revelation sent shockwaves through other clans, instilling a palpable fear of Lu Bu's rising notoriety. For nearly a month, Lu Bu remained at the Yinqing Inn until the 6 Uchiha finally returned. Upon their arrival, Lu Bu rested for a night before departing the Land of Earth, heading towards the Land of Thunder. With his departure, the ninjas of Yinqing breathed a collective sigh of relief. In the Land of Fire, at the Uchiha clan and Appo's territory, 2 months had elapsed. Ban had adapted to this sunless existence, becoming capable of tending to his own needs. One day, while honing his perception skills in his room, he discovered he could distinctly sense movements within a 10-meter radius. However, maintaining this state consumed considerable chakra, limiting him to 2 hours of awareness each day. Thus, he refrained from sensing his surroundings when inactive, focusing instead on refining his chakra. Elder brother, I have good news. Izuna's voice broke through, laced with excitement. What news? Have you found a girl you fancy? Ban teased. Not at all. It concerns our cousin. Oh, what has he done now? Ban inquired, unimpressed. Izuna and Appo's expression shifted to a mischievous smile. Guess. Ban cursed inwardly at the vague prompt. What are you talking about? Just tell me. Fine. Our cousin, in retaliation for your ambush, executed the leader of the Two Scales clan and sent the White Horse and his 6 companions to blockade the Sandfall clan and Appo's gates for a full 10 days. This news has swept through the ninja world, causing quite the stir. Upon hearing this, a tumult of conflicting emotions surged within Ban. He felt a sense of pride at Lu Bu's bold actions on his behalf, but the revelation also indicated that Lu Bu's power had likely grown, enabling him to confront a formidable ninja clan alone. This widening gap in their abilities left Ban feeling a profound sense of helplessness. Izuna, focus on your training. Our distance from our cousin is only increasing, Ban urged with a serious demeanor. Izuna, sensing Ban's gravity, nodded solemnly. Indeed, since Lu Bu had embarked on his journey, news of his exploits had reached them, each tale more astonishing than the last. Meanwhile, they remained overshadowed by his brilliance, protected by his renown without achieving any significant accomplishments of their own. Understood, elder brother. You still have a month left here. Is everything well? Fear not. If I, Uchiha Ban, cannot endure such minor setbacks, I do not deserve to pursue my cousin and Appo's path. Very well, elder brother. I shall return to my training. With Izuna and Appo's departure, Ban resumed his tranquil state, closing his eyes to re-enter his meditative practice. However, within his mind, a remarkable transformation unfolded. Were an outsider to witness it, they would observe Ban's mental energy surging exponentially, a testament to his relentless training during this period. Free from worldly distractions, he immersed himself fully in his practice. Despite his blindness, his strength had not waned. Rather, it had significantly advanced. This experience validated Lu Bu and Appo's assertion that upon reaching a certain level of mental acuity, one would automatically awaken the Sharingan. Chapter 60. The Art of the Wooden Dragon in the Land of the Thousand Hands. Hashirama Senju also received news from Uchiha Elbu. Upon receiving this information, both Hashirama and Tobarama fell into silence. They realized that not only was Elbu's strength continually advancing, but even his subordinates had experienced significant enhancements. 6 individuals were capable of blocking the entrance of the Sand Waterfall clan, compelling even their leader to retreat within their territory in fear. If these 6 were to obstruct the gates of the Senju clan, it was likely that, apart from Hashirama himself, no one else would stand a chance against them. This level of power could no longer be underestimated. Furthermore, Elbu commanded a total of 36 individuals, embodying the strength to suppress an entire clan. Uchiha Elbu was indeed a prodigious talent. Brother, your wood release is remarkable as well. Once perfected, it could undoubtedly surpass Uchiha Elbu and Appo's abilities. Speaking of wood release, Hashirama felt a surge of joy within him as he had recently developed a potent ninjutsu, the art of the wooden dragon. This technique was inspired by the properties of Fire Dragon Bullet, Water Dragon Bullet, and Earth Dragon Bullet. Due to the unique nature of wood release, it possessed the ability to absorb chakra, making it a persistent and formidable ninjutsu. Indeed, I have recently developed a powerful ninjutsu that will grant me the capability to contend with Uchiha Elbu. Brother, please demonstrate it for me. Upon seeing his brother's eager expression, Hashirama could not refuse. Let us go. This place is unsuitable for practice. We shall head to the forest. Hashirama exited the room, swiftly making his way outside, with Tobirama following closely behind. The two hastened towards the forest, both excited to witness this technique capable of rivaling Uchiha Elbu. After a short while, they arrived at the woods beyond their clan's territory, where Hashirama came to a halt. Watch closely, would release. Art of the Wooden Dragon. The ground trembled as if a dragon were stirring beneath, a long mound of earth rising as something writhed below. Then, a massive wooden dragon emerged. Its form vivid and alive, soaring through the air. Like a living entity, it twisted and turned, its menacing mouth gaping wide as if ready to devour all in its path. With a thunderous roar, the wooden dragon unleashed a colossal bellow, sending invisible waves rippling outward. Branches and leaves along its path danced wildly, while some withered foliage fell in large clumps. The dramatic entrance of this lifelike wooden dragon commanded respect and awe. Go. Hashirama gestured towards Tobirama, and the wooden dragon swiftly coiled around him. Tobirama immediately felt his chakra uncontrollably siphoned away towards the dragon. Hiss. It can absorb chakra. Brother. Release me, or I shall be drained dry. Scatter. With a commanding voice, Hashirama waved his hand, causing the sturdy branches of the wooden dragon to disperse and burrow into the ground. In the blink of an eye, the dragon vanished without a trace, leaving only the disturbed earth as evidence of its presence. Tobirama, in disbelief, thought the wooden dragon had never existed. With eyes gleaming, Tobirama looked at Hashirama. Brother, I wish to learn wood release. Please teach me. Tobirama, this may be beyond your reach. Wood release is a fusion of earth and water attributes, and crucially, it requires the harmonization of Senjutsu chakra to awaken. The chances of awakening it are exceedingly slim. Senjutsu chakra? What is that, and how can one cultivate it? Currently, there are 3 known locations for cultivating Senjutsu chakra: the Wetbone Forest, the Dragon Cave, and Mayaboka Mountain. Beyond these, I am unaware of any others. However, I do know that the Wetbone Forest has been mentioned, yet the Sage of Snails has declared that currently, only I within our clan possess the potential to cultivate Senjutsu chakra. Others lack the requisite aptitude. Tobirama listened to Hashirama's words, contemplating the terms he had never encountered before. Senjutsu chakra, the 3 great sage lands. Was there truly such a thing as sages in this world? Brother, does this Sage of Snails truly exist? I cannot say. The Sage of Snails is a colossal creature, imbued with an immense reservoir of Senjutsu chakra. My own Senjutsu chakra is but a fraction of its power, its strength unfathomable. Tobirama found himself overwhelmed by the magnitude of the Sage of Snails' power, and he realized that his opportunity to learn wood release had slipped away. The requirement to cultivate Senjutsu chakra through the Sage of Snails was daunting, and Hashirama had described its strength as beyond comprehension. This dashed Tobirama's hopes of mastering wood release, leaving him with a sense of regret. At that moment, a surge of unwillingness welled up within Tobirama. He, Senju Tobirama, had never been inferior to others. If he could not learn wood release, he would create a ninjutsu that could rival it, ensuring he did not fall too far behind his brother. Tobirama, it is time to return. Understood, brother. I shall join you at once. The 2 figures gradually departed the forest, with Tobirama persistently trailing in Hashirama's footsteps. As they walked side by side, it appeared as though Tobirama had reached a level of parity with Hashirama, whether by coincidence or fate. Suddenly, a ray of sunlight illuminated them, casting a golden sheen upon their forms, dazzlingly bright. At the border of the land of Earth, 7 figures were traversing the landscape. The weather had become notably colder, with the wind blowing more fiercely than usual. The 7 donned cloaks, and their breaths manifested as visible puffs of mist. Elbu and his companions had journeyed for 10 days and were nearing the boundaries of the land of Earth. Observing the dimming sky, they decided to halt their progress. Banma retrieved a map to ascertain their direction and indicated a location. Young master, with 1 more day's travel, we shall reach the land of waterfall ahead. Let us find a suitable place to rest for the night. Very well, you all go ahead and scout for a suitable campsite. With that, several members dispersed to scout the area, soon discovering a riverside location that resembled a small basin, shielding them from the winds. It was an excellent site for camping. Nestled by the water, perhaps even yielding some fish for a delightful meal. Having settled on the spot, the 6 began setting up their tents and, after washing up in the river, were fortunate enough to spot some small fish swimming by. Although they were not large, they could provide a tasty change, suitable for a pot of fish soup. Younger master, we are in for a treat today. Smiles adorned their faces, relishing the unexpected joy of catching fresh fish in this secluded spot. Chapter 61. Kagutsuchi. One day later, in the land of waterfalls, a child of 11 or 12 wandered aimlessly down the street. His frail form clearly bore the marks of prolonged malnutrition, each step seemingly a struggle against gravity, as if he might collapse at any moment. He gazed longingly at the patrons inside the nearby shops, savoring their steaming meals. His throat involuntarily swallowed, as if that could somehow alleviate the gnawing hunger in his belly. At that moment, the shopkeeper noticed the disheveled figure outside and expressed his disdain. "You little brat, get away before you ruin my business." With those harsh words, the child reluctantly turned to leave. However, the relentless pangs of hunger had left him in a daze, and he merely trudged forward, head bowed. As fatigue overwhelmed him, he collided with an object and fell, unable to maintain his balance. "Hey, I didn't bump into you. You ran into me," a voice exclaimed. "Don't faint on me now." That was the last thing Kagutsuchi heard before succumbing to unconsciousness. "Young master, what should we do? This fellow seems to have fainted from hunger," one of the companions remarked. "Ah, just a pitiful soul. Let us take him in. When he wakes up, we'll feed him and let him go." Rybu and his companions had just entered the land of waterfalls and were seeking an inn for rest when the child unexpectedly collapsed before them. Rybu, observing the frail figure, felt a surge of compassion. Since fate has brought us together today, it would be but a few meals for us to accumulate some virtue. When Kagutsuchi regained consciousness, he felt a comforting warmth enveloping him, with a slight salty taste lingering at the corner of his mouth. Have I been rescued? Did someone give me a bit of soup? Before he could fully assess his surroundings, a figure burst through the door, and upon seeing him awake, exclaimed, "Ah, you're finally awake. I thought you might try to swindle me with that malnourished look of yours." At that moment, the boy named Hakuba's teasing voice startled Kagutsuchi, causing him to curl up and scoot further into the bed, clutching the blanket tightly around himself. Seeing this reaction, Hakuba immediately softened his tone. "Do not fear. I mean no harm. I merely brought you back when I saw you faint from hunger. Once you've eaten and regained your strength, you are free to leave. This is some freshly made ramen I prepared for you. It's still warm, so please eat. I'll step out for a moment." After placing the ramen on the table, Hakuba exited and closed the door behind him. With a sigh of relief, Kagutsuchi surveyed the room, realizing he was in an inn. Memories of staying in such a place with his parents flooded back, and tears welled in his eyes. If only they were still alive. He would not be a lonely orphan. After a brief moment of sorrow, his stomach grumbled insistently. Unable to resist any longer, he leaped from the bed and began to devour the steaming ramen voraciously. The sounds of slurping echoed through the room, and outside, Hakuba nodded in approval. Heading to report to Rybu. When he approached, Rybu inquired, "Is he awake? Has he eaten?" "Yes, he is eating now. The lad has a strong sense of caution. He only began to eat after I left. Children who have felt the harshness of life often mature faster than their peers. Let us allow him to clean up, change into fresh clothes, and bring him to see our young master tonight." Hakuba glanced curiously at Rybu, sensing an unusual resemblance in their maturity. However, he refrained from voicing his thoughts and simply nodded in agreement. Once Kagutsuchi had eaten his fill, the weariness that had plagued him dissipated. Shortly thereafter, Hakuba returned with buckets of hot water, ready to prepare a bath. He placed a set of clean clothes on the table. "After you've eaten, take a bath and change. Our young master wishes to meet you tonight." Kagutsuchi, unsure of who this young master was, felt the stickiness of his skin and decided not to dwell on it. He quickly shed his filthy clothes and jumped into the bath, scrubbing away the grime until the water turned murky. Finally refreshed, he dried off and donned the fresh garments. Just as he finished dressing, the one who had spoken earlier re-entered, taking away his dirty clothes and the soiled water from the bath. "Come, let us go meet the young master. By the way, what is your name?" "I am Uchiha Hakuba. I am Kagutsuchi." "Ah, good. I was worried you might be mute." Speaking is a relief. Kagutsuchi found Hakuba somewhat presumptuous, as he intended to express that they were strangers and had little to converse about, but his words were misinterpreted. The two walked in silence until they reached a room where Hakuba ushered Kagutsuchi inside. Inside sat a boy of similar age, elegantly dressed, exuding an aura of authority. When the boy turned to face them, Kagutsuchi felt as if he were being scrutinized by a predator, his hair standing on end under the chilling gaze of those cold eyes. "Young master, I have brought him. His name is Kagutsuchi." "Very well, you may leave now." Hakuba glanced between Kagutsuchi and Rybu, hesitating momentarily before departing without saying a word. The room fell silent as Kagutsuchi, feeling intimidated, remained quiet while Rybu observed him intently. "Do you have any remaining family? If you do, I can send someone to assist them." A cold voice pierced through the silence, causing Kagutsuchi to instinctively step back, feeling a sense of apprehension. "And no. Then you shall rest here for the night and depart in the morning." Kagutsuchi felt a wave of despair wash over him, realizing that leaving would only lead him to starvation, whether sooner or later. Resolving himself, he knelt before Rybu. "I implore you, please take me in. I do not wish to die of hunger." Rybu, taken aback by this plea, hesitated, for he was not one to extend kindness to just anyone. Chapter 62. My quest for wealth. Jiadu gazed at the person before him, refraining from acquiescing to his request. An urgency welled up within him, prompting him to prostrate himself once more, loudly imploring, "Please, take me in. What can you do, or rather, what are your capabilities?" I desire to amass a great fortune, so that I may never again experience hunger." "Haraha. Wealth? Do you know who I am? Would I ever lack for money?" "And no, I do not know." Rybu shook his head in exasperation, astonished that someone would prefer wealth over strength. This was the first time he had encountered such an extraordinary notion. Did Jiadu not understand the principles of survival in this world? Stockpiling grain without arms. Does your family resemble a granary? "I am Uchiha Rybu, a member of the foremost ninja clan in the Land of Fire, and the strongest within my lineage. Do you truly believe I require someone adept at accumulating wealth? Upon hearing these words, Jiadu felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. He could scarcely fathom how long he might survive after departing. Although he was oblivious to the significance of the most powerful ninja clan and its strongest member, he understood that Elbu had rebuffed his plea. Bowing his head, he performed 3 deep bows, expressing his gratitude. Thank you for your life-saving kindness. I shall take my leave now. However, before Elbu could respond, the door to the chamber swung open once more. Bai Ma knelt before Elbu, beseeching, young master. Please, take him in. Elbu regarded the uninvited Bai Ma with bemusement. This was the first time Bai Ma had sought such a favor from him. Present me with a reasonable justification. Young master, our numbers are currently insufficient. Having an additional person to serve you would alleviate our burdens. You imply that serving me is arduous? Bai Ma immediately recognized his misstep, dropping to both knees in supplication. Young master, that is not my intention. I merely believe this fellow lacks any skills and would be unable to survive alone after leaving. If it pleases you, allow him to accompany me. I shall instruct him. Once Bai Ma had spoken, he fell silent, remaining prostrate in his position. Time passed, and Bai Ma's forehead glistened with cold sweat. His body felt weak. Yet he dared not stir, fearing he might further irritate Elbu. Elbu observed the beseeching Bai Ma, and then glanced at the similarly prostrate Jiadu. His heart softened, and his tone became more gentle. Very well, let him accompany you. Teach him the proper etiquette. You two may depart. Thank you for your benevolence, young master. Thank you. Jiadu stammered, only to provoke Bai Ma's indignation. He swiftly slapped Jiadu, admonishing, address him as young master. Thank you, young master, Jiadu corrected himself. Elbu chuckled at the departing duo, bemused by the situation. He mused that it was merely an additional mouth to feed. Little did he know, Jiadu would later become his Minister of Finance, playing a crucial role within his domain. Once outside Elbu's quarters, Jiadu and Bai Ma exhaled in unison, exchanging glances and gradually breaking into smiles. Jiadu, you must learn well from me. Do not tarnish the young master and Appo's reputation. What manner of person is young master Elbu? Are you truly unaware of Uchiha Elbu? I do not know. Bai Ma rolled his eyes, astonished that someone could be oblivious to Elbu's renown. Gathering his thoughts, he began to recount Elbu's illustrious exploits, narrating tales of his first battles against the Senju clan, his rigorous training of their forces, the creation of the 36 heavenly stars, and their ascension to the rank of elite ninja. He shared stories of Elbu's singular triumphs over the Akimichi clan and the Sandfall clan's leader, as well as his audacious confrontations with the ninja clans of the Wind and Earth nations. Bai Ma spoke until dusk descended, at which point Jiadu finally comprehended the significance of the name Uchiha Elbu. Bai Ma, I wish to train. I aspire to become a ninja. What did you say? Call me elder brother. I am already 12 years old. I am 13. I am your senior. Are you implying I should still address you as elder brother? Bai Ma began to sense something amiss, realizing that this young man was attempting to gain the upper hand. Oh, Jiadu, you dare take advantage of me? Let us settle this. In an instant, the two began to playfully tussle, their camaraderie deepening in the process. Elbu, listening from within, found their banter amusing and chose to let them be. He reflected on their journey thus far. Although it had been filled with battles, the light-hearted atmosphere was a welcome change. The inn was soon alive with the sounds of their playful chase, drawing in the other 5 companions as well. The group frolicked until night had fully enveloped the sky, reluctantly returning to their respective rooms. The following day, the group slept in until noon, and upon awakening, they discovered that Elbu had prepared a feast in the common hall, awaiting their arrival. Young master, I apologize for the delay. I lost track of time in my indulgence, and I am sorry to have kept you waiting. Enough. It is rare for you to enjoy each other and Appo's company. Let us eat. While Bai Ma and the others regarded the spread of food without much thought, Jiaodu's eyes widened in eagerness. His desire to eat evident, yet tempered by trepidation. Partake. Do not present such a manner. One might assume my subordinates are incapable of a proper meal. Upon Elbu's command, Jiadu hesitated no longer, devouring the food voraciously with both hands, to the astonishment of Elbu and the others. In the brief moment of distraction, half the meal had vanished. Elbu quickly realized that if he did not hurry, Jiadu would consume the entirety of the feast. What are you waiting for? If you do not eat now, there will be nothing left. The group snapped back to reality, diving into the fray of the food fight. Jiadu, leave some for us. Come on, you aren't even leaving the chicken's backside for us. This is excessive. The fish's tail is mine. Watch out, or you may choke. This meal became a battle of the swift, with only the quick securing their portions. Eventually, the table lay bare, with Bai Ma and the others licking their lips, having claimed naught but the memory of the feast. How is it that we cannot outpace Jiadu, even at mealtime? What use are you all? Jiadu, I will challenge you. I never expected you to possess such an appetite. Once again, the hall erupted into chaos, with Jiadu clutching a piece of chicken as he fled, stuffing his mouth as he ran, leaving no opportunity for Bai Ma and the others to seize a share. Elbu, watching the spectacle, erupted into laughter, occasionally sabotaging Bai Ma and the others' attempts to catch Jiadu, ensuring the young man evaded capture time and again. Chapter 63. Cultivation. The journey through the land of water was uneventful. The 8-member team set forth once more. The The air grew increasingly frigid, with numerous puddles along the way already frozen over. Among them, Jiao Du and Elbu strode ahead with vigor, while the other 6 lagged behind, their stomachs grumbling incessantly. The earlier food scramble had left the 6 of them thoroughly defeated, and after traveling for most of the day, they had yet to enjoy a proper meal. Now, hunger gnawed at them, and they walked with a palpable lack of energy. Jiao Du glanced back at the 6, feeling a twinge of sympathy. He reached into his chest pocket and retrieved a small bundle. Approaching the 6, he reluctantly held the package before them. Here, this is a little something I secretly saved. The 6, bewildered, accepted Jiao Du's small package and opened it to find 6 sushi rolls and 6 rice balls. Jiao Du, you cunning beast. You managed to hide so much food. One exclaimed, and you dare to scold me for not sharing. Before Jiao Du could respond, the 6 snatched the food from him, each claiming a sushi roll and a rice ball. They devoured them in mere moments, their bellies feeling somewhat relieved. At least you have a conscience. But don't expect our gratitude, one of them remarked. Upon hearing this, the atmosphere shifted as Bai Ma grew serious. Wait a moment. This matter requires the young master's consent before I can teach you. Just as Bai Ma was about to inquire with Elbu, a voice interrupted, enough, I consent. Without strength, he cannot keep pace with us. Bai Ma's face lit up with joy as he kicked the still stunned Jiao Du. What are you dawdling for? Hurry and thank the young master. Thank you, young master, for imparting the methods of cultivation. On this journey, Bai Ma began to instruct Jiao Du in the ways of cultivation, only to discover that Jiao Du was entirely ignorant of even the most basic principles. Thus, Bai Ma started from scratch, which inevitably slowed their progress once more. Elbu did not rush them. Guiding others in cultivation also served as a means of self-reflection for him. Currently, Elbu found himself at a bottleneck in his own strength. His mastery of the overlord body refinement technique and chakra had stagnated. Even his Manjiki Sharingan could only gradually increase his mental capacity, falling far short of the complete Susanoo form. Unable to find a quick way to enhance his power, he continued to study the nature of elemental transformations. As they traveled, Elbu pondered his understanding of fire and water attributes, yet felt lost when it came to wind, earth, and lightning. In his memory, the Battle of Puyang showcased the effectiveness of fire attacks, as flames consumed Chao's army. The battle at Xiapi, which led to his capture, vividly illustrated the merciless nature of water and fire. Yet, beyond these instances, what other forms did these elements possess? After a prolonged period of contemplation, Elbu found himself at a standstill. When night fell and they set up camp, his mind remained preoccupied with these questions. Meanwhile, Bai Ma and the others commenced preparing a fire, lighting collected twigs with a flint. A flicker ignited against the darkness, rapidly spreading to the dry branches, the flames growing ever more vibrant. As Elbu observed the flickering bonfire, a faint popping sound reached his ears. Suddenly, he discerned that the branches responsible for the sound were not entirely dry. The moisture within them had caused the explosions as they burned. Once the flames consumed the branches and began to dwindle, revealing only glowing charcoal, Bai Ma, noticing the fire's decline, added more wood atop the embers. As he blew gently, the flames roared back to life. Such occurrences were commonplace in daily life, yet no one had ever taken the time to investigate the underlying reasons. Elbu watched as the fire blossomed from a tiny spark into a robust blaze, then faded, only to reignite anew. Young master, young master. Bai Ma called out repeatedly, but there was no response. He noticed Elbu entranced by the fire, his eyes seemingly reflecting its flames. Suddenly, Elbu's chakra surged, and flames erupted from his palm, engulfing his entire hand, then his arm, and finally his entire upper body. Bai Ma stood in astonishment as Elbu, now ablaze, continued to remain unharmed, even his clothing intact. This must be the young master developing the fire release technique. Do not disturb him, maintain vigilance. The 6 quickly encircled Elbu, forming a protective barrier around him. As the flames intensified, Elbu became a figure of fire. However, he frowned, seemingly dissatisfied with the current state of his flames. Initially, the fire surrounding him was red, but gradually it shifted to orange. Yet, Elbu's brow remained furrowed. Suddenly, the flames began to swirl, the orange hue fading into transparency, which then transformed into a brilliant white. A wave of heat surged toward Bai Ma and the others, scorching the ground around Elbu. Be cautious, retreat 50 meters. As the flames enveloped Elbu completely, he appeared almost otherworldly. Ah, so that is how it is. Elbu exclaimed, eyes wide open, revealing irises as bright as white stones. His clothes and hair were cloaked in white flames, moving gracefully, as if it were their natural state. Elbu looked ethereal, as if a deity had awakened amidst the mortal realm, instilling awe and trepidation in those nearby. With a powerful push against the ground, he soared into the sky, resembling a radiant moon. This, has the young master transcended? They murmured in disbelief. Ha! So this transformation is splendid, truly splendid. As Elbu laughed joyously amidst the clouds, the temperature surrounding him soared, causing the air to warp around the white flames, creating a mesmerizing spectacle. Chapter 64, Fire Release Chakra Mode. Young master, are you all right? A sudden exclamation interrupted the ecstatic Lubu, pulling him back to reality. Noticing the concerned expressions on Bai Ma and the others, he realized that his earlier display had startled them. Gradually, his entire form descended, the white flames enveloping him gradually retreating into his being. It and Appos, nothing. I just had an epiphany and decided to experiment a little. Young master, you nearly scared us to death. I thought you were on fire and almost doused you with water. At this remark, Lu Bu's lips twitched in annoyance at the foolishness of his companion. Dismissing their concern, he made his way to the carpet laid out on the ground and sat cross-legged. Without hesitation, he began to feast on the spread of food laid before him. With Lu Bu's initiation, Bai Ma and the others gathered around to join him in the meal. Young master, what happened just now? I have developed a new transformation of fire chakra, which I have named Fire Release Chakra Mode. Fire Release Chakra Mode? That sounds impressive. What abilities does this mode possess? It generates extremely high temperatures, allowing immunity to all fire release ninjutsu. It grants the ability to fly, doubles the power of fire release techniques, can even distort space, burn souls, and is incredibly difficult to extinguish. Furthermore, it can consume chakra as sustenance until it is completely depleted. Wow, if what Lu Bu says is true, one touch would mean certain death, making it the nemesis of all fire attribute ninjas. Bai Ma and the others gazed at Lu Bu with eager eyes, their enthusiasm palpable, as they all possessed fire attribute chakra. Young master, could we possibly learn this fire release chakra mode? Lu Bu chuckled at their ambitious expressions. Dream on. You haven't even mastered chakra control yet, and you wish to learn a transformation of the fire attribute? Even if I were to teach you now, you wouldn't grasp it. Focus on your training, and once you meet the requirements, I shall gladly instruct you. Understood, young master. The atmosphere settled into a calm silence, and the group resumed their quietude as Lu Bu fell into contemplation once more. He sensed that the state he had just experienced was not his ultimate limit. There was still a transformation within the white flames that he had yet to unlock. With his current chakra control and mastery over the transformation, he could not advance any further. He resolved to become adept at this chakra mode during their journey, knowing that it would also lay a foundation for the development of other elemental modes in the future. The newly developed fire release chakra mode had significantly augmented his power. Even without activating Susanoo, he could easily overpower Madara and Hashirama, the last two who had sparred with him. Moreover, it consumed far less energy and greatly enhanced his endurance. He intended to make this technique his signature ninjutsu going forward. As night fell, Lu Bu and his companions resumed their journey. Snowflakes began to fall from the sky, the temperature plummeting further. The road was becoming increasingly desolate. Ordinarily, after days of travel, they would encounter signs of life. Yet, they had traversed for over half a month without seeing a single soul. Even the villages along the way had tightly shut their doors, no sign of activity within. With each passing day, the snow grew heavier, blanketing the ground in a thick layer of white. Each step they took sank deep into the snow as they trudged along, alternating between deep and shallow footprints. Young master, ahead lies the Frost Country. It is a small nation perpetually shrouded in ice and snow, yet it is renowned for its exceptional protective gear craftsmanship. Is that so? We must pay a visit and see if we can acquire some formidable armor. However, young master, at our current pace, it will take us several more days to reach the Frost Country. Bai Ma glanced back at Kakuzu, who had demonstrated remarkable resilience throughout their journey. He had never complained, and even found time to train diligently. However, Kakuzu's training time was limited, and he currently lacked sufficient chakra. Had it not been for the need to look after Kaku, Lu Bu and the others would have already arrived at the Frost Country. His potential is commendable, but with his poor foundation, it may take him 1 or 2 years to attain the rank of a genin. You are indeed not suited to teach him. I will personally take on that responsibility. Those below jonin rank are unworthy of being by my side. I sense Kakuzu possesses significant potential. He may one day reach the level of a clan leader. That's wonderful. With the young master personally teaching him, he will surely progress far beyond my abilities. Kakuzu is fortunate indeed. Bai Ma was taken aback by Lu Bu's high regard for Kakuzu. Being favored by Lu Bu was indeed a stroke of luck for the young man. As they continued their journey, the pace was marked by a rhythm of stops and starts, with Lu Bu taking over the role of mentor from Bai Ma. However, Lu Bu's approach was far less gentle. He summoned a shadow clone to spar with Kakuzu, knowing that in order to learn to strike, one must first learn to endure blows. The process of being struck was essential for honing Kakuzu's reflexes. Only by dodging attacks could he seize the opportunity to counter. The moment he could retaliate, his strength would grow rapidly. Of course, Lu Bu and Appos' clone maintained an equal level of skill to ensure Kakuzu was continually challenged. At Lu Bu and Appos' current strength, he could easily overwhelm Kakuzu with full force, which made such training unnecessary. Yet, as Kakuzu faced relentless blows, he progressed swiftly from being unable to defend against a single attack to now being able to exchange blows with Lu Bu's clone. Indeed, the potential is promising. Continuing the first phase of training seems unnecessary. It's time to increase the pressure. As this thought crossed Lu Bu's mind, his clone immediately understood the intent. The pace of their sparring quickened, and Kakuzu found himself once again in a defensive position. This is the young master amplifying his strength. I must strive to elevate my abilities. Kakuzu did not allow himself to be disheartened by the renewed onslaught. Instead, his determination surged. Despite the pain coursing through his body, he remained steadfast, gritting his teeth and pushing himself to keep pace with Ma and the others. Seeing that the time was nearly up, Rybu instructed his clone to deliver a decisive blow, knocking Kakuzu to the ground and ending their session. Training requires a balance. One must not overexert themselves, lest they risk injury and undermine their progress. Ma, take him down and apply medicinal alcohol all over his body to avoid any lingering injuries. Understood. Ma summoned 2 companions to help carry Kakuzu back to their camp, where they began to apply the medicinal alcohol to soothe his wounds. Meanwhile, Rybu gazed ahead at the faint outline of a city coming into view, knowing that they were nearing the Frost Country. He planned to remain there for an extended period, waiting for the snowfall to lessen before setting out for the Thunder Country. Chapter 65. The Armor of Tang and I in the Frost Kingdom. A party of 8 entered the icy city, known as Frost City, the capital of the Frost Kingdom. Enveloped in ice and snow throughout the year, this nation places great emphasis on defense. From the initial cold-resistant garments to protective armors, years of relentless research and craftsmanship have honed their skills to perfection. To this day, the armor of the Frost Kingdom, whether for ordinary soldiers or ninjas, is predominantly produced within its borders. Conversely, weapons are chiefly sourced from the Iron Kingdom, and these 2 nations are collectively referred to as the forging nations in the ninja world, due to its perennial snow cover and barren land. The Frost Kingdom relies heavily on foreign trade, with protective gear sustaining its populace. The scenery of the Frost Kingdom is indeed unique. Rybu gazed upon the white city, its ground and vegetation blanketed in a thick layer of snow. At the city gate, 2 imposing statues of generals carved from ice stood sentinel, their lifelike forms creating a somewhat austere atmosphere. However, Rybu did not recognize the figures and merely glanced at them before proceeding into Frost City. Inside, the landscape remained a vast expanse of white, and prolonged exposure to such brightness caused a slight sting to his eyes. As he stepped into the city, the sound of hammers striking metal echoed around him. This din was not the work of a few forges, but rather a symphony of countless households laboring to create armor. It was indeed a magnificent sight, revealing that the entire nation was engaged in armor production. Aside from a few scattered shops, the majority of the city was dedicated to this craft. Intrigued, Rybu pondered whether the Frost Kingdom could forge the coveted Tang and I armor he so desired. As the group wandered through the city, they inquired about the most skilled master of armor crafting in the Frost Kingdom. If you seek the finest artisan, that would certainly be Master Chongjia. He is renowned for fabricating armor of the highest caliber, they were informed. Could you direct us to Master Chongjia's location? Rybu asked, and upon receiving the directions, he led his companions towards the designated place. They arrived at a sizable workshop where a robust middle-aged man was hammering away without a shirt, seemingly impervious to the frigid air. His body emanated steam, as if he were enveloped in smoke, creating a striking visual. Excuse me, is this the residence of Master Chongjia? Rybu inquired, prompting the man to pause his work, a look of curiosity crossing his face. What brings you here? Are you looking to commission some armor? Indeed. I wish to create a special metal armor, and I have a specific design in mind. Please take a look and see if it can be made, Rybu replied, presenting the prepared blueprint of the Tang and I armor. The moment Chongjia beheld the intricate design, his eyes sparkled with excitement. The armor and Appo's formidable appearance was striking. Adorned with a lion's head sculpted on the chest, resembling the very form of a lion itself, exuding both majesty and fierceness, akin to a form-fitting soft armor. My lord, are you intending to craft a soft armor? Chongjia inquired. Ah, you are familiar with soft armor. That is splendid. Might I ask if you can create it? It is possible, though the cost will be considerable, and it requires a specific type of metal. Unfortunately, I do not possess enough of it in my stock. Money is not an issue. If you lack the materials, others surely have them. As long as you can produce something that meets my satisfaction, I will commission you for an additional outer armor. The mention of an additional commission piqued Chongjia and Appo's interest. What kind of outer armor do you envision? May I see it? Without hesitation, Rybu revealed another blueprint, this time depicting the accompanying outer armor, which featured a golden crown and a beast-faced linked armor. The crown, known as the Trident Gold Crown, was reminiscent of the headpieces worn by performers on stage, yet Rybu's version was adorned with 2 long feathers, lending him an air of nobility. The beast-faced linked armor, a complement to the crown, was intricately designed, showcasing golden hues with beast heads at the shoulders and waist, offering formidable protection for vital areas. The armor and Appo's complexity and craftsmanship indicated a high level of skill, and its weight would be challenging for most to bear. My lord, while I can certainly craft the Tang and I armor, the outer armor is exceedingly intricate, and I fear I cannot complete it alone. Would it be permissible for me to enlist a few others to assist? Of course. How long will it take? 2 months. That is the shortest time frame feasible. Very well. I shall trouble you, Master Chongjia. I will return in 2 months to collect the items. After finalizing their agreement, Rybu prepared to take his leave, realizing that he would need to remain in the Frost Kingdom for a while longer. As Chong Jia watched Lu Bu depart, he suddenly remembered that he had yet to inquire about the names of the armors. My lord, may I ask if these armors have names? The inner armor is called Tang Ni, the outer armor is known as Beast Face Linked Armor, and the crown is referred to as the Trident Gold Crown. Soon, these names will resonate throughout the ninja world, Lu Bu stated before departing. With the two armors and the crown, along with his Fong Tianhua Ji, he would be fully equipped. He contemplated the possibility of acquiring a steed as magnificent as the Red Hare, a horse of legendary pedigree. Yet, he recognized the rarity of such a creature and had only encountered one in his past life. In the realm of ninjas, he harbored no illusions of finding such a prized steed. However, with the presence of the summoning beast, the young tiger, which was even mightier than the Red Hare, his yearning for the latter diminished. Once he had gathered all these elements, his strength would undoubtedly amplify significantly. The group of 8 found a place to rest, engaging in training as they awaited their time. Lu Bu utilized shadow clones to instruct Kakuzu, Bai Ma, and the others in their self-study. He continued to develop his fire-release chakra technique as days passed. Outside, the relentless snowfall began to wane, transitioning into ice that slowly melted into water, nourishing the earth and revitalizing the vegetation. Winter gradually receded, heralding the revival of life as green shoots emerged from the ground. With the return of vitality, the season reminded all that the old year had passed and a new one was dawning. Yet, a tense atmosphere enveloped the Uchiha and Senju clans. This year, Madara and Hashirama would strive to decisively eliminate dissent within their ranks, taking the initial steps toward establishing their ninja village. Chapter 66. The Abandoned Clansman Uchiha Clanland. It has been 3 months since Madara made an agreement with the elders. Madara has fulfilled his promise. Despite his vision not having returned, his overall strength remains intact. In fact, his other senses have sharpened, allowing him to perceive with greater clarity. This enhancement has enabled him to manage clan affairs with remarkable efficiency, granting him profound insight into the human heart. It has also intensified his urgency to eradicate the decaying elders and usher in a new era. Within the clan, there are numerous ninjas of the same generation as Uchiha Tajima, including the first elder Uchiha Yu, the second elder Uchiha Hashikase, and the fifth elder Uchiha Tyran. These 3 are staunch traditionalists, supported by many followers, including their offspring, numbering up to 70. Their strength cannot be underestimated. All 3 are elite jonin, and their children hold significant positions within the clan. Otherwise, they would not dare to so boldly obstruct the alliance with the Senju clan to establish a ninja village. However, upon regaining his position as clan leader, Madara has subtly begun to undermine their authority. The 3 elders have sensed that something is amiss, fearing that Madara intends to act against them. Unbeknownst to them, Madara and Hashirama have plans that extend beyond merely stripping them of power to confine them to a life of retirement within the clan. Resentful yet unwilling to openly challenge Madara's authority, they remain in a precarious position. The arrival of 2 individuals changed their perspective. In a dimly lit basement, the 3 elders convened with these newcomers. Uchiha War and Uchiha Haiwa represent a significant shift. Their mere presence indicates that Madara seeks to eliminate the elders to foster peace between the Uchiha and Senju clans and jointly establish a new ninja village. Are you truly willing to become mere sacrifices? The 3 exchanged wary glances, recognizing the implications of War and Haiwa and Appo's visit. They understood who these 2 represented, and, despite their tender age of 12, they had already surpassed the elders in capability. A sense of inevitability washed over the trio, reminding them that one cannot resist the passage of time. What does Elder Lu Bu wish for us to do? Upon hearing this question, War and Haiwa felt a wave of relief. They had feared that the elders might stubbornly sacrifice themselves for the clan, which would be a significant loss. The young master has instructed us to feign death during the impending conflict with the Senju clan, including your followers and families. We will aid you from the shadows, allowing you to survive as embers adrift in the world. Embers? Are we to believe that the Uchiha clan faces extinction? War and Haiwa, both perplexed, sought clarification. The 2 exchanged glances, for the elders, seasoned by years of leadership, possessed an acute political awareness. They realized that the scenario Lu Bu described was not only plausible, but likely inevitable, though the identity of the aggressors remained uncertain. Very well. Inform Elder Lu Bu that we consent. We shall manage the others, and the rest will depend on you 2. The 3 elders, having reconciled their thoughts, recognized that remaining within the clan would lead to demise. Instead, they opted to distance themselves from the center of turmoil, seeking broader horizons. Their departure was not an act of betrayal but merely a transition to a new existence. Yet a lingering question remained. If Lu Bu foresaw these events, why not clarify matters with Madara? Feigning death and going into hiding could achieve the same ends without necessitating their elimination. What they did not realize was that Lu Bu had discerned Madara and Appo's solitary nature. His heart was solely concerned with Izuna. Others could never penetrate Madara and Appo's inner sanctum, and he would inevitably become an isolated figure. Remaining within the clan, even if hidden away, could only yield dire outcomes, perhaps even loss of life. It was far wiser to distance themselves from the eye of the storm, for a greater stage awaited them beyond the confines of the Land of Fire, where they could still shine brightly. Upon their return, the three elders discreetly began their preparations. As they organized, the clamor for a confrontation with the Senju clan grew increasingly fervent, validating Lu Bu's warnings. They hastened their arrangements, resigned to their fate. Alas, it seems Madara truly desires our demise. If the youth are eager to pursue their ambitions, let us acquiesce. This will be our final service to the clan. Let it commence. Before the battle, I shall orchestrate their deaths under various pretenses, but we three and our children must perish on the battlefield, thus ensuring Madara's peace of mind. Let us initiate the execution of our plan and inform War and Hiwa to prepare for extraction. With their strategy set, the elders commenced their operation. As days passed, clan members began to succumb to illness or sudden assassination, with the blame directed squarely at the Senju clan, further inflaming the calls for war. A month elapsed, and approximately 40 to 50 clan members had perished, casting an air of tension over the Uchiha. Madara sensed that the moment had arrived. Delaying further might invite complications, yet the casualties were primarily from the traditionalist faction. Feigning sorrow, Madara did not instigate an investigation, but instead fanned the flames of blame towards the Senju clan. Conversely, the Senju clan faced genuine losses, with Tobirama personally eliminating several members. Both sides were engaged in a game of manipulation, intent on eradicating the obstinate elements within their ranks. One day, in the Senju clan's domain, Tobirama received a secret missive. Hastily making his way to Hashirama. Elder brother, a letter from Uchiha Madara has arrived. He appears to be ready. Quickly, let us see what it contains. As Hashirama perused the letter detailing the readiness for battle in 7 days at the Valley of the Dragon, a heavy sigh escaped him. Despite his reluctance, he resolved himself to the task ahead. Inform the others to prepare. With Tobirama and Appo's swift exit, the clan commenced their preparations. The atmosphere buzzed with activity as resources were allocated and troop numbers arranged, creating a palpable excitement within the clan. This fervor soon echoed throughout the other clans in the Land of Fire. Chapter 67. The War of Understanding. As news of the great battle between the two clans spread, the Uzumaki and Hyuga clans sent letters inquiring if assistance was required. All were declined by the Senju and Uchiha, who merely requested their presence as spectators, without the need for any significant intervention. This left the Uzumaki and Hyuga clans perplexed. Could it be that, after several years, the two clans wished to engage in a direct confrontation once more? They were at a loss to comprehend why this sudden desire for conflict had arisen. Suspecting there were hidden motives at play, the time for preparation swiftly passed, and on the day of the expedition, the Uchiha clan received their summons to battle. Predictably, the 3 Uchiha members and their offspring were included on the list. Even their eldest son or daughter, despite being married, had their spouses included among those called to arms. A wave of melancholy washed over them. This seemed to be an edict condemning them to extinction. Madara, your ruthlessness is truly astonishing. The following morning marked the day of departure. The Uchiha clan would only field 1,000 warriors. Upon inspection, the 3 Uchiha noted that most were newly inducted members, while only a small fraction comprised their steadfast kin or those deemed less significant. How ironic it was that for a mere handful of individuals, 1,000 lives were to be risked in this charade. One could only wonder how many would return alive. Despite their reluctance, Madara's actions were those of a competent leader, exhibiting a cold-heartedness that was undeniable. Alas, the recipients of such coldness were they, the obstructive ones. As they gazed at the departing army, the 3 began to mock themselves. As the forces commenced their march toward Dragon Valley, they sensed a subtle, watchful gaze upon them. They understood that they were being monitored, ensuring they did not slip from view and thwart the objectives of this conflict. The trio paid little heed to the surveillance as they trudged onward. Upon arriving at Dragon Valley, they were met by another formidable army. Who else could it be but the Senju clan? As soon as they faced each other, Tobirama and Izuna issued commands without delay. Kill. Kill. There was no pre-battle mobilization, no private negotiations, nor any respite. The order to slaughter was given instantaneously. Surrounding Tobirama and Izuna were a cadre of clan members, who immediately engaged in the fray. However, discerning eyes could perceive that, despite the apparent ferocity of the combat, not a single individual had sustained injuries after a considerable time of fighting. Instead, both sides seemed intent on penetrating each other's formations. As if guided by a specific purpose, Uchiha warriors targeted certain Senju members, while Senju fighters pursued selected Uchiha. Unbeknownst to the 3 Uchiha, this was part of a deal orchestrated by Madara and Hashirama, a means to eliminate destabilizing elements within their own clan while keeping their hands clean. Ah, how enlightening. They began to laugh at their own folly. Yet soon after, their expressions turned grave, and exchanging glances, they began to steer their warriors away from the main forces' line of sight. This would enable them to feign death seamlessly amidst the chaos of battle. Outside Dragon Valley, a group of 30 was intently observing the clash. They bore nearly 20 corpses, all strikingly similar to the 3 Uchiha and their children. Even the unique birthmarks and distinctive scars matched precisely. The task of ensuring their successful feigned deaths had consumed much time for Jean and Huowu. If they failed to conceal the bodies, it would become a farce. The 30 individuals, moving in tandem with the Uchiha trio, were poised to assist their escape at the first opportunity, leaving no room for error. When the Uchiha warriors had positioned themselves at a safe distance from the battlefield and Appo's epicenter, they began to engage in combat. After a brief skirmish, the three exchanged meaningful glances with their kin. As if on cue, their family members started to disperse, gradually feigning exhaustion. Water style, hidden mist technique. Jean unleashed a wave of mist that enveloped the battlefield, fortuitously coinciding with the morning's natural fog, rendering it less conspicuous. The Uchiha offspring seamlessly entered the mist, obscuring the Senju and Appo's line of sight. Jean and Huowu and Appo's 30 companions spread out, each focusing on a specific target. They were ready to assist, and as the first individual was engulfed by a jutsu, a shadow appeared beside him, clutching a corpse that bore a striking resemblance to him. The figure created a wound on the body as if it had been pierced by jutsu. Abandoning the corpse, the figure swiftly vanished, leaving no trace behind. This scene unfolded as though rehearsed countless times. When the Senju arrived, they discovered only a single corpse remaining. As one approached to inspect the face and check the pulse, he nodded to his companion, and they departed, unaware that a similar spectacle was being replicated elsewhere. Eventually, only the 3 Uchiha remained, their families having perished. They were the key players and the most challenging to feign death, as they were all Jonin in strength. The adversaries they faced were also Jonin, making it a daunting task to deceive them under such watchful eyes. Uchiha Yu, Uchiha Shingho, Uchiha Tairan. Today we shall bid farewell to an old friend. Humph. Your schemes are quite remarkable. This moment was surely long in the making. You should have known you couldn't escape our eyes, especially since you were reluctant to embrace the dawn of a new era. Dawn and Appo's blameless attack. Realizing that further words would serve no purpose, they exchanged glances and uttered a single word, caution. They then scattered, racing toward the denser mist. As the sounds of battle intensified, Jean and Huowu remained vigilant, monitoring the 3 Uchiha's condition. A moment's inattention could turn their feigned deaths into actual fatalities, incurring Lu Bu's wrath. It began with Uchiha Shingho sustaining an injury. At that moment, Huowu seized the opportunity, emitting a bird-like cry. Shingho understood it was time to fall. He hastily conjured a jutsu, fire style, great fire annihilation. Fireballs rained down upon the Senju, and one of their own countered with earth style, earth wall. A vertical earthen barrier successfully blocked Shingho's assault. Yet it also obscured their vision. Coupled with the thick mist, visibility became severely compromised, allowing the Senju to shield themselves against Shingho's flames. Seizing the moment, Huowu approached Shingho, dropping a corpse in his wake, and once again vanished from sight. Boom. Just as Huowu departed, the ground erupted in a massive explosion, severely damaging the corpse, barely allowing the features to be discerned. Chapter 68. A narrow escape as the figure of Shingho was whisked away. The members of the Senju clan approached the mangled corpse with trepidation. Only the upper half of the body bore any resemblance to Shingho himself, prompting a collective sigh of relief from the Senju. Alas, Shingho, may your journey ahead be peaceful. With Shingho's successful escape remaining unnoticed, he turned his gaze to his next target. Uchiha Terio was on the brink of collapse, his facade crumbling as he faced overwhelming odds. Among the trio, he was the weakest, and with 3 or 4 Jonin assaulting him simultaneously, his situation grew increasingly dire. Yet, without receiving the signal, he gritted his teeth and endured. Damn it, is the moment not yet ripe? If this drags on any longer, I may truly perish. Terio cursed inwardly, growing impatient. Distracted, he sustained several more injuries. Terio, cease your struggles and join Shingho in the afterlife. Fools, I will fight to the bitter end. Meanwhile, in the forest, Jean had overestimated Terio's capabilities. Elder Wu and Appo's performance is quite remarkable, he commented. Remarkable indeed? A voice retorted, striking Jean on the back of his head. If you don't save him now, he will truly die. Turning around, he saw Huowu and Uchiha Shingho standing beside him. It was Shingho who had just slapped Jean. What? Elder Wu is that weak? Jean realized too late that he had misjudged Terio's strength, leading to a critical shift in the battle. He emitted a warning chirp to alert Terio. However, Terio was now in a daze, cornered and desperate. Cough. If I must die, I shall take a few with me. Damn it, dodge. He going all out. Wind release, wind blade. Suddenly, a flurry of wind blades whirled through the battlefield, kicking up clouds of dust and chaos. The Senju clan members hurriedly sought cover, shielding their mouths and eyes while casting wary glances towards Terio. The combination of mist and swirling debris obscured Terio's form, rendering him barely visible. Just in time, Jean thought, arriving at Terio's side and leaving behind a similarly wounded dummy. Grasping the unconscious Terio, Jean swiftly departed the area. As Jean and Terio vanished, the dust settled, revealing a fallen figure. The Senju clan members breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that the last desperate attempt had borne fruit. Let us check if he is truly dead. One individual approached Terio's body, halting 10 meters away. He hurled his knife at Terio's heart, and upon seeing him motionless, approached with assurance, confirming Terio was indeed lifeless. Nodding to the others, they finally felt secure enough to leave. Only one person remained, Uchiha, the strongest among the trio. Surrounded by 6 assailants, all of them Jonin, he felt the weight of the situation. You are indeed powerful, but once Xingho and Terio are dead, the rest will come to assist us. How long can you hold out? Humph, you think I will surrender? Dream on. Yet, as he spoke, 2 groups of Senju clan members approached from either side, converging to form a circle of 12 Jonin encircling Uchiha. The overwhelming numbers instilled a sense of dread in Yu, who began to doubt his ability to escape. Jean and Huowu, noticing Yu's predicament, grew serious. This is troublesome. There are too many around Elder Yu. How do we rescue him? Perhaps we should give up? No, we cannot. Before Huowu could finish her thought, Jean and Xingho simultaneously objected. Yet, they found themselves at a loss for a viable plan. Just as they contemplated their options, Uchiha found himself on the brink of despair. With 12 Jonin attacking him, Yu's hope was dwindling. The sheer number made it impossible to fake his death and escape. Resolute, Yu prepared himself for a final stand, the injuries mounting with each passing moment. Jean's anxiety grew increasingly palpable. We can't wait any longer. We must act now. Huowu, summon everyone. Xingho, ensure your family stays put. We will go rescue Elder Yu. Huowu looked at Jean, puzzled. You mean to confront them directly? Confront? No, we will use cunning to bring Elder Yu to safety. Remain silent. I will handle this. Realization dawned on Huowu's face as she promptly called for the others, conveying Jean's instructions. However, during that brief moment, Uchiha was gravely wounded, collapsing to the ground in weakness. Just as he was about to succumb, a commanding voice broke through the fray. Stop! The Senju members immediately fell into a defensive stance, turning towards the source of the voice. A contingent of 30 individuals emerged from the trees, clad in Uchiha clan attire, casting doubt among the Senju. Under Uchiha Elbu's command, I, Uchiha Jean, am here. This matter is now ours. You may depart. If there are any issues, let Uchiha Azuna come to me. Upon hearing Elbu's name, the crowd recoiled, uncertain. Jean's words prompted them to glance toward the leader of the newcomers. Go. Inform Uchiha Azuna and the clan leader. 2 individuals broke away from the group, heading toward the rear, as the others awaited with bated breath. The sound of heavy footsteps approached from behind. Uchiha Jean, what is the meaning of this? Azuna, this is Elbu's directive. Though we arrived late, and others have perished, if we can save even one, it is worth it. Uchiha Yu shall not return to the clan territory, spare his life, and he will not obstruct your plans in the future. Azuna's expression darkened at Jean's words. Such matters should not be discussed publicly. What plans are you speaking of? Of course, I do not wish for Elder Yu to perish. What exactly do you intend to do? Yes. We take Elder Uchiha away. If you dare impede us, I shall summon Elbu himself to visit your Senju clan. Thus, Uchiha Yu was taken away before the eyes of the crowd under Jean's authority. Tobarama and Azuna could only watch with grim faces, afraid to utter a word. They understood that their apprehension stemmed from Uchiha Elbu. Regardless of Jean's actions, they had to consider Elbu's reputation, which emboldened Jean in his conduct. With Jean successfully rescuing Uchiha Yu and fulfilling Elbu's orders, he began moving toward Elbu's location, eager to report and await further instructions.